Hello, good afternoon in Edmonton time. Thank you all so much for coming out today for Gamers for Groceries 3. We're excited to have you here. We love to see so many people already in chat enjoying that they're spending their afternoon with us today, and we're going to hopefully have a lot of stuff for you to enjoy and take part of. I am John Renish. I'm a technical director, and I want to go through a few things as part of our intro. First off, love to see you all. Got to say that one more time. We've got a lot of stuff here. Let's go down the schedule real quick. It's posted, but I'll go through it real quick just to make sure you all know what the great stuff's coming up. We've got our art stream kickoff led by Andrew. Andrew is an amazing artist. He's been doing this for multiple runs now, and the sketches are amazing. I'm sure I'll go into details, but they're only a $20 donation incentive to get an amazing character sketch of some of the best local artists around the Edmonton area and probably even wider area. But Andrew can go into more details there. We have story art for games. This is an incredibly live experience where our good friend Nick is going to do what he does the best live for you, and you're going to learn all about what a story artist does. There will be a giant snake. So if you have a snake phobia, be aware. There's a giant snake coming up. Then we have a guest, Adam, from VR Cave, going over Escape from Virtuality. They're going to talk about what is new and hot in the VR scene and how they're, pushing stuff forward. It's really cool. We have our first great pun title, which is Here's How It Works at 2:55, where we have some audio developers who are going to go through what it takes to make some spooky sounds. Again, another live presentation where you get to see how developers do their craft. Exciting stuff. I love these panels because I have to learn something every single time. Then at 3:45, I got to tell you, we got some cat trivia. It's all video game cats all the time. Cat themed, cat themed, cat themed. As mentioned on Twitter, cat boys, the judges have declared, are valid questions, so be aware if you're studying up that is a valid topic. After that, at 4:05, we have Live, Love, Lore, featuring some of our amazing writing team from BioWare talking and answering questions that you fans asked us on Twitter. So it's your fault if you don't like the answer. No, that's not fair. It's your questions. We're going to go our best to go through them, and we're really excited for that. Following that, we have game jams, the highs and lows of game dev in a fraction of the time. Game jams are super exciting. I'm on that panel, so I'm really biased, but I'm really looking forward to doing that with Douglas, Mad, and Randy. And then finally, we're closing out with another round of cat trivia. Both of these cat trivias have big prizes, $50 gift cards to the BioWare gear store. You do not have to donate to play. Before we move on to our next opening segment, I do want to go through a few things because as much as I love you all, the best part about love is consent, and I want to go through a few content warnings and rules up front. First off, standard chat rules. We have some great, lovely moderators volunteering their time today, and they're going to make sure our chat is friendly and lively. We encourage you to chat and have fun, but we will be keeping an eye on it to make sure it's pleasant and respectful. Please don't spam chat. The only exception in which you may spam chat is if you see a coworker or one of our guests' cat or dog or any other pet on camera, then you may spam the appropriate pet emoji. That's the only valid spam you can do. All of our volunteers are presenting from their homes. They are sharing their personal work insight. This is how we live. My background is very messy. Please be respectful that we're not in a professional setting. We don't have professional lighting. I didn't put any makeup on today. We're doing this at volunteer time. No presenter is talking about future work. Also, please consider all discussions of past work as non-canonical. This is fun stuff we're talking about and does not represent in any way any current or future work. We're just having some fun here. So there are no secrets hidden during the stream. If someone speaks the Kermit the Frog voice during the stream, there's no connection to the Jim Henson Company. We just like Kermit the Frog. It's fine. There's no secrets. No one's going to be blinking out Morse code stuff. It's just fun. We want this stream to be welcoming to viewers of all age, but this is a PG plus stream. As I mentioned, there's going to be a giant snake. There will probably be some swears. I know who's on these panels. There'll probably be a few swears. We're going to try to keep it PG plus, but just be aware that it's not going to be a G-rated stream. I've seen your questions. It's not going to be a G-rated stream. And then finally, this is a charity event, but the donation tracker is not a leaderboard. You do not have to donate to enjoy the stream. Times are very tough all over the place. One of the reasons we're raising money for this is because of that. And then, and you don't have to donate to win cat trivia or play cat trivia, I should say. We welcome all forms of support from social media mentions, good vibes, viewership, or just solemn nods and salutes, whatever works for you. Please be welcoming. We appreciate the donations, but it's not required to hang out with us today. that is what I have, and I believe we're moving on next to a land acknowledgement. Correct, camera?
Hello, I'm Kat, and I'll be giving our land acknowledgement today. I join you from Treaty 6 territory, the traditional land of the Niuwaq, Niitsitapi, Métis, Nakota, Dene, and Anishinaabe people. Learning about colonization, residential schools, and missing and murdering Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people is the minimum. Take actions with teeth. Do not take complacency and lip service in saying the right thing when it's easy. I encourage you to listen to Indigenous activists and leverage every ounce of privilege you have to advocate for Indigenous rights. Thank you.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody. It is so exciting. This is my third Gamers for Groceries. And on behalf of ESIO, we are so excited to be here again, supporting this amazing event. If you don't know us, we're the Edmonton Screen Industries office, and we work to catalyze both the video game side of the screen industries as well as the film and television side. So, kind of like your traditional film commission with a lot more fun thrown in, thanks to the video game side of things, clearly. But we are so excited. This is such a great time to be developing games, to be working in games in Edmonton. And just this last year, we've actually think we've passed the 50K mark in how many grants we've given out just to local developers. So we are so excited to be able to continue doing that. We've got another round of grants that we're about to announce right away as well. So stay tuned for that. There'll be some very familiar names on the list that just went out as well. So if you're looking for projects from people who maybe haven't put things out in a little while, look for something cool coming up, that's for sure. But what we really want to do is be able to support the game development scene and these amazing folks who go out of their way to not only make amazing experiences for us, but also for the entirety of the community. This event is absolutely amazing, and the support that they put into the food bank is just incredible. So, we are super proud to be able to support this event. If you want to learn more about us, we're at edmontonscreen.com, or we're at edmontonscreen everywhere, including our blank TikTok, but we'll get to that shortly. But right now, we're going to watch a little bit of a video here so we can learn more about the food bank and where all of your amazing money is going. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you soon.
It's generally described that the first modern food bank in Canada is the Edmonton Food Bank. Again, not that Edmonton is the first place that would feed those who are hungry in the inner city, but to use a food bank model that comes out of the States.
We could use this wasted food to help these people who needed the food.
And so that's how it got started, and then the formalization of a food bank got started in 1981.
Certainly we've been very fortunate and worked very hard to build relationships with over 250 agencies, churches, schools, and food depots. And it's those partnerships that enables the food that comes into the food bank warehouse to go out to the broader community. We know that there's still lots of work to be done.
We still need the food bank to do what it's always done, but if we really want to transform people's lives, we need to go beyond food.
We had an individual come in, and in the hamper line program, you'll sometimes have special requests. And in this one, it was the special request was birthday cake, and we were able to meet that request. So I remember giving the hamper to the family, and I always get emotional. The little fella sees it and says, "This is the best day ever." And here I am, a guy giving out donated food, and this is this kid's best day. So it leaves a mark for me. I'm a sympathetic old guy, and it's a story that I just can't get out of my head, that my donated food is this kid's best day.
we struggled greatly until somebody let us know that the food bank exists and that there's such a service that we could reach out to.
When they started helping us out and I had lunches and I had snacks, that was the last thing I had to worry about. Then I was more worried about, okay, how can I fit in with a group? And
so what's a good day when we would receive food from the food bank? And that day was always a day when there was a Skippy's peanut butter that was in the bottom of the bag. And when I saw it, it just kind of lit up. It just made my day.
What we do, working side by side with the Edmonton food banks who do so much for this city. It's truly an honor to get to work with them, and that's Canada and that's Edmontonians in general, as people looking out for each other.
Giving is something that we need to put more emphasis on if we're going to continue having the kind of society that we're all proud to live in. And as part of that, giving is central to the theory of give and ye shall receive.
Giving.
Community.
Sharing.
Taking care.
Compassion.
Equity.
Non-judgmental.
Compassion.
Survival.
Security.
Friendship.
Community.
Life.
Essential.
Meaningful contribution.
Togetherness.
Hope.
Together.
I think we're good to go. How's it going, Andrew?
Andrew. Who is this Andrew speak of?
Oh, I was supposed to meet Andrew here. I'm looking for him. He's an artist. He works for Gamers for Grocery. He's collected a crew, maybe a lot of people to come in and compete for drawing art.
Oh, you mean number 301.
Number
He should be
301?
around here somewhere.
How? What number am I?
Oh, you would have to apply to be a part of this endeavor, John Renish.
Oh, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Who is this masked man?
Hello and greetings, everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all of you. Everyone gathered here today has a unique opportunity to not only help out those in need, but to also get some kick-ass Dungeons & Dragons art. For a $20 donation to the Food Banks Canada, you can have your very own sketch of your D&D character from our talented pool of artists.
That sounds exciting. How do I participate in this great opportunity?
Well, John Renish, if you need to find the donation link or the request form for a character, one of our lovely moderators in the chat will be able to help you in that endeavor.
That sounds awesome. Who's doing the art this year, masked man?
Well, joining us this year, we have Andrew Lown, Jen Forth, Elena Chijakov, Kyle Hack, Rudy Patterson, and Chelsea Wong.
Wow.
Please check them out on Twitter and give them a follow if you like what you see.
Wow, that is amazing. And all their Twitter handles are conveniently posted right there for us to access and follow.
We are looking at 30 slots for character requests this year, so make sure to sign up before we fill up.
How many slots are currently available?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, John Renish. We currently have 12 requests out of our 30 slots filled so far. So they are going pretty fast.
So this game of artistry with only so many numbered slots is almost half full?
You could say that, yes.
I just did.
Well, there you go.
Do we have any current in progress competing artists arting commissions, masked man?
They are hard at work as we speak, but nothing to show yet. We'll be checking in on them throughout the day as the stream progresses. We are accepting any character from all walks of life, from highborn Eladrin to the humblest halfling. All contenders are welcome. I even hear we have a special slot for a Furlbog character.
Oh, that's a big drawing. They're big characters.
They are quite large creatures, but I believe they are still considered to be medium-sized category.
Huh. I guess they updated the rules since I played last. Of that game that we're talking about, clearly. Um, Masked Man, um, um, are there any other details that people should know about the commissions? Can they get more than one if they donate more than once?
I would say yes, you can, but perhaps hold off on your second uh, character request towards the end of the stream to let others have a chance in getting one if they so desire.
Right. Everybody should have a chance to play in the artist sketch game.
That's only fair, I believe.
Yes. Fairness comes first. Um, we didn't like practice this, so I'm really, really
I
kind of
believe
loose.
that's all the information that I have available at this point in time. So if you, out there, dear viewer, desire a character sketch of your D&D character, please feel free to hit us up in the chat.
That sounds amazing. Is that all for our first check-in, Mass Stranger?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
For joining us today, and enjoy the rest of the panels. We'll be checking in on you throughout the day with our progress.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Nick Thornborough with Story Art for Games.
Hi, I'm Baldwin Lee. I am an AI designer, but I will not be filling that role here. I'm here with Nick Thornborough, and I'm going to be playing the role of someone who knows nothing about art and is able to barely draw stick figures. Just as a quick reminder, we have just started using closed captions, so you can turn that on down there somewhere in your window. But otherwise, Nick, take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick Thornborough. I'm a story artist. I spent most of my career as a concept artist, and slowly transitioned into a story art role because it was something I really liked. Um, just to talk a little bit about what we do as story artists in the game world, um, we're mostly producing storyboards for cinematic game content, but we also produce beat boards at the very earliest stages, which are very simple, quick illustrations that um, knock out the story from start to finish of the game we're working on. And then we use that to help communicate the story of the game we're making to the wider team. So a super useful kind of communication tool. And because in the early days, the story changes rather dramatically all the time, the drawings that we do are super quick. Uh, I'm also kind of an impatient person, so it kind of suits me to kind of fill this role.
Oh, hey,
So
Andrew, I didn't see you there.
hi,
Where
Andrew.
did you
Hey,
come
friends.
from?
Oh, I had a previous engagement that I had to wrap up.
Oh, all right. So are you familiar with Nick's work?
I am very familiar with Nick's work. We work quite closely together.
We sure do. Um, I kind of want to just get straight into drawing because I think I'm more comfortable just putting pen to paper than
That'd be great.
talking about it. So today we're going to go through just the process I've been using to produce beat boards. And then Bolden, if I can rely on you or Andrew, can fire questions my way that come out of the chat, and we'll kind of keep this as a conversation. All right. I actually am remembering to share my screen today. I literally can't do a meeting without, starting to present something and realizing I'm not sharing my screen. So, hooray! Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Screen available. Is it up there? Can everyone see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Great. Okay. Okay. So, I'm not sure if it's just the window. If I do that, can you guys see my reference art?
Yes.
Oop.
Yep.
Great. Okay. So usually I'll start with like gathering some reference for the image I'm about to make. This can come from a lot of different logical places. For this purpose of the stream, I just grabbed a bunch of stuff from the internet for an idea I had in my head. But we could be grabbing actual level art that actually exists if we're, using a level as the basis of our beat board or our storyboard. But for this, we're just making it up. We're doing something straight from scratch. The idea I have in my head is kind of, two kind of bandit characters outrunning a giant snake from a crumbling kind of ruin. This is sort of the idea I have in my head. So we're going to try drawing that. I grabbed a bunch of reference. I'm actually just pop this over onto my other screen. But you can see I've got a couple poses, some kind of architecture ideas, some different landscape notions. And I've got these kind of smoky, dusty debris elements that I think I'm actually going to try to include in the image itself, like literally just copy paste that in because it's quicker.
So this could have come from someone saying like, "Oh, we want like a giant snake kind of thing," and then you've kind of filled in the blanks of, "Oh, okay, I'd like to bring
That's
it all
right. Yeah.
together. I'll have a couple of characters and."
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we can like pretend this is a brief. This could have come from a writer's story outline. Like there's this thing that happens. There's our characters outrun a giant snake, and I'll take that as a brief. And basically, uh, we work really closely with the writers. They'll either produce an outline for the team, or they'll produce an actual script in the case of storyboards. And in the case of the outline, we're going to develop the beat boards that sort of illustrate that story at a kind of a high level. And then with the script, we're actually taking literally what's written and providing the first visual treatment for that. So we're picking shots, kind of composing how it's going to flow, and then cutting those storyboards into an animatic, which you can apply voice to. It's essentially like your first kind of crack at what cinematic's going to look like. You can actually plug that right into the game and see how it flows from your gameplay in to your gameplay out.
Awesome.
That's more complicated than I want to go for this stream. It's also more technical, so I don't think it's as fun. So we're going to do the beat board stuff. I'm going to get started here because an hour is going to go by pretty quick here.
Sure.
And I'm going to drop my reference on the other screen, so you guys won't be able to see that. That's okay. And then start hitting the questions. I've also hidden my camera here, so all I can see is my reference. I'm talking to a void now. It's
That's
weird.
fine.
Here we go. Okay. So when I start a beat board, or even a piece of concept art, literally anything I'm drawing, I start with a thumbnail. As the name implies, it's small, it's tiny, it's like a thumbnail. Working at this size, you probably, if you're looking at your phones, I apologize, this thing's probably a pixel wide right now. But working at this size kind of shuts off that inner critic. You're not focusing on perspective, you're not focusing on anatomy, proportion. All you're really thinking about is composition. How are these elements all going to fit together? And on top of that, it doesn't take long to do a thumbnail. So you don't get yourself all worked up like, it's not turning out right, because literally it took you like less than 5 minutes to draw.
Oh, and just a quick comment. If anyone wants to ask questions on stream, absolutely, we'll try to address those as they come up.
Totally. Yeah. So here's my snake. I mean, this thumbnail is mostly for me. I'm never going to show this thumbnail to an art director. I'm certainly not going to, show this thumbnail to a live stream of 63 or 64 audience members.
1,000 people.
1,000, 10,000 people. it's really just for me to be able to read it and, you know, understand what my ultimate composition is going to be. So, you know, it's not going to be super readable. So I've got this cobra kind of, is it a cobra? It's kind of a cobra, kind of like that other kind of tree snake looking thing. And kind of see if I can like loop him around. And I've got this kind of thinking there's gonna be like this wall of architecture that's kind of a background element. It's gonna be kind of low detail, so it's not gonna be too contrasty. It's not gonna compete too much with that snake. Maybe we'll see. And then I've got this kind of minaret that's sort of falling towards the camera. It's kind of wound its body around it, and it's coming apart. And I think our two bandits, um, they're gonna be pretty small. This thing's huge. It's like Titan-sized snake. So they're kind of like leaping out here. They're kind of jumping out of the tower. They were up to no good up there, and this defender of the temple is chasing them out. Okay, I think that's literally the amount of time I want to spend on the thumbnail. Tells
Okay,
the
so
story.
like just super high level then.
Yeah, and it tells the story for me, right? Like,
For sure.
Like, you know, if you're in an absolute bind and you're working really closely with an art director, and they're used to seeing your rough work, this might be all you need to sell the idea and get it moving forward. Um, so I'm gonna leave it the thumbnail at that. Yeah, sorry guys, giant snake, warned you. Huge. Okay, whoa. Okay, so at this stage, just gonna start chipping away at the elements, start breaking them down. So I've got this method that I stole from another artist, Pixar artist named Derek Thompson, and this is the method he uses to construct his storyboards. I've been using it for my beat boards because I find it's extremely efficient and it comes up with a strong cinematic look pretty quickly. And it's essentially using layers, which is what Photoshop works with. So you create a new layer and it's a transparent thing. And clipping masks. And clipping masks essentially are few. Just going to demonstrate a clipping mask really quickly so that we don't have to do it a million times when we actually go to do it. So if I've got this white, well, let's do gray. Make it a little more obvious. If I've got this object here and I produce a clipping mask over top of it, what it does is it respects the transparency of the object you just drew. So paint across that.
Cool.
So it keeps it nice and tight. So I'm going to use this throughout to construct the image that we're looking at. All right. Is this looking good? We good? I'm going to move forward with this concept. I think it's good. Good enough. Okay. Just going to duplicate that layer. Oops.
So, what are you looking for at this point in the process, Nick? Are you looking for like silhouettes you like, for
Yeah.
shapes that stand out for you?
Yeah, that's it. Shapes are, in my opinion, the first thing you see when you see an image. I think like I don't know if there's any science to this, but if you look at a strong image, first thing that kind of cements in your brain before any other information is shape. It's silhouette. And then after that, you start to like it's all within millions of seconds, but that shape is the big impactful thing, and then value and then color. So shape is really what I'm worried about here. So shape and composition, right? So I've got my big kind of shape that's leading down there. This is like not science. This is just my intuition kicking in. Like intuitively, I've got this kind of curving shape. I've got kind of all my high detail on sort of this side of the composition. And then I'm going to try to keep this part of this third kind of clean so that my two figures who are leaping from it kind of pop off that.
What brushes are you using here?
Oh, good question. This one's called KW Dreamy 2847.
That's a good brush.
Where did it come from, you asked me? I have no idea.
I hope that answers your question, Stream.
So it's a nice pencil brush. It could be part of Kyle Webster's brushes, which come with the Photoshop subscription. I knew I was going to get this question too, and I was dreading it because like I don't know where I got this brush. it was in my collection for ages, but I never started using it until recently. Um, Before I started using this one, I was using a Kyle Webster pencil brush, which I think it was this guy right here. Yeah, it's a nice one. Ultimate Rough Pencil, I think it's called. But no, this KTW Dreamy, wherever it came from, it's lovely. It's got some, yeah, it's lovely. It's nice. I have a habit of changing brushes all the time though, because I get bored with a brush, and I'll just start using like an ink brush all of a sudden, and that becomes my main workflow. Um,
Ooh,
okay,
you have another good question for you from chat, actually.
okay, let's hear it.
Are you always going with your first thumbnail, or do you sometimes do multiples and choose one of those?
And that's from Adam ZZZ99.
Another very good question. Usually it takes a few cracks, but I'm gonna level with you. I did a dress rehearsal of this one, so the Andrew and Bolden have already seen this composition, but this one's better. Wouldn't you agree, guys?
Absolutely.
So this is actually my third crack at this thumbnail.
But yeah, I remember even you specifically like, oh, I don't like the shape of the snake, and you just took that out and started again, sort of thing. So
Yep, and I actually might do that too because feel like one of the things about this snake right now is I feel like I could probably make it feel bigger if it's breaking the bounds of the like the borders of the illustration.
Mhm.
Almost feels like it's so big you can't even fit it in a 19 by 1080 image. It's that big. So I may do that. Let's mess around with some of the elements first before we make that decision. So right now I'm just, oh, by the way, with beatboards, I'm not looking for something that's sophisticated in terms of perspective. I'm not going to be absolutely slavish to keeping characters on model. I mean, I want those visual signifiers. If the character's got, a giant, missing tooth or something, I'll include those visual signifiers so you know who you're looking at. But I'm not, it doesn't matter if it's off model because I'm not sending this to a 3D artist to build it literally. I'm just trying to get an idea across, communicate a sentiment, and that's it. I want to get an attitude across. I want to get the team excited to build this thing. And I find that if I'm, and then, then that idea might get tossed out and I got to do another one. So really the concept is the king here. Is the idea being communicated? Is the feeling I'm going after being communicated? Once that's achieved, stop everything, drop your pencil. Your work here is done. At least that's my attitude when it comes to this.
Another question, especially since you're going on to the snake.
Mhm.
Glass-eyed Tiger's asking, is it easier to work on concepts when they're based on real things, like snakes? Or would you rather work with a team on some new creature like a nug?
Okay, so fun fact, even like these fantastical creatures are grounded in real things. I do think that the concepts of even at the most whimsical level, I think you've got to ground your concept in something.
Mhm.
Um, Again, you don't have to be slavish to whatever that something is. But even the most whimsical stuff, like Adventure Time, let's say, which is really, really fanciful, um, certainly does not care about um, anatomy, physiology, doesn't care about that stuff.
Mhm.
Uh, but those characters still are grounded in something. They feel like they belong in a 12-year-old's notebook. You know what I mean? Like they feel like they're grounded in a thing that I can relate to. Um, so where my personal tastes lie, um, I don't think I could. I mean, I don't think I'd get super excited to work on something where it's got to be like, like Game of Thrones level dragons, where they thought that the physiology of that creature out so specifically.
Mhm.
That's not really my jam. That's why I like doing these super rough, quick drawings that can be a little more fanciful. So for me personally, I think probably draw the line at like trying to create a thing that belongs in an anatomy textbook. I'm much more interested in the story being told than I am in the
Something
physiology and
really,
anatomy.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
something really realistic, that sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah, totally. So I hope that answers your question. I kind of feel like I went on a bit of a tangent there and maybe
No, I think that addresses it totally. As a result, since these are really quick sketches, is there a piece that you've worked on in the past that really stands out? That comes from Kala Elizabeth art?
um
Do you have favorites in your that you kind of look back from time to time to like, oh
so
yeah,
are we talking about story art or are we talking about like just anything in general?
I
Like
think in general, yeah.
okay, the murals that exist in Skyhold,
Hmm.
Solus's murals. Um, yeah, I just kind of when you asked that, that's the one that for some reason just popped into my head.
Totally.
Uh, those were a lot of fun to do, and the approach to creating them isn't that different from what we're doing here, except there's a lot more texture work and a lot more color work, of course. But you're still really depending on the shape language.
That's,
Those are a lot of fun to do. Again, kind of whimsical.
yeah, that's funny that you mentioned that. Uh, Lady Lanthe actually asked specifically the murals by Solus, but really you, in DAI, seem to include a lot of enigmatic symbolism. Is that symbolism really intentional? Did you have a theme you were going with there?
Uh, I'm gonna keep that stuff to myself.
That's fair.
And I have to say, well, okay, maybe I won't keep it entirely to myself. Yes, I'm thinking with intentionality about every shape, every detail I try to include in those. But
Perfect.
I'm very intentionally never going to say what I
Say what
did.
that is. Absolutely.
But I do have to say I take great joy in scouring the internet for people's theories, and I've found people like have there have been fans that have like unlocked the secrets of those murals, and I'm never gonna confirm or deny them. So, I'm gonna be cheeky with that stuff. Okay, I think that's working for my snake for now. Okay, I'm gonna start dropping in some clipping masks here just so I keep my shapes separate, and then I can play with proportion and stuff as I move along here, but I just want to keep these shapes separate so I know what I'm looking at. And just dropping a value on them just kind of in case something pop up, right?
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're gonna really quickly knock in some foreground elements. We had a bit of perspective here. Kind of like these basalt columns in my reference. I kind of like them. Might be neat to have like some kind of, I don't know, steps that kind of go up like it's on the edge of a cliff, carved out steps in the side.
We have a question about, I guess, when you're practicing. Dread Futures asks, when you're developing your skills, did you focus purposefully on exercises to practice specific things, like developing good silhouettes, etc., or did you just develop your eye over time and job experience, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's. I think it's volume of drawing for sure. I can talk a little bit about my background. I went to school for animation, like classical animation, like good old fashioned 2D flipping paper animation.
This paper.
And uh, it was a 4-year course, and literally everything you're doing in that course is drawing. Every class is a drawing class. You have a storyboard drawing class, a layout drawing class. Your animation class is drawing, and then you have a life drawing class. Life drawing is arguably the most valuable of those classes in terms of honing your draftsmanship because I talked earlier about not being too precious about anatomy and perspective and all that. Well, you kind of, that's a class where you're analyzing something incredibly sophisticated, and we're all human beings and know what human beings look like. So if you get the anatomy wrong, something feels intrinsically off. So so
And that goes in the uncanny valley and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, totally. I honestly think that, I don't think I was consciously trying to hone my skills to be able to produce these levels, this kind of image. I think this has been sort of a natural evolution of my tastes, how I like to work, my personality. Like I said before, I'm a little bit of an impatient person. So to give you an idea of how long it takes to animate a thing, it took us a year to produce a 1 minute film, which was essentially a gag, like just a quick 1 minute gag. You have time to tell one joke. So you're spending like 8 months to tell a joke. Which is a
Better be a
really
good one
labor
then.
intensive way. Yeah, right. And so it was fairly early on in my like college years that I was like, you know what? I like story art. I think I like doing storyboards because, you can knock out a storyboard to tell a 1 minute gag in an afternoon.
Sure.
That was like where it was at. So, I didn't do this kind of thing until fairly recently in my career, but relatively recently. I've spent most of my time as a concept artist. This absolutely feels like the most natural fit for me.
Awesome.
Again, I feel like I keep going on tangents. Did I answer your question there?
I think somewhere in there you did.
Okay.
And I guess you mentioned it before too, like you're borrowing some art style of someone from Pixar, right? That you really like the idea of.
Yeah, so I watched I think it was a Noman video of Derek Thompson, who's a story artist at Pixar. And this is the approach he takes. He just uses clipping masks and layers to build up his image. Oh yeah, this is looking good, guys. Excited about this. Okay, we've almost got all our elements in here. So let's see. Let's have some fun here. We're gonna. Oh, I guess we should get our characters in there, huh? Yeah, actually, I think I'm gonna drop this tower in the foreground so it's not shrouded by that cloud. So I'm just moving it up in the pile, and then I honestly think it needs to be bigger. Okay, I don't know. I can something more like that.
Oh, that easy, eh?
That easy. And I don't know what you guys think, but maybe even this.
Nice.
The joys of working digital.
Right? Okay, let's get our characters in there. I'm gonna use some sort of stock characters that I use these characters, and they're just made up characters that are kind of who I use to draw ideas with when I'm just having fun at home. They're all over my Instagram account, so if anyone follows me on Instagram, they'll probably have seen these characters. They don't have a ton of thought put into them, to be honest. I shouldn't be saying that; it sounds super unprofessional. But like, these are the characters that I do for fun. So really, I came up with a design for them fairly arbitrarily, just to explore some cheesy fantasy concepts like
these are
storytelling.
your stock characters kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Do they have a name? No, they don't. Do they have a personality? Sure do. They're fun to draw, but like, they're really just sort of serve the function of fulfilling my fantasy ideas for, what if we drew, a moon god and you got transported up onto a moon? Well, this character can fill that in without having to invent something every time. There's no real plan to like turn them into, I'm not gonna
Full
take
flesh
these.
characters with backstories and that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's no comic in the works or anything like that. It just and it's kind of a funny thing because I used to do all these kind of side projects. I make comics for fun, these really big kind of projects, or I've illustrated a couple books. And I've got 2 kids now, and so these side projects I had to put a stop to them because they were an awful lot of time to dedicate outside of working a full-time job.
Yeah.
But just part of who I am. I need to make art for myself. That's not for any other obligation. And so for a while, I kind of struggled there. I was like, how do I do this? Because I was only used to sort of doing these big side projects. And I realized I could just like knock out an illustration in the afternoon and feel happy, content. So largely where these characters came from. They kind of, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that they kind of came about, within a few months of my second kid being born. Um, and I still draw them. It's been 3 years, and I still kind of mess around with them for fun. You do kind of like a skydiving pose almost. This one. I'm just looking at my reference to sort of, again, I'm not like following it perfectly, but it's just enough to kind of give a gesture and an attitude.
Nick, do you have any words of wisdom for newer artists or artists who might be starting out who think reference might be a bit of a dirty word, a bit of a taboo per se?
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely it's definitely not. I mean, okay, I guess what's my advice about reference? Um, for me personally, okay, I'm gonna start by saying, um, you can find all kinds of art advice, and I don't think anything in art is pure. There's no like correct answer to an art related question. And when we talk about art rules, they're always subjective. Like, composition 101, you don't want to draw tangents. Like if you have a house in the foreground and someone's standing in front, like let's put perspective right here, and someone's standing in front of the house, you don't want like the top of the guy's head to be on the bottom of that house, right? That's a tangent and it kind of flattens the image. You want to find that overlap. So that's an art rule. That's a rule you have to follow, right? Well, yeah, okay. The Solus murals are like made out of tangents. Why? Because that felt good. And I'm consciously breaking those rules.
Yeah, you know enough about the rules. You know how to break them, right?
Right. So when it comes to reference, if you're struggling with drawing a thing and you're getting frustrated and you're not using reference, like bust out a reference. I don't know. Like it's you're not going to memorize how to draw everything. So I don't think if anyone thinks that reference is a dirty word, it's not. It's honestly, I think it's how you ground your images. But then just don't be slavish to it either. Like, don't be rigid with it. Um, Use it as needed. Like, I don't know. Sorry, it's not the most articulate response to that question, but
I realize we're peppering you with questions while you're trying to draw as well, so maybe I can read out some donations while you put in a little work
it's
here.
okay. Yeah, keep the questions coming. I'm actually enjoying this. This is good.
You were talking before about sort of like you kind of cared more about what things looked like, but Badums ZZZ99 is also asking, like, for the physical features, do you want them to make sense, or is it more as it looks interesting?
Yeah, I feel like there are two kind of. I see where this question is kind of coming from. I feel like there is kind of like. I don't want to be so. Let's be like super reductive here. If there's like a spectrum of art where, you know, on one end you have Last of Us, which is
Super
extremely
kind of
grounded, right? Like the concepts for Ellie are a kid in a dirty t-shirt.
Sure, yeah.
Right? And that works because of what that story is trying to tell, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the other end of the spectrum, you have something, and then somewhere in the middle is kind of like, I don't know, Pokemon. Like those animals are all believable enough. I mean, I think there's a trash can is literally a Pokemon trash bag, but like they're believable enough. You know what I mean? Like they're still they still they fit that world that's the Pokemon story is trying to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably on the far end of all that spectrum is something like it's an IP that I'm not super familiar with, but just looking at the art style, I think it's Genshin. Is it Genshin Impact or Genshin?
Genshin, yeah.
Genshin Impact. That's like uh, to me all style, like all. It's less concerned with um, grounding any of those characters in reality. It's all about aesthetics.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
think they're all legitimate, right? Like they're all to me legitimate. Um, where I sit personally and the stuff I do, it probably sits more like I'm gonna be honest, somewhere in the Pokemon camp. I don't like to be boxed in completely by super hard rules of dictated by lore, anatomy, whatever constraints. Um, it probably also stems from my background. My background's in animation, and the heritage of animation tends to be live in that world that's kind of in the middle. Um, so grounding it in something that works. Okay. Um, how am I doing for time?
We're about half an hour in, so we have
Wow.
another half hour.
Holy cow.
But I would like to read out some donations if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
I do have some questions about your overall layout, but I can ask that after as well.
Okay.
Wow, Mike and Ashley Leah, $400. Thank you so much. we we had one for $2,400. Is this a mistake? We're kind of wondering if there was a typo there. But thank you, Brian Barnes, regardless. We have one for $50 from Sandy Kalina Katz, and $100 from Andretia. What a great cause! Looking forward to watching the stream tomorrow, and really hope you're enjoying this look at the kind of storyboard approaches with Nick. So I noticed you kind of casually put some of that, like the dust clouds in front of that. Did you want to cover up some of those buildings, or what are you doing with that?
Are you talking about this one over here?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
and the one in front of it too.
So
The one in the very
this
foreground. Yeah.
this one in the foreground is actually going to be part of the snake body, kind of implying
Oh,
that
okay.
it coils
Gotcha.
around in the
Gotcha.
foreground. Seem to remember at the beginning of this, I wanted to have kind of a cliff face in the background, and I think we're going to lose that way it's composed. I'm wondering if there's a way to get it back, if I want to like actually bring this guy back down to. Yeah, you know what? I think I do want to. So there's two things I'm looking at here when I'm making this consideration here. If we're looking at all the big shapes in this, I've got this nice small shape. Oh, I'll use my red. Got these nice small shapes here, which are going to pop once I get that background painted in. And then I've got this kind of medium-sized shape here. And then the snake head was kind of more or less the same, takes up the same amount of real estate, right? Like, so I don't know. It's making it feel a little monotonous. So this is when I'm doing this, it's all intuitive. I'm not following rules. I'm not going down like a protocol list on how to do this. It's really just feeling it out. But what my gut is telling me here is that this head has either there's got to be a little more size contrast between this head and this tower. So I'm going to shrink the head down. Don't worry, we'll fill in up there. And that'll give me some of that cliff space we were talking about before. And I still think this could be bigger.
One of the things from like the art rules, like if they're the same size, that's a little harder to pick them apart, that sort of thing.
The rule I think is more just like in general contrast. I'm looking for contrast.
Okay.
And you can achieve contrast with fidelity of detail, low detail versus high detail, black and white, which is obviously light and dark, right? There's color contrast. Anything on the opposite ends of the color wheel contrast with one another, and size. So I'm gonna compose this with sort of a small shape, big shape, medium sized shape. Okay, let's get this. Just gonna take this apart and reconstruct it. So there are snake details back in. I'm just gonna...
It was too big for the canvas, wasn't it?
It's still too big for the canvas, but just barely. Colleague of mine kind of pointed it out. It's always stuck in my head for some reason. But I've never seen X-Men: Age of Apocalypse, but just the trailer alone, the way they depict, I don't know if this is how he's depicted throughout the whole film, but the way they depicted Apocalypse in the trailer at least is he's like, it's always just a component of him that's in frame. It's just a neat way of, you know, making the character feel big, is that he's camera can never be back far enough to contain him.
I remember there's a character in an anime that his height officially was listed as the tallest person in the room. So any scene he like dynamically changed height to be the tallest person by far.
That's awesome. I have like this weird break in here that I'm not sure what's causing that. There we go. Just looking to get that clean silhouette there. I'm filling in lines because, you know, if the shape's not closed and then you go to fill it in, then it's, you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. I had a question here from Combustible Dan.
Sure.
How does storyboarding for a cutscene differ from storyboarding for gameplay?
Good question. So storyboarding for gameplay, we don't actually do a ton of storyboarding for gameplay. I have done it before. I've kind of questioned the usefulness of it. Our animation colleagues are really quite talented, and I don't think they just need that level. Like they don't need that production level. So virtually all the storyboards I do are for cinematic content.
Okay.
But one of the considerations we're really trying to keep at the front of our minds when we are storyboarding a sequence is the flow of gameplay in and out, so it's not jarring.
Mm-hmm.
You know, knowing where the character is going to be when gameplay starts after this cutscene, you want to get the character there in the storyboard. Or if they're not going to get there, that you have some conceit in the gameplay section that they do get there. So, for example, if gameplay kicks off after a character's like tumbled down a cliff face or something, then that first thing that happens in gameplay is the player character kind of rolling into screen, into the shot, and then the UI kind of coming in, right? But that's a handshake that needs to happen because someone has to do that work, right? Someone has to actually make sure that the systems are in place to be able to support that animation. And then an animator's got to do the work of having that animation produced, right? So those are all kind of important things that are kind of like nuts and bolts that are outside of storytelling. In fact, I'd say 50% of the work we're doing while storyboarding is getting those handshakes, getting people to agree on sort of the technical things that are going to support the scene itself.
And the other 50% are maybe like these super fantastical like bookend, like this is what happens at the end of the chapter sort of thing that you don't have to kind of
Yeah,
be
and the other
holding the
50% is
gameplay at all.
all, yeah, it's all the other 50% I think is all creative, but it's again it's really collaborative. You're working really tightly with a cinematic director and whoever wrote the scene to make sure that intent is being driven home. And not only that, you're trying to plus it out. Like if you can find ways to augment the story you're trying to tell. Sorry, I haven't been drawing. Back to work.
Just to let you know, it's about 2 o'clock, so we have maybe 20 minutes to go.
Okay. Okay, so I've blocked in all my shapes that I think I want to do. There's a few more things I want to show everyone here. I've kind of like arbitrarily chosen some values here just to get these shapes to pop off one another. But now I'm actually going to spend the time to put the values that I want in here. And you can spend as much time or as little time doing something as you want. So if you're really having fun with the image, take the entire day to really get it to sing. So first things first, I'm going to drop in a value for the background. I don't think I'm going to get this cliff face in. Nah, we'll see. I'm drop in a value. I use the curves function quite a bit. This is like it's a way to manipulate the contrast levels on the level you're working on. So I've got basically a black to white sky. That's way too contrasty for what I'm trying to achieve here. So essentially, far left of this is darks, the far right is lights. So if you move your darks up, it's going to push them into the lighter range. If you move your lights down, it's going to move them into the darker range. So long story short, if you want to reduce contrast, you would kind of move both ends closer to the middle or closer to one another. Is that making sense? I think that's fairly clear. If you're trying to make something more contrasty, then you're trying to drop your lowers low and your highs high. So it's usually just an S curve. But I want something that's less contrasty, so I'll take those points off. Kind of want it in the higher range. You know, imagine like a blue Mediterranean sky.
I couldn't tell if you were playing with a curve off screen or something.
Can you not see the curve?
So we can't see the curves window because it's a separate window from the Photoshop window that you're sharing.
Well, that's no good.
You're just clicking in space like, oh, check all this out. Like, okay.
So sorry. I'm not sure how to fix that, but okay, we
fine.
won't talk about curves. It's maybe a little more technical than we want to go anyway.
That's fine.
But we're just gonna mess around with all these values and get something that works for the image we're making. I think this is okay. Let's spend some time on. Let's get this background in first, and then we'll spend some time on the snake.
Oh, that looks really cool.
Oops. Put it on the wrong thing though. Hold on. Oh no, what did I do? There it is.
Question for you, Nick. Do you normally label your layers, or is it just the Wild West with you?
I'm trying to get better.
Only another artist would have that insight.
Usually Wild West with me, which is pretty because when I do a set of storyboards, it can be like over 100 drawings for a sequence, and then each drawing might be several layers, and I always regret it if I don't label it. So I'm getting better about it, but typically I'm not labeling it as I go, especially for something like this. Like I'm not sending it to anyone to revise. If I was sending something to somebody to work on, then I would label it and reduce the number of layers that they'd have to worry about. It's definitely a good habit. It's just not a good habit that I've been in. Artist confessionals, Andrew.
Yeah, I find myself like I'll be super organized if I'm sending out anything for like clients or
Yeah.
other people, but
Yeah.
for my own personal stuff, it's just chaotic evil. There's 80 layers,
Yes.
none of them are labeled.
Yeah, that's totally me. I did a kid's book 4 years ago or so, and the source files were a mess, but I was very diligent and I broke up my line work, and the color layers and the gold foil layers are all on separate layers by the time they ended up in my art director's hands. Which is just a courtesy. Your designer is going to want to do some stuff with it when you're working with books, especially like they're going to want to manipulate your image to suit the layout for the page. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. I'm just gonna. I was getting too fussy. I find myself doing this all the time, where you almost kind of want to like pull out again. It's just because I'm not concentrating on the image that I'm getting fussy and like working on details instead of
broad strokes that
broad strokes and just blocking it in.
This actually touches on one other question that Stop Mel 333 wanted to ask. How do you usually deal with art block? And it seems to me like I could see how this easily gets into like over analysis and you're not getting to like the end product, I guess. How do you
No,
deal
that's
with
a really good question. Now, if we're talking about like just my own personal art and just making stuff that's just for my soul, honestly, maybe this isn't the answer you're looking for. It's just to like take your foot off the gas, go get some input. Like when I mean input, I don't mean like seek feedback. I mean like go watch a movie because it's fun to watch movies. Go read a book because it's fun to read a book. Um, I I'm so bad at taking my own advice on this, and I think it's only recently that I've started to get this, where like, I'm burning out on art, and I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe I just don't like art anymore. I was like, no, Nick, you've been like drawing for like 12 hours a day for 3 weeks straight because you're using all your free time drawing too. You're burning out. Like that's it. Um, but for professional stuff, you don't really have that option, right? You got to keep going. Um, I don't tend to get artist block with my professional stuff.
Is it because you have deadlines that you have to hit?
Yeah, there's like that pressure, but I mean, I don't want to put too much stock on that pressure. But yeah, it's like it's partly that you got a deadline that you're trying to hit, um, and then it's just you're a professional. This is your job, um, and the thing that I have struggled with more than just straight up artist block and I don't know what to do in a professional environment. Like I've always got a thing I can draw. I've got tons of talented writers who are a source of inspiration all the time. The thing I actually struggle with is sort of just those internal critics, those like inner demons that like are telling you that you suck, you're no good, which I think is just sort of
Good old imposter syndrome, right?
it's just like yeah, I haven't met an artist that doesn't suffer that to some degree. So here's my advice for that: is literally just give yourself a time limit. Uh, set a timer. By setting a timer, you kind of have no choice but to shut that really unproductive voice down. So I'll talk about that kids book I did a while ago. I kind of jumped to that feet first and was like, let's do this. And then I'm like, okay, now we're doing this thing. And it's like, oh my God, I've never made a kids book before. What am I doing? I'm doing this while also I'm a full-time artist already. When am I going to find the time to do this? And like, hear what I'm saying? It's like none of that is very useful for
Sure.
the thing I've just jumped into. So what did I do? I literally just set a timer for the work I was doing.
Oh, you didn't have giant snakes in these kid books, or?
There's a giant snake in the kids book.
Reoccurring theme.
Clearly, I didn't think of that until now, but something I gotta talk to a therapist about this now. So I basically gave myself 6 weeks. I had 6 weeks to draw 75 sketches. The only way to do that would be to like set a time limit. So for thumbnails, I set a timer for 5 minutes. The thumbnail had to be done in 5 minutes. I would do 3 thumbnails per illustration. Whatever came out of those, whether they were I was happy with them or not, those are what went to the art director for feedback. And then with the finished illustrations, I did the same thing, just a 1.5 hour time limit to complete each illustration. And I found it so like surprisingly successful at like I did it for production trees, right? I did it because like this is technically the only way I could actually achieve doing this project. But it did so much more for my mental health, like just by silencing that inner critic. Okay, I'm doing a second layer here to sort of drop the snake back in the background a bit there. I feel like it gives it a bit of atmosphere and I think I might even like lighten up the line work on the snake. So it kind of see how it's kind of just sitting a little further back now, kind of gives it some depth.
Geez, I looked away for a moment and it looks so much almost better
then,
for like the lines aren't as sharp kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the line work is grayer. It's just lighter.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna like just lose the line work on some of it by like just putting in, this is just a cheap trick of some rim lighting.
Oh, cool.
See how that's working.
About your process as well. Well, I guess it's not your process specifically, but Kala Elizabeth Art asks, does your work get worked on by other artists? Like, are they collaborations with any other people on the art team?
Very rarely. So I work with a bunch of other story artists, and sometimes just because of time limits or just the just flow of information, um, I'll sometimes do minor revisions to their work that are just making two shots flow between one another a little better or whatever, or say we got like level art in really late. So we didn't have a clear idea on level art, and so the scene as it was boarded it doesn't quite work. I'll do minor revisions like that, but um, my philosophy is to give as much ownership to a specific artist as possible. Um, so it's very rare. I have had my beat boards go out to be turned into full blown production illustrations, but with that, it's kind of like this nice surprise that it ends up in my inbox. I'm never art directing that kind of thing. It's just suddenly the art director will say, "Hey, we sent out one of your beat boards to turn into an illustration, and here it is." It's awesome. Um, that's about the extent of it in terms of passing work off. Okay, I do want to kind of get that wall in the background. I don't know why I'm so attached to doing this wall in the background, but we're just gonna see.
We just have a few minutes left. If I don't know if there's anything you really want to
Oh
get
yeah,
through.
yeah. Okay, let's not do the wall. Let's do. I just want to. Okay, I want to do some like effects stuff. So let's pull in some reference. So this is the smoky stuff that I've had sitting in the background. If I open this up in a new window, can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you just a trick I abuse quite a bit. I use this to colorize line work. There's a lot of applications for what I'm about to show you. So I'm just going to bump up the contrast on this quite a bit. Okay. So if I go to my channels, this is your RGB channels, right? It shows I guess all the lighting color information in your image. If you control click your RGB channel up at the top there, what it does is it selects anything that's white, it will select at 100%, and anything that's black, it will select at 0%, and anything in between, right? So selection with 70% transparency for something that's 70% gray. If you do that, you can then generate a mask by clicking this guy right here, an alpha mask with that transparency information. So there's the mask right there. So this mask, if I'm sort of assuming a little bit of knowledge of Photoshop here, so bear with me here. This is an alpha mask. Anything that's white in this mask is allowing the color information from this side to come through. Anything that's black on here is masking off the color information that's on the layer over here. And I'll put like a bright red layer underneath to show you that that's what's happening. See? So what you can do then is you can fill this in with any color you want. So let's kind of put a neutral blue back there. So I can fill this in with like, let's say just bright green, and that transparency information is preserved. Okay. So I just want that to be white, I think. And now I've got this kind of dusty plume, and I can flatten that down into its own layer, and then I can bring that into my other image and use it however I want. So let's see here. How do I want this? Yeah, okay, so it just adds like a level of detail that I don't want to bother with painting in.
Nice.
And now that I've got it, I can kind of copy
So it's
and paste it.
like a stamp, basically. You can kind of
Yeah.
use throughout.
Okay, so we dropped in some effects work, which is part of my workflow. So we've seen that. Another thing I'll do is maybe put stuff on a separate layer to add like a blur effect just to help sell it. So we'll put this tower on a new layer, and I'm gonna use a blur filter out of motion blur. Doesn't have to be like super dramatic, but and then maybe even for this foreground element, I'm talking about this snake coil in the foreground. I could put like a Gaussian blur just to, again, just help with the depth. Kind of gives like a nice depth of field effect. I never got around to painting the characters, but our characters are there. I think I've walked you through like every trick in my bag of tricks for doing beat boards. But for an image like this, I'd probably keep messing with it just to plus it out, like, get some dust plumes in there, put them on blur. You can even take the whole image. So if you basically, if you hit Control Shift C, it copies the entire image as a flattened JPEG. Then you can copy the whole thing on. So now the image itself is on the top here as the top layer. That's the whole image flattened down. And I can now do a whole bunch of things. I can maybe make a darker version of it that I then apply a mask to get a specific effect, like, the far left is a little more in shadow.
Ah, neat.
Or I can use that layer to apply an effect to the whole thing, right? So I can do like a radial blur that kind of gives a sense of like the camera pushing in or pulling away. See what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can make that again as like subtle or as apparent as you want by adjusting the transparency. So these are the kind of the final touches I would apply to an image to liven it up, to give it a certain je ne sais quoi that the art director goes, yeah, that, we're gonna make that. And it's the fun stuff, right? It's just like these little twiddling knobs until the thing is just so yeah, if there's no other questions, I'm just gonna keep painting here until they turn my camera off and
There are
take
other
away my mic.
questions, but
Abrupt
I don't
stop.
know if we have time for do you have new advice for new artists that want to start in the game industry?
Sure.
2 minutes, go.
Okay. I mean, I'm always hesitant to like give advice on this stuff because everyone's path into the game industry is so varied, and there's kind of a survivor bias there. I personally benefited a lot from going to art school. By being surrounded by people that were just super talented and had a lot of ideas and ambition, and I made a lot of friends there. In fact, I work with some of my friends that I was in college with. That sense of art community that came out of college was more valuable than the instruction that I got there, which is not to disparage the instruction there. The instruction was great, but it was those relationships and friendships and that camaraderie out of that to push one another that I really valued. That's about the extent of the advice I can give. It's like you love what you're doing, and if you don't, what are you doing? And I found my opportunities to get into the game industry emerged out of that rather than it being a thing I was chasing. So I'm only speaking from personal experience. I can't really speak beyond that. I'm always so hesitant to give advice on that because like that opportunity's got to be there too, right? Doesn't matter how strong your portfolio is.
Absolutely. Okay, I think we should be transitioning to the next segment. So thank you so much for your time, Nick.
Thank you so much for the questions. This has been a real fun treat. I've never done anything like this before. It's great.
It was awesome to watch you.
It was very fun to watch, Nick.
Coming up, we have a video from VR Cave, and we'll do some questions and answers after. Thanks a lot.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be able to chat today with Adam during this next panel. You'll remember me as Madison Cote with the Edmonton Screen Industries office, but let's just jump right into it. I want to know more about you, Adam. So what's your name? And besides Adam, and what do you do?
Well, my name is Adam Shep, and I'm the manager of special operations at VR Cave. I'm also a programmer and the tech support for them.
Oh, awesome. Can you kind of elaborate, like, what exactly is VR Cave?
We make virtual reality escape rooms for VR arcade or escape room businesses. We currently have a library of 5 unique VR escape rooms and 1 haunted house experience and 1 puzzle action game.
Oh, awesome. Very fitting the October theme as well. And so you folks are based out of Edmonton, right?
That's correct.
Awesome. And mostly local folks working there, I'm assuming?
Yes, everyone that's working for us is from Edmonton or Calgary.
Fun fact, our CEO is actually Tom Vienika. So we definitely have a fun VR cave connection at ESIO as well. So he likes to talk about his experience, but a lot of people don't seem to understand what is a VR escape room? Like, how does that even work?
Like a traditional escape room, a VR escape room's purpose is to solve all the puzzles and escape the room. But the advantage of using VR is we can do things that are just impossible for like a traditional escape room to do, like having zero gravity environment, or sailing the high seas, or even time traveling.
That one is super interesting. Yeah, it's one of those really cool like ideas and concepts that you're actually able to try a lot more than people ever would have been able to do in just, a space above on Jasper Ave somewhere. So that's super exciting. But I'm sure with VR development, there comes a whole bunch of different challenges and obstacles when building an entire interactive kind of almost universe for people. So what would you say are the biggest obstacles when working in VR?
I would have to say the first biggest issue is avoiding VR sickness. One of the common issues with VR is that you get fully immersed into an environment, and then if you're moving around in that environment but your body's not actually moving, tricks your brain into thinking you should feel sick, so you do. So to avoid that, our games are based around being room scale and free roam. So if you need to go somewhere, you just walk to that position.
That's very, very cool. And so when you're working with a technology like VR, it's kind of constantly updating. I mean, especially folks trying out different things, like walking, even that didn't used to be a thing. So are your games updated pretty regularly then?
Yes. Every time we release a new game, we also try to update the library with things we learned while making that game. So even the first game that VR Cave released has been updated with a lot of new optimizations or gameplay improvements.
Yeah, that's really cool because then it's like you can kind of almost try it again. But for folks, I know we have a pretty diverse audience that watches Gamers for Groceries all across Canada, sometimes in the US, folks from everywhere, really. So if somebody wanted to find VR Caves games or content, like is there a certain place that it's available, or where can they get their hands on this?
The only way to play our game is at a arcade or escape room business. But we do have locations all over Canada, US, Europe, and even the Middle East. So if you go to vrcave.ca, we have a page on there that has all of our locations on a map, and you might be able to find a place near you.
Obviously, a lot of folks who are involved in this entire event, they're used to playing their games kind of on console, maybe PC, not having to actually go to a place to do a thing. So is that something that VR Cave's ever kind of been looking into, is console VR?
We're not planning development for console right now, but that'd be a fun challenge.
I can imagine. But what is next for VR Cave?
Well, we're always working on the next room, or the next experience. Actually, this week we were just finishing up testing on our newest game, Pirate's Plague, where players have to sail the high seas and fight a kraken. It's a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome. It's definitely a little bit more than you would expect with your traditional VR kind of game than in general. To actually fight a kraken, that is insanely fun sounding. But I think for folks who kind of want to maybe do their first ever escape room in VR, or even the haunted house, anything like that, is there anything that people need to know before they would have a VR experience?
Not really. We cover all the VR safety information before a game starts. So uh, all you need to use your brain to solve some puzzles.
Awesome. And I do have one question that I tend to ask everybody. And it is, what is your favorite of the games that you've made?
My favorite. My favorite is the time travel paradox. Mostly because in most of our our newer games, we always have boss fights at the end now. And that boss fight's my favorite.
Ooh, a challenge. That sounds super exciting. Well, is there anything else that you want folks to know, or maybe just let them know where they can find you as well?
To vrcave.ca and reach out to us on the contact form there. We also we have a side company with VR Cave called Align VR, where we use our escape rooms for team building or job interview sort of application.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting, this concept of Align VR. And I know you've done a lot of training for interview skills, soft skills, communication in general. I know there was talk of people doing like their team meetings in VR too at one point, that it's a lot more than just escape rooms. I mean, technically VR could be used for anything up to like rehab. Is that something that you folks are also kind of working on?
Currently, we don't have anything outside of the escape rooms and our job training and soft skill evaluation stuff. With Align VR, we can facilitate job interviews by giving applicants a situation where they have to either communicate or take a leadership role and help like to solve the situation. Of course, using our existing escape room library and puzzles, the software actually collects data on who you're looking at, if you're looking at the person while you're talking to them, all sorts of metrics that a whole room full of people wouldn't even be able to collect that data if they're watching and writing stuff down. So at the end of each Align VR session, you get a report how these people handled the situation, how well they did, and it's a great tool for training and especially job interviews. It's actually what we use when we're interviewing new hires.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I feel like I would definitely get caught with that staring at yourself on Zoom thing. It's definitely a problem for everybody. But that's really interesting just in general to be tracking eye movements, or, we always try to analyze body language when we're talking in interviews, but you literally have data for it. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. And it's actually very interesting to see. Like you'll see a commanding person will have the chart for when they're talking is usually like busier, and you can see when they start all the conversations, and they're always looking directly at the people that they're talking to. It's very interesting data to see when it's put out onto that sheet.
It's really interesting too to see the kind of embracing of VR. I mean, even like our provincial government is now very excited about things in VR. We've seen like rehabilitation hospitals using it. So this is really kind of just the beginning for you folks, is starting off with maybe something a little spooky with a haunted house, and really the sky's the limit.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen a lot of rehabilitation games, specifically at the Glenrose Hospital, and I think VR is the logical next step for getting, especially physical therapy games, where you need to increase arm movement and just increase range of motion. It's got a lot of potential for that. Yeah.
For sure. I mean, we won't go full into Black Mirror mode quite yet, maybe, but I think it's definitely exciting to see where things can go. just even where we've already gone. I know for a lot of folks, they imagine that you can't move around. And so when you're talking about your games are already moving around, like we're already so much farther ahead than people think. For you folks, work from home, how has that kind of been? Or have you folks always kind of been kind of remote based?
Well, actually, we only started working from home when it happened. It's actually been quite of a challenge to properly test our games. We need a full 5.5 meter by 4.5 meter space, and no home can really facilitate that. At least no normal home I've seen. So yeah, we've had to actually put in quite a few changes in our game just so we can work from home. But now we're a well-oiled working remote machine.
That's really interesting to know that you need all that space just even to develop it. Because I think folks think developers, it's you and the computer, it's fine. But when you're doing movement and VR, gonna need a little bit more than that.
Oh yeah, I could get away with playing the game sitting in a chair, but the true experience is walking around the space, and so it does make everything a little bit harder.
Awesome. Do we have any other things that you want to talk about?
Oh, we do. We do a lot of local beta tests. So we usually need a lot of people for every time we have a new game about ready to release. We try to do weekend tests. So for people that were watching and are interested in getting a chance to play our escape rooms for free, go to vrcave.ca and contact us through the website, and we'll get your emails in a list, and we'll let you know when we're doing free escape rooms in Edmonton.
That's a pretty big and cool opportunity for folks. I know I was 10 minutes late to the last one, which would have been on the Sunday of this weekend. So I was a little bit bummed out, but now I'll just get to experience it with everybody else. So super excited for that. I think people will be very into helping you folks test anything out like this, especially now that we can go out a little bit more. So definitely we'll send them your way so that they can get on that list and maybe go play some games for free. I mean, what else could be better than that?
Oh, absolutely. And I make sure to clean the headsets after every play. So we're good on that front.
Awesome. COVID safe and sickness safe. And that's all you need to have a good time. So I'm so excited to see what you folks are working on. It's such a cool business and started right here. And, Nathan and Alex are fantastic people. And the whole team at VR Cave seems so dedicated to making really amazing experiences for folks. So I'm thrilled that we got to chat with you, and I can't wait to see what you folks are up to next.
Well, thank you. It was great chatting with you too.
Thanks so much. Yeah, just like that. We're in the future. So awesome to see you again, Adam. So obviously, we're here to ask some questions, but also answer some questions from people live. So I have one that's from John, which I think is hilarious, which I think we should ask first. And he put it just like this: I'm really tall. Is it weird? But as somebody who's 5'3", if I'm playing the same experience as John, how does that kind of work in a VR escape room?
If you're tall, you have a better chance of solving some of our puzzles. Um, it'll work. Yeah, height differences in people, we make sure to account for that. So, yes, you can play as a tall or shorter person. Um, no issues there. Yeah,
Interesting. So you almost need to like stack your team with one of every height, and that way you're good to go.
it's a pretty good strategy. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we had some fun talks in the chat about like showing their parents about VR in general. I took my dad to an escape room for the first time. I think it was 2 years ago now because that whole thing. But it was really fun to show him like how things have changed with like fun activities in general. Is that something that you folks kind of make easy to bring in anybody of any age?
Yes. Part of what we do when we test our games is make sure that the games aren't too difficult or too easy. So we make sure there's a nice little challenge level, and we have a pretty robust hint system in the game. So um, if you're having troubles with a particular issue or in the game, it'll help you get through each one by showing you what to do.
Awesome. I think that's the great debate of, do I use the hints? Do I use them sparingly? So it's good to know that there's options there. So I think before we get into Stinkbug's question here, we just wanted to know a little bit more about VR Cave, because you folks have been around for a little while now, like not a Bioware time, but definitely kind of like pioneers in this entire industry, especially in Edmonton. So you folks have gotten up to quite a few employees, though. So how many folks actually work at VR Cave now?
Oh, I think we are hovering around 10 right now. Um, yeah.
Awesome. That's fantastic. That's, the best thing that we love to see is that growth. And for the escape rooms, who on the team actually designs them? Is it kind of like a core team, or is every one of those 10 people kind of touch on it?
Uh, we have like a development team of about 6 people, 7 people, and we all have a say in the development. So, an idea comes forward, and then we talk over the idea. We come up with puzzle ideas, and then uh, we get the artists to start on the environments, and then everything kind of just naturally builds up from there.
Really cool. Yeah, so let's address Stinkbug's question of, what are the biggest challenges in developing a VR escape room game?
Well, VR sickness is the one I mentioned in the interview earlier. Uh, I would say the next challenge is VR itself. It's it's different from a traditional, game you're playing with a mouse or keyboard or controller, where you have a whole, you have the entire environment and the ability to just use your hands and like grab things and manipulate stuff all around you. And I still sometimes get amazed at what people will do to break our games. So trying to just prevent them from doing that is, I'd say, the hardest.
Interesting. We need like the speed run of the the games. You mentioned the nausea, but are there like mechanisms that are kind of in place to deal with things like that, or how do you even begin to deal with that?
Uh, it's very dependent on the person. So most people are susceptible to VR sickness, in sort of the same way you'd be susceptible to uh, being car sick, where your body is moving and you feel like the car bouncing up and down and all that. But you're in the back, you don't see the movement in your eyes, so your body thinks you're moving, you don't see movement, you get sick. And it's the exact same thing, except the opposite. Um, so mostly what we try to do is prevent um, sharp or quick movement of the player without their consent. So really, it's don't move the player if they're not moving themselves.
That makes sense. That's really interesting as well. Like when you're figuring out how to not make a jarring experience, like we just heard about the art one, making sure that the characters where it's supposed to be at the end of the cinematic, it's kind of the same thing, right? Is not if there's a disconnect to what they were just doing a second ago, they're going to be confused in general, let alone if their body feels like it moved. So it just adds a whole other layer onto.
Hmm.
Awesome. So we've got a question as well. Are there any recommendations for people who tend towards motion sickness to be able to enjoy VR?
Well, I would recommend our experiences. We do a very I was about to say we do a very good job. We try very hard to prevent players from getting motion sick. Um, but for games that aren't ours, uh, the kind of games you would be looking for would be, I'd say, seated experiences. Um, Maybe not. Definitely don't do a roller coaster experience in VR. That's asking for trouble. Um, you know, it's all about it's all about movement and the translation of movement. So if a game has teleportation controls or quick turning controls, like stuff like that, that'll help prevent you from getting motion sick.
Yeah, and just from like personal experience, like Tom, who we talked about earlier as well, he gets sick in like everything else except for VR cave ones. Like, I don't know if he was your test subject for a lot of them, but like,
He actually was, yeah. We we'd make sure it was okay if he could get through it, we were good.
yep, that's exactly what he said. He's like, nope, if I can make it, like anybody can make it. And I think Baldwin's also recommending ginger. First, I thought he was just yelling at me. But yeah, some ginger chew candy apparently can help with that, which is really interesting. Um, I wonder how that could work into some sort of branding deal, right? Because I think what people want to know too is like, what's the future of VR Cave? Like, are you mostly going to stick with having like locations like in Laser City, or what are you folks kind of up to over there?
I can't really say much, but we're always looking into potential new experiences or ways to develop our games. So yeah, without saying too much, we are planning for the future, but I don't want to tell anybody what we're
It's
doing.
totally fair. If we just want to write up like maybe like 1,000 NDAs, I think we'd be good to go. But it's really interesting to kind of even talk about the advantage of VR in an escape room. Like I know we were talking about time travel and sailing the high seas and things like that. When you're creating an escape room that's completely in virtual reality, there seem to be a lot of advantages to that rather than having to do a lock and a key. You get to do a lot more interesting puzzles. Is that what you find as well?
That's actually how we think about it when we're developing. Like, um, for every game and every puzzle or I guess room, uh, we try to say, can you do this in a traditional escape room? Like, is this something that only you can do in VR? And then if it is, that's usually a green light to us to keep working on it and develop further.
It's really cool. Yeah, you'll do a new escape room and you'll find something completely unique to to that room and you're like, oh, this is crazy, this is exciting. But then that VR level just takes it to a whole new world, like completely. I can't wait until the location in Edmonton is open again because I really want to try like all of them. But the one that you were talking about with the time travel sounds really, really interesting. And just, we don't want to give away spoilers, obviously.
Obviously.
But like you were saying too, like people get chances to join betas, which are a little bit different for yours. You don't have to rely on like a keyboard, like you said, so there's no WAS to deal with. When folks want to sign up for things like that, what do they kind of have to be prepared to deal with?
Um, when we do our betas, there's going to be a lot of bugs, and the game might be too hard or it might be too easy, and that's why we have you playing the games for free because it's not an experience we're quite ready to sell. So, yeah, you do get to play the game for free, but you're gonna have to be ready to experience some issues.
For sure. I feel like it would just be me being like, I need John to be the tall person to find this clue. Now that we know that that's like the hack to have the tall and the short people there, I feel like we're gonna be like jumping up and down looking for everything.
I think I said that, but that only really works in one, maybe
Okay.
two of our games.
Okay. So we get to have some variety too, but it's super, super exciting to see what you folks are working on. And like we were talking about, just the open world that is virtual reality right now and limitless possibilities. Is there anything else you kind of want to share with us? I know earlier we did get to see, before we went on camera, I got to see the cat, but do we have any kind of fun things like that in the future? Maybe a cat themed escape room?
I am. I think I'm the only developer on the team who is a cat fan. Oh wow! It's like you summoned
It
her.
worked. It
Uh,
worked. My
um,
manifestation.
I think I'm the only person on the team who is a cat fan. We have one game with a dog in it, so there's that.
Can you
Um,
pet the dog? That's the question.
yes, because
There
it's
we
VR.
go. There we go. Everybody needs to sign up for that as soon as we can. That's fantastic. And I love that that worked out so perfectly. She knows her cues, like right on it. But yeah, if there's anything else that you want to share, we are 100% ready to everybody here, like to just go play when we can. But anything else from the VR Cave kind of announcements?
We don't have any announcements right now. We might. It's like in the video I said. You go to vrcave.ca. I'm pretty sure there's a contact form there, so people can send us an email. Uh, I We're going to have to do some more tests soon. So
Ooh.
yeah, anyone who's interested in playing the Pirates game that you got a little sneak peek of in the video, um, yeah, sign up. Let us know that's what you're interested in, and we'll keep your email and let you know when we're ready to do it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Adam, for sharing all this info about VR Cave, sharing the cat, obviously, and just we are so excited to see everything that comes out from you folks. I'm a little nervous to send it over to the art check-in because I'm a little scared of what might be going on there with some masked figures, but I think we're going to have a fun time. So thank you so much again, Adam, and we'll see everybody soon.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Andrew. I
Hello.
missed you earlier today. Were you out doing errands?
Oh, yeah, I had a thing to do for my mask manager. That's
Oh,
that's his name.
he manages your masks, or he is a manager who is masked?
Both, apparently.
Oh, that's two jobs in one. That's pretty great. I really like it. So Andrew, we have a lot of great art to go through, but I got to read some donations. So, our top scientists have confirmed that we did legitimately receive a donation from Brian Barnes for 2,400 Canadian dollars, which is a lot. That is amazing. And that has already 2 hours in has pushed us to reach our goal of 4,000 Canadian dollars. There is no upper limit to charity. There's no upper limit to the people out there who need support. This is all of Canada. Canada has lots of people who all need support, and please don't take your foot off your gas if you're thinking about donating. Just because we hit our goal, we did not prepare for this because we generally don't get $2,400 donations. So, really just impressed. We did email them. They did reply and say it was not a typo. We thought maybe it's $24. But they replied and said it was because Patrick Week did a shout out. So gotta give a big shout out to Patrick for signal boosting, which, hey, if you can't donate, you can always signal boost, and it does help us. I do want to read a few other donations. Lena Anderson, who said, thank you for putting this on again this year. It's excellent cause. As Cabela, thank you for doing this. Y'all so amazing. Heart emoji. Laura Kultz, I'll be working on the event, but I want to do my part. Hope it's a smashing success. We got a donation from Combustible Dan. We got Anonymous, who said, thank you for helping people with food security. We got a donation from a John Renish, who just says cat trivia, which is weird. I don't know who that is. But why don't we get some art coming up? So our artists have been, your artists, the art crew, has been churning on some amazing art. What do we have?
Ooh, I like the sound of the art crew.
Art
They have
crew.
been working blazing fast. They are working almost as fast as the commissions have been coming in. They're
And they've been
coming
coming
hot.
in. These commissions
Oh,
are coming in.
yeah. Hot and feisty.
Hot and feisty.
So let's see here. First off, we have.
Oh, what?
Ooh,
Wow.
this
All right, give
is
me a name.
from. Okay, Alexander Soa is the name of the character. This is done by our lovely artist, Jen Forth.
Yeah. That
They
is so good.
are.
And yeah.
Oh, I gotta pull up my sheet here. They are. This shouldn't be hard. It's the only bear on the sheet. Come on, Andrew. They
Actually, I
are
requested a commission, so there's two now.
a bearfolk Twilight Domain cleric.
Ooh. That's really impressive. I'll let that sit up there for just a minute or just a second. I'm gonna read some more donations. We got a donation from Octavia. We got a donation from Douglas Gregory saying, "Come chat about game jamming at 7:10 Eastern, 5:10 Mountain." Hey, that's my panel. Oakley donated saying, "This is so rad," and Cherry Praise donated, "Yo, such a cool project." What else can you tell about this bear, or do you want to move on to the next one?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I read out the wrong name. Their
Oh,
name is Cecil Cirilli.
ooh,
They used to be a 69-year-old priest dressed in
nice.
patch gray robes and covered in leaves, twigs, and other bits of nature.
That is
Uh,
really cool. And who was the artist on this one?
this is by Jen Forth.
Right, you mentioned that. Thank you, Jen Forth. Follow them on Twitter. It's amazing art right here.
Awesome stuff. Next up, we have.
Ooh, like the crow. Who's this?
This is Chisgon. I hope I'm saying that correctly. They are a half goblin, half human warlock.
Ooh,
She is shy, sweet, inquisitive, and influenced into maybe being too aggressive by their patron spirit, the crow.
oh, nice. Who was the artist for this?
This was done by Elena Chikos. No, sorry. I biffed that super hard. Chichikov. Elena Chichikov.
Wow, that is really good. I'm gonna let this one be off here for just a moment, and I'm gonna read a few more donations. Kyle Livingston donated saying, "Thank you for a good cause." We got a donation from Cody Kostora, Emily Bellalu. I'm gonna have trouble with these names. I'm sorry. We got a donation from someone named Ali Grotkowski saying, "Gamers for Groceries is awesome. Raising money to combat food insecurity is important. If you can't eat, you can't game." That is very true. That is very true. Um, so let's go on to the next one. But how many slots are left, Andrew?
Oh, these are going by super quick. So let me just pull up the list here. It looks like we have 22 requests so far out of our allotted 30 slots.
Wow,
So there's only 8 spots left, which is
that's a record.
mind-boggling. Next up on the list here, we have
It says Flick, the fire
Flick.
genasi.
They are a wild magic barbarian / warlock with the genie patron, Fire Genasi.
Ah. Good use of red. I like it. It's so vibrant. It just pops.
This one is done by Chelsea Wong.
Chelsea Wong. Thank you so much for the work on this one, Chelsea. It's really nice. Just so
Uh,
colorful.
some background on the character. Flick is an adrenaline seeker, always look for foes to the best, big tough guys to outshine and embarrass, and often looking without ever thinking of leaping.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm gonna read a couple more donations. We got another donation from Kyle Livingston, so thank you for a double donation. We got Tarek Achaya who donated. We have a person named, I believe this said Mad B, who donated saying heart emoji, and Callum Kennedy also donated. Thank you all so much for those donations.
And lastly, not least, we have a work in progress from one of our new artists this time around, Kyle Hack.
The Tortle.
Yeah, Tortle. And this is Buck.
Buck the Tortle. Oh, I can't wait. They're gonna. This is such a great start for the sketch. And what do we have any information on Buck? Is Buck a farmer or an NPC, or is this like a druid or something?
Oh, you nailed it. They are a druid from the Circle of Spores.
Ooh.
Buck is a slow-talking farmer who values hard work and following the rules. He doesn't have a ton going on in his mind, so will ask a lot of questions to make sure he fully understands what is being asked of him.
Great. Thank you so much. Is that all for our check-in right now?
Yes, that is all we have currently, but I'm sure that we will have many more awesome things to show off at the next check-in.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Our up next is Here's How It Works with this amazing audio team, and we'll let the camera head over there. Thank you so much for your time, Andrew, and these arts are amazing.
Thank you all again. Thank you all for your
Hello,
donations.
my name's Chris Burt, and I'm a sound designer here at
enjoy the next panel.
BioWare. And just to showcase kind of what we do here at the office, I did a little linear piece of a Resident Evil 3 remake game. It's like a little scene with a monster, the Nemesis, and he's kind of mutated at this point, and he's chasing the lead character. So this is me with my final session. This is Ableton. I kind of did this kind of like a linear piece, but I did some actual design work in here for the creature. And I'll just do a dry run with no sound so you can see what it looks like with like it sounding like nothing, and then I'll play what I did for it, and then I can go into the detail of like what's happening in this whole session. So here is it played with zero sound. It's just quiet and silent. All right, pretty cool scene. And now I'll play it with my audio that I've done for it that I just did like yesterday, the day before. Here it is with cool sound. So much better than silent, of course. But I can go into some I'll go into much detail I can of how I put this all together. So all this stuff on the right here, I've grouped all like the main food groups of content in here to like just to have things organized a little bit cleaner. The first thing is my ambience, which is just like the most boring thing. It's just like air that I've actually just taken out in a lot of parts because you don't need like boring air, noisy stuff doing nothing in the session. So that's just like fill gaps of silence where it is really quiet. I've got exertions for the actual humanoid female character here, which I just actually recorded my girlfriend because it just adds like a level of detail that like kind of brings things alive. So this is like her just, she was actually super embarrassed to do this stuff. Just like breathing into the mic, and I was like directing her, and then I got a bunch of takes and then chopped it together for things to work. So this is just the exertions of the female actress. And then she's not all over the place. Like she's got stuff there. She's got stuff here when she falls or she is falling. And then at the end, she's got some stuff. And then yeah, add some verb and stuff. So this is like a bunch of the other takes that I actually recorded with her in. This is just a bunch of random stuff in here. It's probably terrible. It's got lots of reverb on it too, because I did like a mix on this. But that's the like exertion stuff from the actual female character. And then I've got, what is this? This is like the Foley. So this is like movement that is like detail and it's attached to the character. So like the character's footsteps, the cloth of like her outfit moving and stuff, and whatever she touches with her hands. So like the movement coming from the character's body. So she's got some stuff at the beginning when it's really quiet, when she walks into the scene. It's just like added detail of her like stepping on metal grates and stuff and like jumping down. And then there's some stuff when she's like falling. A lot of the stuff on this section you can't really hear because the scene's really busy and it's really loud. But if I solo it here, you can hear her like falling off the thing, or like falling off the handrail, sliding down, and then hitting grates and stuff. So that's just extra detail stuff. Most of this is just like really basic linear editing stuff, just like full coverage. Why did this? I'm just gonna jam this back in there. So, and then I've got a section for my creature Foley, where things start getting cool. I actually designed a lot of this stuff, so once I run through it, I can go through how I designed this stuff. But here's some creature Foley. So this is like not the vocals of the creature, it's just the creature's movement. So it's like hand and foot plants and stuff, and its body moving around. So I'll show some of that off. That's it, like walking off screen in a different room into the scene, and then it busting through the wall. It's got So like basically that, I think that stuff at the end I meant for like a body fall when he hits the ground, but you can't really hear because there's other stuff going on. So that's all like the creature's movement. And then the cool stuff is it's vocalizations, which is usually the hardest stuff as well. So making the thing come to life. So I'll play some of that stuff for you here. Oh wait, sorry, didn't solo it. Here. And then there's some stuff at the end. So I'm just going through all the layers, and then I can show you the actual sound design stuff, which I did, which were for those creature, the Foley of the creature, and then the vocalizations of the creature. And then I got some just kind of like some sound effect stuff. This is like non-diegetic, so it's not physical to what's on the screen. It just adds like emotion to the scene. So I got something at the beginning, which is like it's like a bunch of dry ice stuff I recorded, and it sounds like spooky eerie, just to add like a tense moment in the scene, which is this. And then at the very end, there's like a hard effects of a vial rolling around, which is just like a little detail there. And then destruction stuff is like a bunch of things, just because there's a lot of this of things like busting through walls and breaking handrail stuff and lots of destruction stuff. So this is just like lots of editorial smashing, lots of sound together that adds like to the weight and smashiness of all those things breaking in the scene. So destruction stuff. And then, so I'll show you my, I built a sampler rack for the creature to give it some to bring it to life, I guess, more. That's what this thing is. Okay, sweet. Turn my keyboard on. So I've got two different sounds that I designed in my rack here. Is the move, or the feet, or is one section of it, and then its movement is the other section of it. So I'll just show you the movement first. I got that up. So it's just like a bunch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different samples playing over top of each other. So it's basically sample layering. and then I can play it back on a keyboard and perform things. So this is me playing it. So going into like one of these samplers in here, oops. These are a bunch of samples here that I have mapped across keys. So I can solo this one layer just to show you what's going on. It usually, oh yeah, if I zoom out here. These little red things are showing you what keys I'm playing. So if I place them together, it's an action basically. And then doing this thing several different times with different layers of like this leather short, plunger stuff, other plunger stuff, other plunger stuff. You jam that all together and it layers to make something beefier and cool. And then you can perform it too with the keyboard, which is cool. And then I also have a bit of post-processing down here, which probably just cleaning things up a bit, frequency shifting to give things a little bit more beef to it, and then more frequency shifting in here to give it some more saturation through this, and more saturation down over here, and just turning it up. So a little bit of post-processing just to beef things up a tiny bit. I can turn that all off, and that's what it sounds like. And then just all this post-processing just kind of like gives it some more thickness. So that is the movement, and then I can show you the feet that I did, which is on this other panel here. Same kind of concept of just like layering a ton of things together and then performing it on a keyboard with I didn't put any post-processing on this actually. This is just for the movement, this stuff. So this is what its feet are like when it's like moving around, walking around, running through the level and stuff. So I've got all those those layers here playing together to make it sound like a thick footstep. And then I have this extra additive layer for it walking on metal grates when it's like, because it goes from walking into a concrete room out onto a metal grate. So then there's a detail layer for the metal. And so if I have that off, it's just regular feet. And then I added like the surface material of the metal grate, which you only really hear in the tail. So a lot of the stuff is like blending layers together, and you do that by stacking them all up and adjusting the attack, the ADSR of the sound, which is like how quickly it comes in. So if I can show you that off, if I just solo this layer, if I really slow the attack, like how soon the sound comes in, it won't come in till a while, or until the sound's gone. And this just like sculpts the envelope at which the sound comes in. And doing that across all different samples, same kind of thing. Stacking a bunch of things together. Maybe processing things a little bit inside each sampler. Like I think I've had EQ to like bring out some stuff I didn't, or to drop things down that I didn't like. If I can find an example. Maybe I didn't do that with most of this stuff. Oh yeah, like here I've got an EQ right here just shaping the sound a bit, so it's not so, because this is like a very full sound. I just took a bunch of frequencies out, so it wasn't adding more noise basically. So sculpting individual samplers stacked on top of each other, coming in and out at different times, and then performing it on a keyboard to make it a design sound like it, say it's walking in the level, and then it runs off. Yeah, so that's how I did the Foley stuff. And the other cool stuff is the actual vocalizations, which is like I started from just a lot of additive layering and then maybe post-processing of the layers. So I got a decent first layer here, and then I just added a bunch of stuff that I created from my own personal recordings and my human voice too. So that I recorded from my own voice. This layer, that's a cool layer, but that's actually from somebody else designed that. It's just like a good sample. That's me recording my hands squeaking over a mirror with like paper towel. That's actually some source we got from outsourcers, and this is some dry ice on metal stuff that I recorded. And then yeah, I've got some post-processing on each thing, a little bit of basically frequency shifting and saturation to just beef things up and make them sound cooler. And then lots of like layering of samples together, and you just make them work in time with each other so they're one cohesive thing and they sound like this. Same kind of principle here with a different kind of vocalization. And then I've just got some other details things when it's not doing a big scream on screen. Which, like, I just had the one bass sample of things to do that. It's running off kind of thing. Yeah, so that's this. Maybe I'll just play it once more in full so you can hear the whole thing kind of broken down. So playing from the whole thing again. There we go. And that's doing some like linear cinematic sound design stuff with some actual design with a sampler in there. Hope you enjoyed that. Let's talk about it.
All right. Hello. That was so cool, Chris. Like, thank you so much for putting that video together. Like, that was awesome. All right. Let's start it off here. Let's start with Chris, I guess. If y'all just want to go through like your job title and who you are, introduce yourself for us here.
Okay, I'll start off. Yeah, I'm Chris Burt. I'm a sound designer, focusing on gameplay stuff, mainly creature stuff. I'm owning all the creatures for Dragon Age. They're a new one, and I've been with BioWare for about 5 years. And I've worked on like lots of things. I've been like kind of jack of all trades for my career there. Basically, I started off in cinematics, and then lived that for a long time, and then worked on levels, a big chunk of stuff there, and then moved on to little bits of everything. Basically, and worked on weapons, worked on some creature stuff, and now I'm working on creatures like specifically. So that's me. Nick, you go.
Sweet. Hi, I'm Nicholas Mars. I am also one of the gameplay audio artists on the team. However, I specifically am the player audio artist, doing everything that the player is going to be doing in the game for Dragon Age. I have been with the company 3 years now. It's my first job in the actual industry. And yeah, I don't know. It's been pretty fantastic. Take it away, Cody.
Hi everyone, I'm Cody Behill. I'm an audio director. I'm the audio director for the new Dragon Age project, and been working at BioWare Edmonton for coming up on 8 years. Started working. My first game at the company was Dragon Age Inquisition, and I worked on cinematics, and then moved into technical sound design as kind of a subspecialization in the sound design field, and a lot of that is to do with making systems for audio playback inside the engine to do dynamic systems and mixing systems and procedural systems and lots of different elements, and kind of getting to see all the different aspects of what it takes to put together the audio for a game. So and now I'm here, audio director.
Nice. All right. Thank you all for explaining what you do. So we have a question in from chat. It's pretty contentious. I don't know if you want to answer it, but people want to know how many instruments you own. We can start with Nick because I think his are the most visible right now.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So I've got all the guitars that you can see on the wall back there. There's one more guitar that's kind of hidden behind me at the moment. I've got a didgeridoo in this corner here. I've got a pocket didgeridoo on the other side of my computer that I can't quite reach. Keyboard, and right now that might be it. Oh no, I have another guitar stashed at another friend's house, and I'm this close to buying myself a guitar. We're gonna see how that one goes, but yeah, that's me.
All right. Cody, how many instruments do you have?
So I don't do a lot of music these days. I used to play guitar. Don't touch it that much. So I have two guitars. Both of them are being borrowed out to friends that were like, "Hey, I want to learn the guitar. Can I borrow that?" And I was like, "Cool, yeah, of course." I don't play it that often. I also have an electric drum kit, which I bought, not gonna lie, primarily to play Rock Band.
Nice.
But it's actually a great learning tool for doing for learning drumming and doing basic rhythm training stuff. Really enjoy doing that. And I also have started my modular, which you can see it's blurred out there, but it's a modular synth plug and play, and that's like kind of a nice little sound toy to play with in my spare time.
Okay, sweet. And yeah, Chris, how many instruments do you own?
I only have 2 guitars. One's right here. I have an acoustic there, and then right in front of me, you can't see off screen. I've got an electric there. I haven't played guitar in years. I mainly played guitar in junior high school. But I also have another modular synth, like Cody asked or said, right behind me, where the orange is. I got like an Oilers flag on it. That one I own. But I have tons of work here at home. So I've got the thing right here is another Eurorack modular synthesizer, all IntelliGel stuff. That's work stuff. I've got another Make Noise one somewhere stashed back there, and I actually have like a Virus TI thing hanging out back there too. So I've got like 3 or 4 synths hanging around, as well as a couple of my guitars. I haven't touched the guitars though. I touched the synths mainly.
All right, very cool. So it sounds like, at least for all of y'all, your gateway drug into music was like guitar. But I'm kind of curious, like, if someone did want to get a role or like a job in audio, like, what would be like the best way to get like your position that like you currently have? Whoever wants to pick up this question first, go for it.
That is a very good question and a common one. I think I saw Nick mention Nick Thornborough in the earlier segment mentioned that it's really a unique journey for everyone, and there's always a different path to finding your love of audio. Um, like for myself, it was kind of very happenstance. Just enjoying music and enjoying playing guitar and well, drinking beer with my friends in the basement as a teenager. That brought me to like, oh hey, I like music. What can I do in this space to make it my job? Uh, and and that kind of led me into the music path, and then I realized quickly that that wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. And a lot of performing, a lot of technical skill um, on the guitar. So I actually found out about sound design through a Twitter post from BioWare.
No way, that's really cool.
Yeah, yeah, it was through for the Vancouver Film School that that BioWare kind of worked with them to do a little promo, and that's how I found out about sound design as a concept, as like, oh, that's a thing that you could do, right? Someone has to make sound effects for all the stuff, all the video games that I love to play. So it kind of turned into that was the spark of hey, I could start to do that. How about you,
Yeah.
Chris? What was
Looking for my camera button or mic button. Mine was like, I don't know, so many of us on the audio team here went to Vancouver Film School, so we have a lot of the same stories, but starting off in different places. Mine was like was in the DJ community in Edmonton, and I'd been like trying to do some bedroom producing stuff, and I was like, how do I get paid to do audio stuff? Like, I was in university at the time, and I hated everything I was doing there. I didn't like academia, and then I just met the audio director at BioWare, so like the I guess the key point there is like having good social ties to somebody in the industry. Like if you ever want to work in this industry, having a connection is going to be your main way to get in, basically. And then you have to like figure out the tools and like the skills as well. So like find somewhere where you can go like a school or on your own or learning through online sources, like learn the skill and the trade, but then you got to know somebody to get in kind of thing too.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think like very similarly, like yeah, all 3 of us went to VFS. So I mean, like maybe that is worth a little shout out on its own. But yeah, before that, my path like was a bit weirder. Although Chris, we did bump into each other a number of times through that path. But I used to work in radio for a local radio station doing production assistant work, and that's kind of like where I got my start doing any form of audio. Realized that that wasn't where I wanted to be. I didn't quite like doing radio, and completely dove off until I found, oh hey, you could work in video games, not even thinking about sound, and went to school to learn how to be a level designer and a game artist. That didn't end up panning out, kind of just like a fleeting fancy, but it did land me a QA job at BioWare, where I met a lot of the audio team, and like Chris said, made really good friends with all of them, and like just kind of developed that network. And they helped me realize that, hey, you could be doing sound stuff like for a career. Like you need to learn a little bit more, maybe go to VFS. That's where most of us came from. But yeah, put in that work, because I knew that I loved the people I was working with and really really enjoyed that work. And lo and behold, not that long later, here I am with the company as an audio designer.
Fantastic, really cool. Okay, kind of branching off that question, I guess. Lots of y'all went to Vancouver Film School, and I imagine that prepared you like in good ways for your job now. So I'm kind of curious, what is like one of the most challenging aspects of your job that you have, or like that you do in like your day to day that you encounter? Again, anyone who wants to pick up the question, go for it.
I'll try to start it. There's lots of challenging things because game dev is not easy. It's very hard. So there's lots of things that can be like struggles. Um, I'll talk about one random one. I'm better with this nowadays, but like everyone kind of has imposter syndrome at some point or a little bit. And especially if you're new in your career, it's like heavy because like you're working with super talented people that are crazy good at everything, and like if you're new, it's very intimidating. So you do get like imposter syndrome, which is like, I can't do this. I don't think I'm good enough to do this. And you just question your abilities. Um, I had that for like my first 2, 3 years. And then like I just kept on jumping to like harder content and harder things to do. So like you kind of always have it. It doesn't really go away. But it helps push you to do things you don't want to do. And yeah, it's just like a weird mental thing of like, okay, like I can do this, I know I can do this, but like your mind works against you. It's like your own internal struggle. That's
Mm.
one of
That's such a big one for, I think, for everyone in the games industry, and lots of people in lots of different industries too. When you realize, like I'm 30 years old, which is not, I'm not young, but I still feel like I'm new. You know what I mean? So it's very yeah, you expect when you look at older people when you're younger, you're like, hey, they'll figure it. They look like they figured it out. You know, you didn't. They didn't. They're just still working through it. To actually answer the question, I think for me it's especially working, and I've only ever worked in games at BioWare, and it's a big company, and we have big projects. And so one of the most difficult things is kind of dealing with the, how to describe it, the ambient anxiety about what all the things that are happening on the project and all the different complications that might come up and might affect your work on the day to day. Things change and decisions get made, and communication is difficult to maintain very strongly across every single person on the team. It's a persistent challenge when you're working with 300 plus people on a project, and so you have to be able to kind of push some of that stuff to the background and know that like you can focus on the things that you can focus on that are in front of you, and kind of trust that your teammates are gonna be there and pick up the slack.
On that exact note, I actually have a couple, and I'll be quick with them. But uh, I think that my main difficulty, if I were on any other team, would be the not having like the technically minded audio people around with me as well. Having somebody like Cody on the team, or we have another member of our team, Romain, who are incredibly technically minded and capable of setting up all the back end work that we need to make everything function as intricately as we want it to, takes extreme loads off our plate. And like it gets to the point where all I have to do sometimes is be creative. Like still have to think technically about a lot of stuff, but with all the back end taken care of, that's a huge weight off my shoulders. I think if it weren't for those people, that would 100% be my main, like, this is the hardest part of the job. uh since I do have those people, I think the weirdest one to me was how hard it is to design simple sounds, or more specifically, the sounds that everybody is familiar with. Uh, Everybody has an inherent idea of what a footstep is going to sound like, so they know when it sounds wrong. So trying to find a way to do something that's that simple, but still have something that's uniquely your project or your design or your style, very, very difficult.
What great answers. Yeah, that totally makes sense too. I'm not running into so many dragons on my off time, but I'm not living that charm of life, I guess. All right, we have a good question from chat here. So, question is, have you all transitioned to work from home? And if so, how has that affected design, dev, production, etc.? Especially like y'all have a lot of equipment, like as we talked about before. Like, yeah, how has that impacted your dev?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's been a challenging time to kind of figure out how to do audio design, especially when our normal state is that we're in kind of nice secluded offices with padded walls and big speakers, and we're have all our gear, and we've had to haul, as you can tell, had to haul a bunch of it home, and make do with what we can. I think one of the most challenging aspects of it has been how to review content, how to listen to each other's work and be able to give valuable critique to one another. Because one of the aspects of audio is your playback matters immensely to how it's perceived, and the medium that you're playing it back, whether it's speakers or headphones, and different brands of headphones have different characteristics and different speakers and all of that. So trying to develop a consistency in how we monitor things has been challenging for sure.
I can jump in on that with, yeah, I think the biggest difficulty to me is that I don't have that space that Cody was talking about, where this is very hard for me to get like a proper sound dampening, like any kind of soundproofing in this space. So most of my work, if not all, has had to be through headphones. I think that the biggest offset to the work that I've been doing, and I know that Cody can vouch for this, is that a lot of my audio has been a lot more bassy because I can't monitor it through like speakers and a subwoofer, and I don't actually know what kind of low end I'm bringing in all the time with just the headphones that I'm wearing. Uh, I mean, that being said, though, like I personally like what it's done in terms of communication because everybody has to be online, so I can always get a hold of who I need to get a hold of. And uh, with where audio kind of fits in the chain of like where our content or when our content comes in compared to other people, we have to like constantly be communicating with all the teams that we work with. So that's personally been helpful for me. But yeah, two sides to it in my opinion.
I'll talk about a third aspect is I'm totally missing the collaboration, like in-person collaboration. Because we used to have like an audio hallway where like all of our offices were right next to each other. And like say if like you need an idea or need like somebody to bounce things off of, before you could just walk to the next room and be like, hey, what are you working on? Show me, this is cool or whatever. And you could just like get new ideas and like get creative like way easier than just thinking of everything yourself in your basement by yourself alone. I'm totally missing that where you can just like we'd all be in a room throwing ideas around and getting like really quickly like wicked ideas, which I can't wait till we can go back to the office and that's like a thing again that's normal.
Yeah, I definitely sympathize. I mean, programming's not, I don't need to be around people, but I definitely do miss some aspects of it. I was always very envious of your offices too. Those are dope. Perfect. All right. We have another question from chat in here, and that is there a particular genre of game you'd like to work on for the type of sound design it has? Like a horror game versus a racing game, have a very different audio feel. Again, whoever wants to pick up the question, go for it.
I'll start. My bucket list thing is like working on horror. That's kind of why I picked the Resident Evil 3 thing, just because I'm like,
It
I
was
get
so perfect. It's the right time of year. Yeah, like horror audio. I wanted to ask you too about like the squishiness, and I was so happy that there was a section of the video that was like, "This is like the squishiness," and so, yeah. That
Yeah, like
totally makes sense.
that is bucket list stuff. I was about to swear there, but bucket list stuff for me. I'm like, I want to work on a horror project at some point in my life, just because like that's my favorite genre, and like I love that. And there's so much like just like moody eeriness in the sound design. The sound design pushes like the fear factor in a lot of horror. Like if you watch a horror movie with no sound, it's just doesn't work. So it's such like a driving force, and like that stuff is like my jam. So yeah, horror would be my main thing that I'd eventually want to work on, which we actually do get to work on in Morrison because there's some dark aspects of it. So I'm getting little bits of it.
I'd completely agree with that. Horror has always been something that I've been like, oh, this would be so cool to work on. Just like getting to dip into the ambience and like make make all those little things that are going to spook the player whenever they aren't really expecting them, or even when they are, and it's just something that throws them over the edge before you're even getting ready for an actual jump scare or like any real scares or anything like that. um, yeah, I'd say that if I were working on any other genre than RPGs, that would probably be it. But right now, this is the stuff that I want to be working on. I like that I get to be working on like bombastic magic and combat and like high fantasy stuff. Uh, I think yeah, right now this is where this is what I want to be doing. So yeah.
I'm gonna throw a different type of answer because I think I haven't actually really thought about it outside of this question, but it's a good question because I really love technical systems and audio systems and mixing systems and different ways to dynamically control how the final presentation of audio comes through. And when you're making kind of third person action RPG type games like we have here at BioWare, you have to construct systems that kind of replicate real life in some form or another. You know, a sound is around a corner, and you want to make sure that it sounds appropriately positioned and slightly filtered, and you feel like maybe the delay of how long the sound would have traveled to get to your ear. And there's a lot of replicating of realistic systems in that. But another space where you don't have to be constrained as much in that is kind of like in either like 2D, like where the perspective is fixed, or even like uh, what's the like tactical games,
Oh yeah.
like or like sim games. Uh, I played some like like the Planet Coaster or whatever, right? Like you have a lot of like camera control, so you have to build a lot of systems that can mix all the different places depending on where your camera is. And there's a lot of cool opportunities for unique ideas in actually how you implement and control the playback of things in that space. So that seems like it would be kind of cool to do.
Awesome. That was great answers to the question. Thanks so much for the question too. That was super interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So another question for y'all. Actually, we just got one in chat. Let me pull it right now. Top decking it. All right. The question is, what is your favorite sound you've made that you would say is uniquely yours, is in the kind people would hear and know exactly who made it?
I will say I don't believe that I have been around long enough to have a uniquely. Oh yeah, this was Nick Mars. That one right there. Uh, that said, my favorite sound or like set of sounds that I made was for a lightning gun on a previous project, which there were multiple variants of it on like how it would fire and a bunch of different things, but I think that that was probably the most fun that I've had designing something and the happiest I've been with how it turned out as a entire feature. Um, yeah, because like getting to work with like all these mechanical bits and using a bunch of recordings that Chris had gotten with a what was the microphone, an electrostatic microphone that you had.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, that we just like brought up to one of those little Tesla balls and like recorded like the electricity and transferred that into like sound information, and bringing all of that together into a single weapon. That was a lot of fun, especially getting to like really chop it up and figure out like, okay, but what if it like fired a single projectile that then exploded? Or what if it was a continuous stream of electricity? What if it was arcing from person to person? And yeah, being able to like kind of fulfill all of those different things and have it feel like one cohesive type of weapon was really, really cool for me.
I'll pick up on that and saying like making an iconic sound that you know that somebody made. That's very difficult because there's lots of other factors that play in an iconic sound. Like if there's a major spawn of like the biggest monster in the game, that's going to be iconic right off the bat without no sound. So like it's going to be memorable, and there's going to be things attached to that. So um, probably something that I designed that it's not probably the most iconic thing. And like a lot of us on the team, we kind of once somebody's been on our team for a while, we have a sound, and it's
Oh, that's
like
really cool. Yeah, you kind of have like your own like group sort of
yeah, like
cohesiveness to it.
BioWare audio does have its own specific sound. Like we do sci-fi fantasy, and it's like punchy, gritty, and full and thick.
Yeah.
Um, So like a lot of once you're on our team for a while, everyone just kind of makes the same style of sound, which is great, like just good, great sound.
Mhm.
Um, but I worked on the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and I got to do all the new audio on that, which was really cool. So there's like a new screen, so I did all the GUI and that and ambient stuff and everything. But there's a logo splash in it for the very first time, so I was super excited to work on that because I was like, this is like the boot sequence of this game, and so
Mhm.
damn people are gonna play this game. Everyone's gonna hear my sound. So I was like super stoked on that just to like I did a good job on it and I like how it sounds. And just like knowing that so many people are gonna hear that the very first second they boot up the game, I was like, yes, this is the coolest thing ever. So yeah, I was excited about that.
For mine, I'm gonna again being in the technical realm, and doing less, spending less time on the iconic. Doing. I wasn't doing reapers and dragons. I was building systems, and so I get excited about that stuff because one of the cool things that we did on one of our previous projects was the sound of actually when a character falls and how to get the sound of wind and kind of building of energy through that action, because typically when you fall in a game you might there's nothing really supporting that. You kind of just hear the wind of the air, not necessarily the movement of the character. And so um, we were able to co-op some of the animation systems to be able to kind of raycast down to the ground
That's
and
really
map out
cool.
the
Yeah.
trajectory and actually calculate exactly how long it would be until the character impacted the ground. And with that information, I was able to make one-shot sounds that would actually be the exact right time and trigger at the exact right time to sync up with when the land happened.
That's so cool. I can't believe I never heard about that till now. That's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's really freaking cool.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest. I remember like I not supposed to be working late and all that stuff, but like when the first night that I saw that working, and I was just like I stayed up till like 3 a.m. just like making sounds for it because I was like this is so
Sometimes you get
cool.
too excited. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
I got to see it through, my boy. Got to see it through. Like,
yeah,
yeah, totally. 100% get it. All
super
right.
satisfying.
I think that's the end of our segment now. We're at 3:40. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining this. I'm very happy I got to kind of drill you with questions here. Chris, again, thank you so much for the video, stepping us through some Resident Evil, a little bit of horror there. It's fantastic. All right, I believe we have an art check-in coming in next. So if you have commissions, you might get to see them there. That's it though. Everyone wave bye.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Bye bye.
Bye.
It's generally described that the first modern food bank in Canada is the Edmonton Food Bank. Again, not that Edmonton is the first place that would feed those who are hungry in the inner city, but to use a food bank model that comes out of the States.
We could use this wasted food to help these people who needed the food.
And so that's how it got started, and then the formalization of a food bank got started in 1981.
Certainly, we've been very fortunate and worked very hard to build relationships with over 250 agencies, churches, schools, and food depots. And it's those partnerships that enables the food that comes into the food bank warehouse to go out to the broader community. We know that there's still lots of work to be done.
We still need the food bank to do what it's always done, but if we really want to transform people's lives, we need to go beyond food.
We had an individual come in, and in the Hamperline program, you'll sometimes have special requests. And this one, it was the special request was birthday cake, and we were able to meet that request. So I remember giving the hamper to the family, and I always get emotional. The little fella sees it and says, "This is the best day ever." And here I am, a guy giving out donated food, and this is this kid's best day. So it leaves a mark for me. I'm a sympathetic old guy, and it's a story that I just can't get out of my head, that my donated food is this kid's best day.
We struggled greatly until somebody let us know that the food bank exists and that there's such a service that we could reach out to.
When they started helping us out and I had lunches and I had snacks, that was the last thing I had to worry about. Then I was more worried about, okay, how can I fit in with a group? And
So what's a good day when we would receive food from the food bank? And that day was always a day when there was a Skippy's peanut butter that was in the bottom of the bag. And when I saw it, it just kind of lit up. It just made my day.
What we do, working side by side with the Edmonton food banks who do so much for this city. It's truly an honor to get to work with them, and that's Canada and that's Edmontonians in general, as people looking out for each other.
Giving is something that we need to put more emphasis on if we're going to continue having the kind of society that we're all proud to live in. And as part of that, giving is central to the theory of give and ye shall receive.
Giving.
Community.
Sharing.
Taking care.
Compassion.
Equity.
Non-judgmental.
Compassion.
Survival.
Security.
Friendship.
Community.
Life.
Essential.
Meaningful contribution.
Togetherness.
Hope.
Together.
Hello. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to Cat Trivia Round 1. This is a game where you're going to answer questions about video game cats and then later some real world cats. And you will have an opportunity to win some prizes. And no, not with the K, with the C. I am joined by Baldwin. Would you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Baldwin.
Great job, as always. And I'm joined by Kat with the K. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Kat. I'm gonna be sticking around. The trivia is not about me. I am not taking any questions at this time.
So the way it works is that you should see on your video panel, I don't know if it works on phones, there should be a little pop-up that says Quiz Kit. You'll need to accept that you're willing to play. Preamble.
I'm starting it now.
Okay, so if your name is offensive, we won't let you win. That's the only real rule. You lose points if you get it wrong. All right. Points mode. Yep, there you go. You should see G for G, 3, cat difficulty. Players with the highest points wins. Players correct answer gain points. Faster answers gain more points. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose points. If you don't answer, no points are earned or not. So you might want to take the risk and try to, answer early and then bow out. All right, Miss Master Camera, can you please put on the cat trivia?
Here we go. Go.
No, I need the screen share. I need-
We need to show the actual questions first. There we go.
There we go. Okay. Who is this kitty? Who is this kitty? Is this witch cat, sorcerer purr, magician, or magic cat? Who is this kitty? Sorry, we started this one late. Doing it live. Who is this kitty? I love this kitty. I played this game that this kitty is from, and I love this kitty. It's a fun game.
Also, John, what are you wearing exactly?
Oh, this is a $5 costume. It was the last one they had at Walmart. This is my cat trivia kitty. And the answer, Baldwin, that is Magicat from the game Magicat. Ooh, a lot of right answers on that one. Good job, chat. Well done.
Dang.
Well done. All right. Next question, Baldwin.
Working on it. There we go.
Which is not a Mads Cat project? The FREQ, the RAT, the GLID, or the EGO? What does Mad Cats not make? The freak, the rat, the glide, or the ego?
Any little siblings in chat should know this immediately.
Yeah. The one who has to use the 20% off controller for sure.
Exactly.
This is technically a cat question, so yeah,
Kind
the
of
judges
cat
okay with this.
adjacent.
It's cat adjacent. Yeah, cat with a Z. That's all kids spell it these days. All right, the correct answer is the ego, because it's what does not have periods. It's the ego, not the E.G.O. Yes, these are very mean trivia questions. It's the ego fight stick. Yeah. Wow. 3 people got that right. Good job.
Good job.
Good job. All right, next question, sir.
It's a little slow. It's a little slow.
A little slow. We're doing our best.
I can actually also show scores between as well.
Oh.
Who is this kitty? Is this Malt, Boron, Wappa, or Kyle? Who is this cat? Who is this kitty? This is a cute kitty, right? What do you think this kitty does?
Bangs. Like that's something I can never do. That's fantastic. Not with a lot of eco gel, I couldn't.
Yeah. I wonder what this cat does for a living. That's my question.
You have a nice little scarf and everything too. This is a business cat.
This is a business cat.
Well, if you could see the game, that's what that informs what they do, right?
Yes. All right. This is Boron from the game Fuga Melodies of Steel. It is a tactical game where you can throw your cat kids into the soul cannon and shoot them for a great attack, and then they're dead. That is what this game is. Why would you name them?
So mean.
I didn't make the game. I'm just telling you what the game's about. One
person got Boron.
Wow, this was a killer question.
Oh,
I have no idea what any of these are.
They're cats. Well, I just told you what they are. Next question. Oh, we got our okay.
Ooh, yes.
All right. So if you want to get your scores listed, you got to okay your name in there. So our current winner, and if you want to win, we need to know who you are. So Smopple 333 and Corba. I think that's Corey. Is that our anyway? All right. Next question. What does this cat want to be? Does this cat want to be a physicist, a math teacher, a governor, or the president? What does this cat want to be?
John, did you make this image?
No, this is from a video game. This is I didn't.
That picture's from the game?
This is from the game. This is taken directly off the Steam page.
You know what? There's a hint, because if you look at some of the words written in there, some of that stuff has to be after a certain time period. So there you go. Anyone paying attention?
I don't think math teachers didn't exist or physicists didn't exist. At
No, but there's now that the time's over, you can see Deadmau5 in there, and I think that he was only a popular artist post 2011, maybe. So,
all right, what's the answer?
A lot of people thought physicists.
Sorry.
That seemed like
this cat is Earl Grey from the games Cat President, A More Perfect Unit, and Cat President 2, Perfect Revolution. Earl Grey wants to be
the art between. That's wild.
Those puns hurt me.
I think they lost the copyright from between games, so they had to draw their own cats. All right.
That might make sense. They're still doing it. Good on them.
Cobra BH is at the top, followed by Smopple 333. If you are contestant 6, contestant 4, contestant 48, You cannot win unless we see your name. So please okay the app if you want to win your prizes. All right, next question, sir. I know what the
Who's this
question's gonna be.
kitty?
Who is this kitty? I feel so bad for this kitty.
This kitty is tired.
Is this Choco Grimalkin, Barky Fritz, Felix Munch, or Mittens Witchens? This cat is just tired and wants to sleep. Like,
And
this
they
is
have a
one
bell
strung out
connected
cat.
to their
They have a
neck.
bell in their neck, and they got like a wand or a cat toy in their hand. You can't quite see it exactly. The framing's weird, but yeah, who is this kitty? I know. I have 0 points because I've not been answering.
Gone to some places to get these pictures and questions,
Yes.
John.
I've gone a lot of places. Don't check my search history. All right,
It's
let's go to the
weird
answer.
in there.
Still processing. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Yeah, it takes a while. I know. And I'm a little delayed because I'm watching the stream to update. This is Felix Munch. Wow, 6 correct answers. This is from the game Perfect Apocalypse Purgatory Forever. Perfect.
Forever.
4 out of 4 punt. That's shameful.
It's
Yeah,
a
they
lot.
really did it.
They got everything in there. Next question. Smomple333 took first place. Kay Livingston, third place. And Corbier dropped a little bit. So contestant 6 gets 3073. Please get your names in here. All right, let's go. What was the MacGuffin from Binks 2 Masters of Time and Space? Was it Element B1Q64? Was it the Chrono Horn? Was it Mother Computer? Or was it the Big Crystal? What was the MacGuffin from Blinks 2 Masters of Time and Space? I have not played the Blinks games. Kat, have you played the Blinks games?
I have played from the demo disc of the original Xbox on Christmas morning 10 minutes of the same section of this game repeatedly. Past
Perfect.
that, I did not purchase Blinks.
There should be a new Blinks game. All right. How are we doing, Baldwin?
Not heard of this IP before.
It was short-lived.
Got a guitar in the shape of an Xbox.
Yep.
That's so cool.
I don't see the answer yet. I don't see the. It is the Big Crystal. Their entire MacGuffin was Blinks wanted to get the Big Crystal. The end. All right. Thank you, Wikipedia. I have to trust 100% that this is correct. Contestant 6 took the lead. These are bouncing all over here on the score.
Dang.
All right. Next question.
Who's this kitty?
Who is this kitty? So I
my.
told you. Oh my! This is a cat. Is this Laurier, Dill, Fennel, or Sage?
My monocle would have just popped out.
So I will tell you, this kitty is single. So when you find out what the game is, you can go check it out. I've not played it. I just searched for cat boys on the internet, and I've regretted my rest of the evening.
Honestly, very in brand for BioWare's fan base, I think. The cat
I love
boy
this
you
cat.
want to
This
date.
cat looks. Yeah.
Single kitty on the city.
Yeah. This kitty. My timer's up. I'll move on. This kitty is Fennel from Necopera Catboy Paradise. Sorry, Catboy's Paradise. There's plural.
Oh.
Catboy.
Can you tell us about this game, John?
I haven't played it. It cost money, and I chose not to pay for it. I didn't read the Wikipedia. I had to search for this image quite a bit. So, wow. A lot of L'Oreal lovers out there. No one went for the Dill. This does not read Dill to anyone. All of these names are all the cats you can date from the game. So there is a Dill out there that you can spice up your life with. Bam. All right, next question. I don't know who contestant 6 is, but they're riding at 35,000 points.
That's wild.
Who sponsored the Bubsy TV show? Was it the Materia Collective, Imagination Factory, Accolade, or Taco Bell? Who sponsored the short-lived Bubsy TV show? Bubsy's a bobcat. That technically counts, right?
I think so. Because
That's a cat.
it's big cats.
Big cats, yeah.
Yeah.
I never played the games though.
I played the first one. It was okay, and then I don't know if I played any of the other ones. I know I played the first one. I was young. The answer is Taco Bell. Taco Bell sponsored the Bubsy pilot, which was a Thanksgiving holiday special. So there was a Taco Bell sponsored Thanksgiving special for Bubsy. That's a mouthful. All right. Wow.
A lot of
6
people
get that
got it right.
Wow. Wow, good job, everybody out there.
They knew it too. It wasn't just a random guess. They knew it.
The whole thing is on YouTube. I did not watch it. I just couldn't. Oh, some new names coming up there. We got lasagna noodles and stink bug on the boards. Nicely done. If you want to donate to get fans art on Bubsy, I don't know if Andrew will allow that. Who is this kitty? Is this kitty Breakfast? Is this kitty Nico Atsume? Is this kitty Gummy Cat? Or is this kitty Puffin? Who is this kitty?
That is a pretty rude pose, I have to say.
It's a pretty good pose.
It's a pretty accurate pose for cats. I have woken up to that. I have woken up to that pose, and it's not been ideal.
Yeah, my cat comes up to me and she's like, "I'm shy," and then immediately goes into that pose.
Yeah.
Like,
have you seen this? All right. My timer's up. I'll move on. This is Gummy Cat. Oh, it's not going to fit on screen. This is the logo of the studio that made a game that's way in the corner there that's called Bear and Breakfast. I can't fix it because if I close the window, you'll see the next answer. So trust me with this. Bear and Breakfast is an incredibly cute-looking game. I hope you check it out. But their studio logo is that, and I love it. Little butts. All right. Oh, a lot of people with Nico Atsume. That's the same art style, but not the same cat. That's a good trick question there. All right. How are we doing? We got, okay, now I know who Cody is. BW Audio _ Cody is on the board now.
I wonder who it could be.
Got some points on that one. All right. Next question. Who is not playable in Garfield Kart? Harry, Odie, John, or Garfield? Who is not playable in Garfield Kart? Harry, Odie, John, or Garfield? When was the last Garfield book you read, Baldwin?
I had lots of Garfield books as a kid.
They were so popular in the 80s, yeah.
I used to get them off of, like, Scholastic? Something like
Probably,
that?
Yo, Scholastic days were so hype in school. I remember loving those. That was like, especially because like my parents would be like, "Yeah, we'll give you money for books. Like that's okay." So I was just.
What I love about this question is that 3 of the characters on the list are in the picture there. So like,
I do not remember who Harry is.
All right, next, and the answer is, John was spelled wrong. It's Jon, like my name.
Ooh, a lot of people caught that.
Oh, did they? Oh wow, a lot of Garfield fans out there. Well done.
But
also,
answer me
people know I'm
this:
salty.
who is Harry?
Also, people know it. Harry's in there.
Who is Harry?
I'm telling you. I don't know. I just read the Wikipedia page. Leave me alone. Oh wow, 55,000 points for Smopple 333. That's like a world record, I gotta say, for cat trivia.
Contestant 6, you're gonna have to put your name in.
Yeah, contestant 6, you're doing really well. Put your name in if you want to win a gift card for Bioware gear.
Oh,
all right. Next question. Oh, sorry, these are real cats.
You gotta go. You gotta go fast.
Difficulty. What is Moria's favorite toy? This came in from Postmodern Lena on Twitter. This is their cat. This is a game dev cat. These are all our coworkers now since we're working from home. So this is a game dev cat. What is Moria's favorite toy? A real banana, a stuffed mouse, or a real mouse? What is Moria's favorite toy? These are all cute kittens. You're gonna love all these cats.
I feel like a real mouse would be kind of grisly to be the favorite toy.
Cats do love them though.
Yeah.
Fair.
You can buy them at the store.
Ugh.
It would be grisly though.
You can come by my place and get some for free too.
The answer is.
Oh my!
Bananas. Yes.
Oh my! Very good picture.
That's a very good picture. Oh, look at that! 7 right ones for stuffed banana.
Good job,
That's such a good one. Such a good one. All right. Such a good kitty. Next question, Sa.
Oh, contestant number 6 takes the lead.
Ooh, Smopple lost. Bet hard on that question. Still up there though. All right. Next question. What does Selena like to get high on? That is the terminology that Jeff or Erasmus on Twitter said is, what does Selena like to get high on? Now, if you're really smart, you will use these Twitter names, go to Twitter, look at the recent tweets, and find the answer.
But you get less and less points, so people who are actually looking it up.
Our 3 of our top 5 have negative points, so getting any points is pretty good. This is such a good cat. So
That's
mad.
Fair.
I know. It looks like it's like currently like snorting something. Yeah, right. Just ears back.
Is that mad?
Yeah.
That looks like a cat to me.
No. The cat it's an emotion, Matt.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like just a cat to me.
I don't have a photo of it, but Selena likes to get high on strawberries. I don't know why that is. I trust completely. This wasn't on Wikipedia, but the owner told me, and I trust the owners. Ooh, only 2 got that one. Everyone went for the catnip. This is not a nip cat. This is a strawberry cat. Apparently, Wikipedia also says this is safe, so no one go at them about that. All right, did that shuffle up the scores at all? Ooh, Knesset 6 is taking the first lead. We got some real risky points. These are tough questions. Last one in this set. Question 13. What is Pansy afraid of? This comes in from Emily or at Pentapod on Twitter. Is Pansy afraid of darkness? Is Pansy afraid of mice? Is Pansy afraid of assassins? Or is Pansy afraid of cheese? What is Pansy afraid of?
Your juxtaposition there was excellent.
Pansy is a
mice,
beautiful cat.
Assassins,
I'm a big fan of
or cheese.
Pansy. I follow the daily coworker thread Emily has of Pansy. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Big fan of
Pansy is
Pansy.
such a cutie. Yes, definitely a star of coworker photos. All right, the last question of the set is.
Oh, hang on. We haven't done the right answer, or.
I know.
Yep.
That was the last question. That's what
Oh, okay.
And waiting for it.
Wow.
Pansy is afraid of assassins.
They knew.
A lot of people recognize that assassins are a big worry of cats these days.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness of Mice was kind of a rougher one, but assassins there. All right, so that's the end of cat trivia round 1. If you like what you saw here, there's more coming. If you didn't like what you saw here, there's more coming.
John refuses to stop doing it until we
not
meet
stop.
his demands.
Well, we've already met the goal, so like I can't throw.
I know. There's nowhere else to. We're doing it. Got to see.
Thank you so much. You need to have a real Twitch name and can you show the winners, Bolden?
I had showed it for a little bit. Hang on.
We will check the bot, I guess.
It is contestant 6, contestant 50, contestant 24, CrowBH, BW Audio Cody, and SopML.
All right, so the ones that have real names, congrats, you win a prize. We'll get you. You have to reply to us on
Is that a threat?
On Twitch. No, you don't have to. Like if you want your prize, we need to know who you are. We have to not physically. We have to message you a code to put into the store. This has been great. Thank you all. I've been enjoying this a lot. Up next, we have the Live, Love, Lore panel, which starts in 2 minutes. I could vamp for 2 minutes, or I could give the people what they want and go to the writers group. Are the writers ready? We have more. We can't go to the next cat trivia. That went faster than I thought. Usually, I'm way slow. I could read some. Let me cancel this share.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, we should read some donations.
Oh, that's great to do.
You should stop sharing.
I should stop sharing.
Yeah,
How do I stop this thing?
Shift we run here.
There we go. There's nothing on here. It's just the donations. I've got a donation from Arden. Hey everyone, thanks for the stream. It's a great cause. Silly question. What's everybody's favorite Pokemon? Pikachu. We got a donation from Kat Scanlon. We got a donation from Derek Kwan. Yay, G for G. Heart, heart, heart. We've got donation from Forged Pixels. I love groceries. Groceries for everyone. I like that one a lot. We got a donation from Anonymous that just says W. Hopefully that's not offensive. I just made a W.
Big win for us.
Big win. Yeah. We got a donation. Oh my goodness, from Patrick Weeks, who says Solus did mostly nothing wrong. And then we have one from Lady Iolath, which says, "We know we love the teasing, Bioware folks. Smiley face emoji. Well, I do anyway. In parentheses. ...
Nice.
Okay, I have vamped for my required time. Thank you so much. Enjoy the writer block.
Hope nothing bad has happened.
It's a lot of organization for us, totally probably winging it most of the time anyway.
Hello. We're going to be live shortly, Sylvia, so could you get yourself ready, please?
Sylvia. What?
We're about to turn on, so get ready,
Yeah.
please.
No, I'm fine.
All right.
I'm fine. Oh, hey, look, it's us.
It is us. Hello.
This is the closest.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Greetings of
How's
the season.
how's
Gerald,
everyone doing this fine Saturday? I actually had to check because I've lost track of time.
Well,
Good.
Oh wait, are you asking us a
Tim,
question?
I'm asking you, who else would
Tim,
I be
I
asking?
think Tim comes on to tell us we're going live before we go
Oh,
live.
We're
okay.
live, Sylvia.
no,
we
no,
are
we're
live.
totally live, and
We are
I just
absolutely
hope my
live.
husband
can't-
runs into no misfortune on his business trip. I
I
would just be, I would be
actually can't
crushed.
tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No,
Like, it's
we're
just like,
100% live,
No, we
Sylvia.
are
This is
oh,
actually
I
We're
live.
see.
currently
We are
live.
on the stream right now.
I see.
That is why I'm asking how you are all doing this fine Saturday.
We
Yeah,
are
but you always ask
great.
that. I'm good,
I'm
thank you.
good.
Cheryl just said that
Excellent.
Patrick looks like Goth Willy Wonka, and I just can't get past that image because
That's
I
true.
think that's truly, truly true. All right, I'm going to put this to cure.
Excellent. Welcome everyone to the Live, Love, and Lore stream. I believe that's live and not live, and if not, then I'm going with live. So that is a decision I could make. So I hope you're all doing well today, and welcome to the stream. And I will be asking the questions as well as answering occasional ones myself. For those of you who don't know us, I'm hoping many of you do, and our name tags are, I believe, up on the stream. I am John Epler. I am the narrative director for Dragon Age, and I'm going to gesture to my right, which no one realizes, but Karen, that's you.
Hello, I'm Karen Weeks, Dark Witch of the West, but when I'm not doing that, I'm an editor at my work. And
Now I'm
I
going to
think
gesture.
that,
Oh,
Cheryl?
yes,
Cheryl is
Cheryl's
next to,
down.
okay.
Well, no,
Oh,
actually on this the
on
Twitch
the
I meant.
It's
screen.
it
Doesn't
matters
matter.
to me.
I'm Cheryl.
Okay.
I am a writer at BioWare. Yeah, and I'm going to point down to Patrick.
Hi, I'm Twitter's P Tricky. Pleasure to see you all. I am one of the writers on the Dragon Age franchise, and I work with all of these awesome people, and I'm looking forward to being an absolute performing monkey for the next hour to raise funds for Food Banks Canada. And now pointing, I don't even know which way I'm pointing. It could be anyway. I could just be
Upright and on
pointing
my screen.
non-Euclideanly. I will say Sylvia.
Hi everyone, I'm Sylvia Fekidikuti, and yes, I too am going to answer any pertinent questions you've lobbed over to us for the Gamers for Groceries stream. Thank you all for tuning in.
All right, let's look at the question list and let's start with something. What should I start with? I will start with one from Trish C. Camilla, which is my girl Liliana has been working all the time for the last 10 years. What does she like to do in her downtime other than perhaps reading and playing the lute? Also, great character. Cheryl, pointing to you on my screen. I don't care what it says anywhere else. This is
Okay, so Liliana, I mean, as we learned in Inquisition, she really likes nugs, and she now breeds them for pets and kind of has. She's probably in some ways like a influencer in her own way, and now everybody is into nugs, and all the teenagers in Orlais want nugs, so she breeds them and she gives them to people who like small, hairless bunny pig things.
Oh my
makes
goodness,
tiny little
yes,
nug
it's
outfits.
Are nugs hairless?
a nugfluencer.
Maybe they have like
Mostly.
really soft, velvety fur, maybe, but they're like naked mole rats, right?
Well, no, there's a
They have
difference
like
between
little tiny hairs.
Yeah.
there's a difference between like naked, like furless, and has very close shaved fur. I was like, nugs have fur, don't they?
Well, I think we may need to drill down into this question.
I feel like they have a little bit. Somebody on the chat just said that Liliana said nugfluencer, which I like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nugfluencer, that's the
Perfect.
one. Yep.
Yeah,
There's
Nugfluencer's pretty
a
awesome.
chat?
We're stealing this, and this is now our legal property. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
actually, yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
maybe they feel like Sphinx cats, which I could see.
I'm gonna type awkwardly to look for the chat because I didn't realize we have one, but I am
I'm watching the
here.
stream.
You're on Twitch. It's like 6 seconds behind if you want a striking
Okay.
sense of vertigo.
Oh gosh,
It's
no. Okay, never mind.
Quite distressing, just so you know. I will let Karen be the mistress of the chat and
I
tell
will
me if
be the
anything
cat
comes from the
mistress.
chat. Excellent. Perfect.
I'm
That's what I.
Elvira, mistress of the chat.
Excellent. That's exactly what I want to hear. All right. That's a good first question. Let's try someone else. Let me look at my list of questions for one that has Sylvia right beside it because. All right. Here's a good one for both Patrick and Sylvia. Why didn't Solus participate in the Wicked Grace game in Dragon Age Inquisition? An excellent question. Patrick, you can go first.
So I have my opinion, which is, as some of you may know, I wrote Solus, and as some of you may also know, my favorite Batman villain is the Riddler. And the Riddler's tragic flaw, possibly his only tragic flaw, is that he is objectively smarter than everyone and cannot resist letting people know that he is smarter than them. And Solus, I think the reason Solus refuses to play Wicked Grace is because he would not be able to not win. Because he's several thousand years old, he would just crush everyone, and he would be unable to resist it because he's really bad at not being the smartest person in the room. Here for a possible rebuttal, Sylvia Fekitakuti, writer of Josephine.
Well, my problem is this. I didn't write the scene. It's a really fun scene. It was written by Mary Kirby. So I actually didn't, until I read the scene myself, I actually didn't know. I was like, oh, how nice, Josephine won. So my take would be, and I'm no card player, so this may not actually bear out, but that Solus read the room and realized, perhaps subconsciously, there was a chance he might lose, and therefore he excused himself. It's like, yeah, I'm too smart for this, so I can't do it because I would win. Because if he, like, if he did by some fluke of chance or Antivan skill lose to Josephine, what's he gonna do? Like, just stare at himself in the mirror for an hour? I actually have an expert here who could tell us, but that would be my take as someone reading the scene afterwards and enjoying it very much.
I do appreciate that Solus's tragic flaw is that he's too good at everything.
Too good, too kind, too sensitive, too smart.
Solus's number one flaw is he works too hard and he tries too hard.
Bit of a perfectionist. I think losing to Josephine would basically mean that he takes that as his equivalent of the Grey Warden calling and just walks into the deep roads.
I also want to point out, Sylvia, that because you just said you're not a card player, I now know I can never play cards with you because narratively, that tells me you're going to clean me out as soon as we play. Like, oh, I don't know how this game works. Are all these little A's a good thing in poker? And I'll be just like, nope.
I wish I were a cool shark. That would be so fun. No, I'm not. I'm really
See,
not.
you're not helping your case because now I'm even more convinced that you're a card sharp. All right, let's see. Let's find another one. Ooh, here is a fun one to bounce around as a group. How did the followers and companions get their names? How do they get their names? What's in a name? Cheryl, I'm starting with you.
So when I first joined Origins on Dragon, when I first joined the project, Liliana already had her name, and she was the badass nun, and Win also had her name. So yeah, didn't get to name them. I did get to name Isabella though. So yeah, I kind of wanted her to have a sort of Spanish name ish. So who else? Blackwall had his name already, I think. It was another character from something else. I'm just blanking on other characters right now.
Well, okay, because I think there are two real two different styles of coming up with names though, because I approach it with way too much seriousness and nerd focus. And we'll go like, okay, it's important that all the followers have different first letters of their names, and they need to have different name shapes. Like if there's a capital H at the end of one character's name, there can't be like an L or a K at the end of the other because that would make the same name shape. And so I'm all about like perfectly arranging letters and nitpicking the details. And then I remember this was on Mass Effect and not Dragon Age, but I think it was Luke who was just like, what about Rex? Does he Rex stuff? And everyone was like, well, I guess we give that a try and see how it, oh yeah, I guess it stuck.
I think, as from an editing perspective, I ask you all not to use character names that end in S, and then you all ignore me and do that anyway.
Solus is assassin sorcerers.
Fenris.
I like to I like to hit the generate name button until I find one I like because I'm terrible at naming things. I want to be upfront with everyone. I am officially a hack, but also, it's important to be honest about your inspirations, which in my case is hitting that button a lot of times. So, but actually, no, I like to look at the names that come out of that and be like, okay, I like the sound of this one, and especially, to what Patrick was saying, the name, especially if characters are meant to pair together. How do the names sound paired together? How do they sound when you speak them in the same sentence? Because certain vowel sounds, certain consonant sounds don't go well together. And yeah, there's just I admit that I'm bad at naming things to start off with, but once I have a list of names, I can then start, figuring out which ones work well together and come off with that. So
Well, it's like how like Pinky and the Brain fit together perfectly as a name
Mhm.
combination because
yes, exactly.
which
How
is
did Josephine get her name, Sylvia? I think she was a really interesting story, right?
Gosh, I wish. I mean, I don't. Josephine Montilla. Yeah, people from Antiva. This sort of goes back to a formation where when I came onto, I think I've told this before, but just for in case anyone hasn't heard it, when I came onto DAI, it had been already going for a few months, and we knew we wanted a diplomat question mark was kind of the scribbled on the whiteboard, the equivalent thereof. And I think I suggested Antiva because we hadn't had a lot of characters from there. And Antiva, I saw a fan point this out once, and they were right. They're like, Antiva seems to be a confusion of both Italian and Spanish names, and they're right. It is kind of a mishmash on purpose. I think it's supposed to show the many sort of different influences in the region, but I think maybe in practice that has confused people. So sort of a weak hand wave. Yeah, it was on purpose, but I did want something that very much did reflect the region name that sounded a bit more fancy and sophisticated because Josephine is nobility. She's been in the courts. One thing I like to do is, hold on, I don't know if this will be backwards for everyone, but you can do this with baby name books as well, but I actually have a physical book that has a little bit about where the name comes from, the region, the ethnicity, the history behind it. It's kind of a nice, if you need to come up with names, it's kind of nice to have this because you can look away from the internet for a second and flip through and stretch up. So I like doing that. I think in Josephine's case, we just kind of went around until I found something that everyone seemed to like within those structures I'm kind of trying to outline. And yeah, in conclusion, Antiva's a land of contrasts.
I remember with I think wasn't it actually the artist who came up with the name for Iron Bull? Except they had Iron Bull, and then we like put a V in front of it, and I was very particular about the V because I always imagine the Iron Bull introducing himself like he's in the starting lineup of an NFL football game in the playoffs, and they go through and they go, the Iron Bull coming to you from Saharan University, and it made a lot of sense to me. It was helpful to me.
Many things do.
Oh, I have a good story about Harding's name, Scout Harding.
Yay!
Because actually, when the lead scout originally was put in all the areas, they were going to be male, and so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna give them a name that sounds very like a porn star name. So their name was Steel Harding, and then they decided to change the person into
I did
a
not know
female
that.
dwarf. Yeah. So Steel Harding became like, I'm like, I want to keep that kind of feel of that name, that almost like from an action movie. So I was like,
Yeah.
how about Lace Harding? That's how she got her
That's
name.
great. I did not know that. That's fabulous.
Arsenic and old Lace Harding.
All right. I do want to, by
That's-
the way, let everyone know that this was supposed to be a no malarkey stream. I was very clear with the writers beforehand. I apologize for the level of malarkey that has.
Why did you
has
invite
occurred here.
us if you didn't want malarkey?
Yeah,
I didn't
ready.
invite you.
I am ready to enforce discipline on your behalf, Mr. Appleton.
Perfect. Thank you. Malarkey over.
Good. So hey, also, so we're currently I'm looking at the amount raised there. We're at $44.95 right now. what do we think is a good goal to try to reach by the end of our stream? Do we think we should
Oh
try to
God.
get like
That
with
one's malarkey.
4,800? Do we want to try? Do we want to try to see if we can get to 5,000? Because there's a question I'm
Sarah
prepared to
says
answer.
I donated
You have to offer.
$200.
Yeah, you
So
have
I
to offer
better hear
the.
from Kermit.
You have to offer what you're gonna. You have to
we
put
need-
the offer out there, and
Mhm.
then I don't know. What's this question, Patrick? What do you think you're
Well,
gonna answer for that?
okay,
For that
so
amount? Good.
I'll tell you, which is there is at least one question that was on the sort of list, and I've prepared an answer, and the question is,
Excellent.
so
Yeah, that
I'm
one. Yeah.
thinking if we're at 44.95, I'm thinking let's try for 5. That's 500. I think we could. I think we could do that.
We hit 5 audio-visual presentation by Patrick.
I think that is entirely reasonable.
Excellent.
So we're going to see how it goes, everyone, and I will absolutely for who donated and requested Kermit. Is that
When did it become BDSM and Kermit? I heard the Kermit. I missed the BDSM part. I mean, you've got the writing crop, so away we go. But
safe words are important for everyone? Okay, and then there you go. Get that out of your
That
head.
sounds suspiciously like malarkey, Patrick.
No,
What is
no,
going
no.
on?
It was malarkey that raised money for charity.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair. All right, let's get to another question. Let's see. Who would the devs choose for Divine? Cheryl, you had an answer?
I would choose Isabella because mayhem.
Excellent. I would choose Liliana, but
Yes.
specifically the Liliana that turns into a cloud of ravens. And that's because I had a pun I was aiming towards, but I didn't have enough time to get there. So imagine that ends with a glorious pun on an unkindness of ravens. And just, I'm going to leave the pieces here and I'm going to let you see it's a do-it-yourself pun. I've given you all the pieces. Now you can assemble it.
That's amazing. I love how we're all, because I would also totally go Liliana because I don't know. I like Vivienne as a character. I wouldn't necessarily want her in charge. That would feel like more austerity measures. But I would absolutely, and like Cassandra would be like the good moderate choice who would kind of like try to keep things going with some gentle good faith reforms. But it's 2021. I kind of want to burn it all down and make something better, and that feels like Murder Pope.
That feels like Isabella. I'm just saying.
Oh, Divine Isabella.
I'm with Cheryl and Divine Isabella.
Actually, Divine Isabella sounds kind of amazing.
I agree. Although I will say also Cloud of Ravens, come on.
Yeah.
I was gonna go with I was gonna go the boring choice, but also I think kind of I quite liked Liliana's coming back to the faith story in DAI, where she did lose quite a measure of it, and then Cheryl wrote that. Obviously, she's Liliana's writer, and I found that quite touching. And I do think she does have the grounding and like the hearts of the people actually in mind when she becomes Pope. But Cloud of Ravens Liliana would be very funny. So now I'm torn.
Someone suggested Sarah, and I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I feel
boy.
like oh gosh.
I can kind of see at this point it was like I would basically pick anyone Cheryl wrote for Divine except possibly Blackwell.
Well, he can't because he's a dude.
He's a dude.
Yeah, that's like way down on the list of reasons he can't for me, but that's okay.
I mean, to be fair, yes, fair. I think Sarah would get bored of being Divine after like a week and just
Just tell her
disappear.
that there's like cookies in the hat or something.
Yeah.
All right, let's find another question. Here's a good one. Did Zevran Miyamore learn to pick locks? I will leave this one on the table for anyone to pick up and answer.
Well, this one is actually really funny because we were making jokes about this at a meeting the other day.
Oh yeah.
Like, nope, sure didn't. Still there, trying to pick locks.
Yeah, I mean, I was only on DAI onwards, so this is all for the Origins people. Take it away.
Zevran has other skills and does not need to pick locks.
That's right.
Yeah, but he
He's a
does
ball
sort of
of lock
specifically
picking.
say that he can pick locks. Like, if you did it up, he's like,
You know,
okay.
we all lie on our resumes.
He's just gonna
That's
say
right.
yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then Warden Amel shows up in like a locked chastity belt or something, thinking it's the start of cute fun times, and then Zevran is like, "Well, it's
There's like, I don't know what the fuck to do with this.
Okay, or that was the final kick in the pants that he needed to go lock picking on it. And he was determined
hold on,
that
I
lit the
looked
fire
at
under
this.
him.
Okay,
He also did say which locks he could pick.
That's true. There are
Yeah.
different kinds of locks.
All right.
So is that yes,
Let's.
if properly motivated?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that yes. Yeah. I think there's another one. Time to start an argument. Which companion gives the best hugs? I have
God.
my personal bias as the person who spent I think 2 weeks of my time giving the player the ability to hug Varric if you left Hawk in the fade. I'm going to go with Varric only because it took me so freaking long to do and it broke multiple times. I'm going to say Varric just because that makes me feel better about all the work I put into that.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that is a really well thought out wrong answer. So, I have prepared.
Oh God.
something.
Oh no.
Yay.
So,
Uh-huh.
Oh,
let's-
Christ in heaven.
So let's talk about who gives the best hugs.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mhm,
I would
mhm.
like to make a gentle proposal that it is the Iron Bowl.
Of course.
And my reasoning is as follows, because unlike these soft skills answers that Epler was giving, I have relied upon the cold logic of science. And here's what I've come up with. This, I think we can
Okay.
all agree on this, that the goodness of a hug is equal to the surface area of the hugger multiplied by the reach of their arms squared and then divided by the hardness of the hugger. Because obviously you don't want a hard hugger, that's gonna hurt.
Okay, wait. I have it. I'm not necessarily
Excuse me,
disagreeing with you.
I'm not really taking
I've-
questions yet. This is
Okay.
no, this is
I have,
Science checks out.
I have a clarity issue.
a clarity issue. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
allow clarity issues, but I
Because
mean this
hardness
presentation.
has two potential different meanings. Hardness of the person doing the
I'm-
hugging and the hardness of the hug. Like you hug
No,
someone.
it's the hardness of the body. This is body
Well,
hardness.
I
So
question the clarity of your presentation.
As the
That's why
moderator,
I'll leave carry on.
I'm moderating to allow Patrick to finish his presentation.
yeah, so
Fair.
looking at this just with simple objective logic, I think it is impossible to disagree with any of the following. That when we look at the surface area of the iron bowl, he is large. When we then try to go for the reach, obviously a big one because it's the reach squared. Him have arms. And then, when we look at the hardness of the body, what's just going to divide by, then I think obviously, the good news for the Iron Bull is that, he's soft. And you put all of these together, you multiply surface area times reach divided by a very small hardness, and you obviously come up with the Iron Bull as the obviously objectively best hugger. And I now am prepared to listen to other lesser opinions.
Like, how can you even follow that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've only got like 20 minutes left or something.
Science checks out.
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
I was just gonna pick Win because she seemed really nice and motherly.
Well, but she doesn't have the same kind of hardness or reach. I mean,
You know,
Apparently.
I'm going to appeal to I don't know. I don't know who I can appeal
We
to on
also
this
didn't.
question.
We never were clear on what kind of stone shale was made out of. Yes, shale is named shale, but that doesn't mean they were made of shale. Maybe it was a very soft substance. I'm saying,
We've
Patrick,
answered 3 questions.
All right, let's move on to another question then.
Softer,
Sure.
I
softer
mean, here's the
element.
thing. No one's saying Patrick is wrong, so maybe they've done it. Maybe they've proven us
They've-
all.
they've-
Listen,
Yeah. Yeah.
If the rest of you
We'll
chose
give them
not
this
to prepare
one.
a small presentation to justify your points, that I fail to see how that reflects badly upon me.
Okay, so let's.
Oh, no, that's fair. All right, I'm going to ask another question. Does Win knit the sweater for Sten, and does he like it or wear it? Cheryl? You're muted.
Probably though. I'm not. Am I
No, you're not.
really?
Never mind.
No, you're
Nope,
unmuted
you're
now.
good.
She
I
was
thought you were
thinking.
talking.
That was a thoughtful pause as she
You were
gathered her
so
thoughts.
You were
so
serving some face there for a moment.
so so Win probably does knit, but she's also a little bit of a troll. So she was probably gonna knit Stan a ugly cookie themed sweater, like those ugly Christmas sweaters.
That would make
But
sense.
spoilers, then she died. And
Mm.
so she didn't finish it. So what Stan has is a ugly cookie themed sweater that ends up to here. So it ends at his mid chest.
So we've got
And
like a crop sweater, an
yeah,
ugly
so
crop
it's like a
sweater.
turtleneck shrug that he wears, and because he's the Irish shrug now, no one is allowed to say anything about it.
That's good. It's a good
Yeah,
answer.
no, that's.
Solid.
That
I
was
think John
beautiful.
Renish put up
Yeah.
a caveat that said none of this is canonical, but as far as I'm concerned, that's real. That's actually
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd support that.
Excellent. All right, here's a fun one for the group. What does every companion in DAI see the fear spiders as? Now, we will probably just go with the companions written by people who are here, but if folks have thoughts on other ones, we can go there too.
Okay, so I don't know because it's tough because I think there's at least for the Iron Bolt, I have the fun answer and then I have the actual answer, which would be like probably not as much fun for the game. Like that would make people go, "Oh, well, thank you, Patrick. Now you've actually made me sad." But like, I would like the fun answer would be demons because obviously the Iron Bull's big thing is like the one thing he's scared of is demons. The less fun answer for him, I was gonna say the thing that broke him in Saharan was an op that went bad and got a lot of his guys killed. And I would actually have him seeing like the people who died coming after him. That would be the thing that would totally break him if all of his fears came to light.
Harsh.
That was really
That's
sad.
good.
I was
Yep.
gonna just say commitment as like the fun answer. But okay, just drag it all down there, Patrick. That's fine.
People ask, it's like, okay, do you fun fear or let's get real with it.
Anyone else? Any other thoughts?
I really want to hear
Josephine on the page.
I was going to say I'll do that, but I actually really want to hear Black Walls too. But Cheryl, do you want to go first or should I go first?
Go first.
Sorry, did you? I missed what you said.
I said
My
you can go first, Sylvia.
Jeez. It's funny because I remember what I first saw that spiders. When I first saw that, I was like, oh, I do wonder what Josephine's fear would be because obviously she never comes with you in the field. She's busy making sure stuff doesn't burn down or get traded away back at Skyhold. But I did think about it at the time, and I think it would have to be probably. I'm trying to think of a pithier way to say this, but failing the family. She's worked a lot to try to restore the Montilliers from basically digging them out of debt. She has a lot of brothers and sisters, and you don't really see much of them in the game. You get a visit from dear sweet Yvette, but I think it would be, yeah, failing to live up to the Montillier name is a little bit wishy-washy. So I think just disgracing or failing the family, actually not getting her goals to. It's not a cool, pithy one-word fear like regret or oblivion or hope, but I really do think that will be it for Josephine because that really has been a big thing for her. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a shame we couldn't. If we had different animations, I would have Josephine be scared of like post-it notes that were actually running away from her. All of the appointments, like all of the papers scattered and falling away.
God, I'm just getting hives thinking about that. Just like, if anyone's played Control, like the Attica, the post-it notes, you can do that one Control office.
Yes,
It's a great game. Play Control, fans. It's fun. Bioware friend Ben Gilla and many other fine people worked on it. But yes, that. Anyhow, but I want to hear Blackwall now.
Oh, Blackwall. He probably sees Tom Rainier, the younger self, beardless, covered in blood, spittle flying from his mouth because he's yelling awful things. Or maybe like, I don't know, worms or something.
I'm sorry. Wait. Either the man
Yeah.
he
Men
fears he
used to
failed to
be.
be, or worms.
Yeah, definitely one of the two. That's look, it's a spectrum. It depends on what we're going for.
That went way darker than I expected it to. Good job, everyone.
But it ended on a high note. That was beautiful.
Yep, no, that's good. All right, let's see. Do. I have a question for Patrick, specifically because they said they have no good answer, but I have an answer for it. What flavor the frilly cakes are that Solus loves so much?
Okay, so
Self-righteousness.
okay, so excuse you.
So let's
So
Patrick
I
go.
think the Orlesian frilly cakes are. I'm thinking that they're kind of like doing like an interior that's like an Anderfels chocolate interior, and maybe I'm gonna say apricot filling because that complements the Anderfels chocolate. It's not too sweet, but it has enough little tangy to cut that, and then kind of a ganache on the top. Maybe buttercream, but I can imagine the buttercream might actually be a little too sweet, and I think Solus kind of likes it more spicy. So you want a corner piece with like one piece of actual fruit, not fruit shaped gel, but like actual like a strawberry or something.
If you guys can just imagine Patrick doing this for 2 hours, this is what picking out our wedding cake was.
See,
By far the part I participated in most of the wedding prep.
in my mind, Solus will say that his favorite cake flavor is something like really obscure. It's like dandelion icing and all this other stuff because you just really need to appreciate it. Yes, it's not for everyone, but if you try it enough, you'll develop a taste. And once you get that dandelion mixed with that whatever the other flavor, it's perfect. In reality, he just likes vanilla because Solus is like, yep, that's Solus to me at least.
Oh no.
Overcomplicating the heck out of everything.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's find another one. Ooh. I'm asking this one because I like Patrick's thought on it. Sometimes I feel that Cole has a similar speech as Morden of ME2. Is it a conscious choice of Patrick Weeks, or am I just crazy and they have nothing in common?
So yeah, this is a question for me. I'll open up to other writers once I'm finished. But yeah, there's actually a really kind of a deep process that went into this. And the deep process is I'm kind of a hack.
Let's be real.
That was
We
like,
all
let's be
are.
real.
on this question. Yeah.
I've been writing for a while now, and there are only so many different ways I can do it. And so, like, when I had to write Morden, I just hit a part of my brain that went, go fast. Like, you've drunk a lot of chocolate milk and are free associating and not shutting up about it like you usually do when you free associate faster than is socially acceptable. And then with Cole, I kind of just did the same thing, except listen to a lot of Sarah McLachlan while I did it. And also kind of let my low-grade synesthesia tap out so I could occasionally just describe things randomly as sharp or golden. So yeah, I only have so many tricks in the bag. You've seen a lot of them. I hope I can mix and match to make it a little bit less obvious that I can only write like 3 different characters. It's person who talks fast, jokey guy, and as Karen once described it.
Go ahead.
The day I got home and said, yeah, I was working on this character. I'm really excited. And she said, let me guess. Is it an adorable nerd girl tech expert with a cute accent? And I went, shut up. She doesn't have an accent. Oh, wait, she's Dalish. She does have an accent. Yeah. So those are basic.
You write them really well, though.
Yeah.
I do want to mention we apparently did hit the 5,000 goal, so thank you very much, everyone.
Oh boy!
Hey, everyone.
Like, I mean, maybe someone who has the internet open double check, but I was just looking at the I believe we have. Let's double check that.
That is incredible generosity by all of you.
Thank you,
so
everybody.
much for
Thank
helping
you.
Food Canada. That is helping make a lot of people's lives better. And to be slightly less of a goofball, but I promise to stop it shortly. We make entertainment. We make video games that are often just about punching things and making puns about butts as often as we can sneak them into the game. And we really, my goal at least is if someone comes home from a long day at work and in their precious free time after doing chores, dealing with children, dealing with whatever they have to do around the house, if they choose to play our games, I want our games to make them feel a little bit better. And knowing that there are people coming in here and donating to help make other people's lives better, that really means a lot to me. I think it means a lot to all of us.
Yep. You are now allowed to have 20% more malarkey on this stream. So
Okay,
Somebody,
Karen?
Douglas, somebody's asked if we're allowed to have ballyhoo now that we've hit
No.
5,000.
Still no ballyhoo,
still
but
no
now
That's a
malarkey.
fun word. That's a really fun word though. So Karen, did you confirm what are we at right now actually?
We are past 5,000.
Oh
I
gosh,
don't know what
yes.
it is
So
exactly, but
Like
we are
50, 34, I think.
So
Mhm.
keep
So
your
do we-
eyes open.
5034.69.
Wow.
Nice.
Gosh. So
69
do we
days.
want to do we want to wait till the end of the
Oh,
stream to
yeah,
answer
we're
that
definitely
question?
waiting.
We are waiting.
Okay.
That one,
I'll
that
just
one
let that.
goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Visual audio visual presentation comes at the end. Don't
Oh,
worry.
God.
It is coming.
Did
This will
you
be
actually?
Patrick's. No, Patrick has prepared a feast for the senses for us, I believe.
Oh boy.
You are
Oh, God.
so optimistic.
I am selling this as hard as I
I'm
can.
really impressed.
It's you know what? It's my greatest gift as narrative director. I can sell. All right, let's go to another question. Don't worry, folks. We will get to the important audiovisual one at the end. Let's see. Who else? I like this one. Who else in the Inquisition reads Varric's books? I know it can't just be Cassandra. I want to start a book club in Skyhold. I believe secretly everyone reads Varric's books.
Yeah,
Kind of?
I was giving the
Yeah.
answer for that.
Yeah.
Like,
Josephine. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Josephine definitely does. If I mean, out of politeness, and A
Academically.
and B, she needs to see what he's saying, like it as a sort of PR move. Or like, what is he saying about like what is he writing that definitely is sort of totally about the Inquisition? It's that kind of is very. And it's sort of, I want to know what everyone else thinks, but maybe that leads to a spin-off question with how famous are Varric's books in theory? He's not, some guy out in the middle of the wilderness recognizing him, Joseph Hackon. I love writing that guy. The conspiracy guy definitely recognized Varric. So I don't know. Maybe everyone knows him. But yeah, who else
pretty
reads
well
him?
known.
Yeah.
He's like a Stephen King.
Is he the Dean Koontz?
Again,
of Varys?
yeah. We don't have the authority on that
Oh.
Mary because she's Varric's writer, but
Yeah.
that is a
I
fun
was-
thing to think about.
I was thinking more like Nora Roberts, actually, but yeah.
I do recall. I think it's Dean Koontz. I went to the bookstore once, and they had like everything arranged by letter, and then they had one shelf that was just Koontz, Dean.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I
I
appreciate
believe
that.
that.
Like that's amazing. I'm like, you know what? Good for you, man. You've
Yeah.
got your own. You're a letter now. He's an actual letter of the alphabet
You're
now.
doing you.
You're your own letter.
You and you.
I like that.
All right, let's find another fun one.
Oh wait, did everyone else? Do other
Oh,
people have
sorry.
answers? Yeah, I feel like I don't want to
Oh,
short
no,
change
that's
the
okay.
question.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, no, it's,
No, we got time. And if you have answers, answer them. I'm just trying to keep this going.
no. I mean, Bull had a line in banter about doing it where he critiqued Varric's fight scenes, and that was me actually nodding. That was me actually lampshading DA2 enemy spawn mechanics.
I didn't know that.
Oh yes, it was. It was
I mean,
the
I'm not
Iron Bull.
surprised. I just
Yeah, it was
didn't
the
know.
Iron Bull saying, "Where do those people come from?" And Varric launches into like, "Well, I actually kind of like the idea of setting the stage and having them come up and it just be this exciting thing." And Bulls is like, "No, but like really, where did they come from? You just have them like drop it out of nowhere." Yeah, that was mine.
All right.
Laidlaw laughed, and I think Ben made me write some codex entries.
As a reward or as a punishment, who knows?
Yeah.
A bit of both.
A bit of both. Which follower would be best in making breakfast? Patrick, I believe you had an answer for that.
Yeah, really deep answers. Oh, Bull would make you breakfast.
Jeez. I mean, yes.
That was
That's
the
part
entirety
of
of
the
my
service,
answer.
That
right?
was that was literally all there was to that answer. I saw Patrick's name. I'm like, I need to do this.
Yeah, so it's like
I gotta.
Patrick available with the Joey Tribbiani answers.
Yeah, I actually, I gotta think for it, but yeah, what would Blackwell's breakfast be like now? Like, cause I just looked at you and I'm like, that's a good
I
question.
don't know, like it's probably full of hay, I guess.
It's just
He lives in a
giant
farm.
plate of sausages. It's like that episode of Brooklyn, The Feast of 1,000 Sausages.
Yeah.
Blackwell just comes out with a platter of sausage, and it's like,
Where does he
"You
get
have
the
anything else?"
sausages? You just don't
Well,
know. He
Where
just
they,
There-
yeah. Do
He
they
just
want to
found
know?
him. He found him in
Did we
Skyhope.
ask?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I
Where's
feel
mean-
like
Blackwell looks like the guy who's one of those people who has the drinking the eggs breakfast.
oh
Yep.
Like Rocky. I feel like
Come on, like
Liliana.
Iron Bull would do that too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iron Bull would do that and then hit the pastry aisle.
I feel like
Got a carbo
say-
load.
I feel like Josephine would make really, really fancy, gorgeous breakfasts that no one would appreciate. They'd be just like drinking their eggs and shit, and she's like making these souffles and all this
Like
great
a nectarine
stuff.
flour.
I don't
Yes.
think she actually. Here's the thing: she did go to a finishing school, which was based in part by a friend of mine. His mother went to a Swiss finishing school, and the stories they had about what they had to do were just, to me, just like if you use a sink, you have to use a small towelette to wipe out the water, so it looks as if you haven't used it, just to sort of keep things tight. And I was just like, holy Christmas.
Wow.
You have to clean out the sink after.
If you use a sink to yes, wash your hands. Like they would also do a courtesy wipe of the bowl itself to make it appear unused in its pristine state. So I think she's gone to one of those for manners. I think she would definitely know how to make coffee and tea, but patisserie and souffle and such, I think she would actually she's probably used to just purchasing the market.
There's
and she
people
would,
for that,
She would
yeah.
she would buy it or have a chef, and she'd be able to sort of gauge it. But she's sort of too busy scheduling stuff.
Fair.
Yeah, it's like she's got like the power.
So she could
breakfast
put it
right there.
together, but she wouldn't make it. But she'd be
Yes.
the moving and shaking and organizing and setting it all up and
Yeah, like,
buying the
here's a-
candelabra.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and here's the pot of jam specifically set out for Sarah to ruin. Yes. Yeah.
Very fancy napkins too.
Yes.
Like,
Oh yeah,
like,
she really
like
should
folded,
stop doing
folded
that.
to make
Yeah.
ships and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
probably
Right.
have like
Nice.
centerpieces of like all kinds of flowers.
Yes.
Just, like, Martha
Absolutely.
Stewart.
18 pieces of cutlery.
Yes, and then just again, it's like some people there will probably politely try to. What's Solus's breakfast like? Actually, I gotta know now.
Okay, I was thinking of Cole's, and I just really like the idea of Cole giving you like 3 eggs, completely uncooked, still in the shell, like a carrot that still has dirt on it, and a stuffed animal you lost when you were a child.
That's not bad.
Great breakfast.
Breakfast of champions.
Most important meal of the day. All right, let's find something else that's fun. I'm just trying to find some of these questions. I'm not going to ask because the writers aren't for specific companions aren't here, and I don't want folks to have to answer for other people. Others because we're just trying to find what are the funnest questions. Here's a good one. What are the various companions' favorite holidays? We could go off ones that are written by people here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I really like that. That's a fun question.
Like real world holidays or theta?
Like a beach day. Do you go to beach? Do you go skiing? Yeah.
Oh, like holiday. Okay. So not like Halloween, but like, what do they do for a holiday?
Oh, do you mean they mean the favorite place to go vacation?
I mean, it's vague. It's whatever you feel. Let your inspiration drive you here.
Because up here in the Canadians, they do say holiday sometimes instead of vacation.
I really. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, to me, this is simple. Josephine says it's Christmas. I believe ours is Wintersend is our legally distinct version, but it's also probably the most stressful one. So she loves it, but also by the end she's burnt out. Like it's the busiest one. The aesthetic is probably the most pleasing to her. But in reality, if she was more honest, it's not a deep lie, but if she sort of reflect on it, it might actually be something more peaceful, like a romance, Valentine's Day or St. Patrick's Day, something more low key. But her stated one is definitely Christmas, and all the 15 billion details it entails.
Hey, I remember, and I'm remembering this wrong, or not, or if not wrong, at least I can't remember the actual name of it. But the day that is like it's the combination of festivals and also it's not quite April Fool's Day in Thetis, but it's like festivals and pranks and people who've committed minor crimes. Those minor crimes are basically forgiven. I actually really like Solus. I like him liking that one because it's the one that seems the silliest, but it's also about freedom. And Solus is someone who is naturally he's wound tight enough that the idea he wouldn't actually do very much. He wouldn't do the pranks, but he would stand somewhere high and look down and smile at people doing stuff.
Simple nod.
Simple nod. It is good to see them
Yes.
engaging. It is good to see them being free in their little mortal lives.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
I think Blackwall
Sure.
believes that he doesn't deserve holidays, so he just goes back to his stables and cries.
Wow. Poor Blackwell. He's really getting just dragged through the dirt here. I mean, just
Oh no!
fair, but also
Why would you write a character if you don't want to like beat them up constantly?
A
Like
little
that's
bit,
no
yeah.
reason
I mean,
to have a character if
yeah.
you're not gonna torture them.
Fair.
that is definitely one way of looking at it, Cheryl. Thank you. All right. Here's one for Jepler can have a question as a treat. Tell us about your philosophy as a narrative director. My philosophy as a narrative director is that the game is a collaborative effort. So, as narrative director, I believe in giving everyone the ability to own their piece of the game and to suggest things and to be a part of the creative process. And the other side of it is that I like to think of the dumbest and funnest thing and then figure out how we get there. And that's what 90% of Patrick's and my conversations come down to is me saying, hey, Patrick, I've got this really dumb and awesome idea. Let's figure out how we get to it. And then we spend a while trying to get to it.
Yeah.
But generally, it's just, game development is a collaborative process and it's all about getting buy-in from people and getting them to get excited about your ideas, but also getting excited about their ideas. So that is my philosophy as narrative director, but also mostly the really dumb and fun thing. All right, we are. Thank you. We are at 4:53. I think we'll do one more, and then I think it's time for the audio visual extravaganza that Patrick has promised us. I'm going to say, you paid for your whole seats, but you're only going to need the edge. But let's find one more question before then. Let's see. Which companions that never got to meet each other do you think would bounce off each other the best? Everyone can pick a pair.
Oh, okay. This one's fun. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go against type because I know that there's a lot of I would actually okay, Win was one of my favorite characters, and I would actually love to see Win and Cole. Um because Cole loves to take care of everybody but Cole could really use Cole has enough dads. Cole has Solus dad and Varric dad and kind of Bull dad as well. So Cole could use a mom, and I feel like Win would be a really good, like, gentle, nurturing, not afraid of him because he's a spirit because of her own experience with it. And I just see them getting along really well and her kind of like helping him and guiding him. I think that would be really sweet.
Good answer. Anyone else want to follow that up?
I'd like to see Isabella and Sarah show up together.
Yes. Mayhem. Speaking of
Also,
mayhem.
actually, Isabella and
Yeah,
Josephine. Those two would be interesting.
I would love that because by the end of DAI, when we did the after-social scenes, yeah, like Josephine, her family sort of gotten their stuff together enough and to kind of scrape up more ships. And who traditionally plies piracy? Who loves to steal from Antivan fleets? Is it the yes, it absolutely is Ravain next door. They're pirates, so that would be very funny to me. I would actually love to see that. Oh shoot, that's a good pairing. Ugh, gosh. I just kind of had this vague feeling of Shale plus someone else because I enjoy Shale.
Shale and Iron Bull arm wrestling contest.
Oh my god, that would be
Oh, yes.
amazing.
That would be really
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, that would be awesome.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Sten and Iron
Make
Bull
a
would be
mind.
interesting too.
That would, yes. I
Stan
like
just saying things completely deadpan and then Iron Bull translating for the room. What he means is
Yeah.
that is not in
Yeah.
any way what I meant.
Yeah, like
Play it for them.
yeah, like
Close enough, close enough.
I like Alistair and Morgan, and I like Severin. They've sort of gotten like they sort of, geez, Severin and so Severin's always just kind of fun to me, just as a character. I'm trying to think of who to pair him with though. Like just, maybe just Severin and Blackwell for my own amusement.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but it would I think generate some dramatic
Zevran would
tension.
run circles around Blackwall and it would be hilarious.
I think just together that would be a pleasing sort of black comedy, which is maybe that's my answer then.
Soulless
I was
and
going to say
dog.
when. No, oh no, you said yours already. I was also going with Win, but in a totally different way. I'm imagining like Dorian being Win's gay best friend, and the two of them like out closing down the bars and stuff. Because there is this thing, if I may say, older women often, are put into the box of having to be maternal and caring all the time, and every once in a while you want to just go out to the club with your gay best friend and raise havoc. So that's what I would like to see.
That actually
Excellent.
sounds amazing.
All right, folks, we are now at the point of the question. We are going to ask one last question, and I think the question that has brought you all to this stream tonight is, well, Patrick, I'm going to pass the microphone over to you.
Well, thank you. So the question raised by, help me with the pronunciation, Epler, Syra,
That's correct.
was, why did they make Solus so gosh darn thick?
I don't think that's what it says, Patrick.
No.
We're paraphrasing because this is there are children watching this stream.
Well, that's unfortunate because I
Well,
have
that's
cursed at least
too
3
bad.
times.
Yeah.
I mean, really a mistake for them.
At this point, really now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
And so, I think Nick Thornborough gave a fantastic presentation earlier today talking about kind of the art process. And, Nick did the concept art for Solus. And, Nick really, they were kind of trying to go like, how literal can we make this? And like, can Solus actually have the wolf jawbone as this like quiet hint that he's the Dread Wolf? And I think that, they really kind of wanted to capture that as well. Because if we go in here, let's take a look.
Oh no! It is a video.
Oh god.
It's just, there he is. I mean, check that out.
That's pretty thick.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a thing of beauty. So, computer, could you enhance? Okay, computer, enhance maximum detail. Okay, thank you. So, I think there's really kind of like, they're really just trying to be literal here because those of you who played Trespasser will have learned that Solus actually created the veil and created that veil that separates our world and the Fade. And that is really just a strong element of duality. These two rich, full, juicy worlds that are really just kind of in opposition. And so I feel like I haven't had time to consult with Nick on this, but I
We
really
only
feel
have an
like
hour.
Nick really wanted to say, really just kind of wanted to show that we have Solus really having the world and having the Fade, and and that's kind of how it goes together. There's just this kind of a feeling about it that so anyways, I think that's that's my answer unless anyone had follow-up questions.
Patrick, I have a question.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Patrick,
Cheryl? Yeah.
can you tell us where the fade is, please?
The
What about the
fade?
fade? Yeah.
The fade's on the right. Yeah, it's fine.
Where's the veil,
Sorry, not the
Patrick?
fade. Sorry, the veil. I'm
The
sorry.
veil?
Yeah,
Well,
the veil. Yeah.
I mean, the veil. Okay, so if you recall from Trespasser, the veil was Solus's creation that separates the physical world from the fade, and lies between them. So I think that
Oh no,
if you
it's
just
5 o'clock.
go
It's
into it,
5 o'clock,
No,
everyone.
no, no.
I
We've
think
got
that
5 minutes.
Oh
I
God.
think
Okay.
just looking at it, I think the answer really speaks for itself.
I think this raises some very interesting questions about where the breach is located too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So what you're saying is that Solus got buns, hun?
So he's got a cheek in both worlds is the answer to this.
Hmm.
His hips don't lie.
That's true. My goodness.
Okay,
Well-
I'm sorry. I worked on Origins, so I have to bring up the taint and ask about it.
Well, I mean, there are also some interesting questions about the Black City as well.
Sylvia
Yes.
and Cheryl just disappeared. Okay.
I mean, everyone
Sylvia's
knows
never talking to me.
that
Sylvia just
wherever you are in the fade, if you want to reach the Black City, you just go deeper and then look up, and that's where the Black City is located.
Time is moving so slow right now.
I appreciate the level of academic rigor that's been put into this, Patrick. I think you're onto something. I think this raises some very interesting and detailed questions that we really need to dive into here.
Yep. And anyway, that's all the time we have for today. It's thank you all so much for coming, and I'd say mainly Sylvia is here to handle most of the follow-up questions at this point. I really put most of my time into making the presentations. So Sylvia, possibly Cheryl, will be handling all follow-ups.
Incredible. This is incredible stuff. Patrick, thank you so much. I think everyone here has learned something today, not just about Dragon Age, but about themselves. And I
A
appreciate
lot about
that.
themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the donations.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
no,
Thank
that
you
is
for
really
getting us
nice to see.
well over. That will get
Thank you
the
very
rest
much,
of us who
everyone.
aren't Patrick through the rest of this day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Very much appreciated. Have a great day. Take care. And we will see you later.
Love
Thank
to everybody.
you.
That's
And Drew, how's it going?
Oh, who are you?
I'm a cute little kitty cat here to learn about art and update everybody on our progress. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. John Cat? What should I call you?
Yeah, you can call me John Cat. I am broadcasting you. I put those magical cat ears on, and look what happened.
Oh,
I'm as shocked as you are. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this, but it's kind of cool being a cat. I ain't got no job. I got to pay no taxes. It's got to be a cat.
Yeah, just get to meow meow all day. I hear it's a
Yeah.
pretty good life.
The food's not that great though. A lot of dry kibble. Like, what's up with that? But enough about meow. Let's talk about the art.
Oh, all right. So we have an updated shot of Buck here, from Kalahak. Ooh, who is currently joining
the
us in the
turtle.
channel.
Yeah. This looks so nice. I like the coloring pattern. It's is that called stippling? What do you call the pattern like that? Where there's the gaps in the coloring.
Ooh, I think stippling, yeah, would be
Stippling, that's
right
the word.
term.
I'm just a kitty cat. I don't know the words between stippling or stippling.
I don't know words. I'm just a cat.
I'm just a cat. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. How many slots do we have left for commissions?
Ooh, let me just take a quick peek here. Oh, there's one slot open. One lucky viewer contestant in this horrible cat game will get a character request in.
Wow, that's bless my 9 lives. Yeah. What else do we have up? I've been cheating and looking at the channel where we're seeing the progress arts.
Ooh, they're very, very good.
I am always blown away. Like for 20 Canadian dollars, which is 17 and 35 cents American, this is such a great deal.
Yep. So this one is done by Kyle Hack. Check him out on Twitter. We have next up is a Nomis Idama.
Ooh.
They
Is that
are
like a alchemist, a bomb thrower?
Ooh, you're so good at guessing, John Cat. They are an alchemist slash surgeon, or a leech in the Blades in the Dark RPG system.
Oh, Blades in the Dark. I've heard of that system.
I've heard of it. I haven't played it myself. I hear really good things about it, though.
Yeah, cats are really good in the dark, and we have blades on our fingers.
So they have been misdiagnosed as a genius and never recovered. A narcissist with explosively violent bouts of temper, not at all charismatic, although he believes that he
Oh,
is.
I hate to run into them. Who was the artist on this one again?
This one is, I believe, our artist Elena Chichakov.
I will trust you on that. I am real bad at names.
I am also bad at names. Let's see. Next up, we have Aerolise.
Ooh, a tiefling, right?
Let me double check.
I'm guessing like is this like a tiefling paladin or warrior? Like it's got to be someone who can throw down. Look at that sword.
Oh yeah, tiefling paladin.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
good color combo. That like almost burgundy red tabard and the
mhm.
purple. Yeah, we
Very
learned what
nice.
tabards are today.
Ooh. This is also done by Elena.
Oh, great.
So,
People should
Aerolise.
follow Elena on Twitter for sure.
Yes, definitely.
I like Twitter because it's a bird.
Aerolise is a mercenary that never takes jobs from men. She has a Russian accent and is extremely stern. She
Very nice.
speaks shortly with purpose and often comes off as dismissive. Her default resting pose would be arms crossed, chest forward, and chin up.
Nice. They capture that pose perfectly.
It's
Perfectly.
very intimidating.
Perfectly.
Ooh, next up we have
Perfect.
Mazin Azarai.
Ooh, this is a
Ooh,
bard, right? Like I'm not wrong here. This is a bard.
I think it has to be a bard. A drow bard at that. Oh, this is our first piece that we've seen today from Rudy.
Oh, it's so good. Is that a magical guitar?
Ooh, let me read you the rich backstory here.
Please tell me the strings are not made from catgut. That'd be really scary.
Oh, that's violins. I don't think they use catgut for guitars.
Oh, thank
I
goodness.
could be wrong, though. Mazin was actually quite a famous musician before he began adventuring, so he's prone to showing off and loving being fawned after. He's not particularly used to the adventuring lifestyle yet. He's used to being doted after and sleeping in around the finest inns in town. A bedroll? Ugh.
I love it. Did we already announce the artist?
It is Rudy Patterson.
Oh,
They are also on
loving it.
Twitter. And oh, we got a couple more here. Artists are just churning these out. This is
Oh, another tiefling.
Sanjana.
Sanjana.
Tiefling and a tiny part hollow one. A Hexblade Warlock.
Hmm.
This one is from Gen 4th. Another returning artist and who has been with us since the first Gamers for Groceries. Sanjana is an easygoing person despite her class, always smiling. She's not the sharpest crayon in the box, and most things seem to go over her head, but she has her moment every now and then, although they are a bit too spontaneous.
I didn't
Sorry,
know
John
they had
Cat, what were you
crayons.
saying?
I was saying I didn't know they had crayons in D&D or crayon boxes, but now I learning.
Oh, like fantasy crayons.
Fantasy. Oh, right, fantasy crayons.
And last but not least is from me.
Ooh, very nice.
This is
That looks like a sorceress, a warlock.
Tempest Coburn. They are
That's the name. Not is Tempest the class?
No, so that's their name. They are a water genasi storm sorcerer.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of water, but I like
Mm,
this artwork.
yeah. Most cats are not a fan of. Let's. Tempest is a sailor. She relies on her charm to help her bargain when she's in port, and has a tendency to develop crushes easily. She can talk a good game, but when you start getting to know her, she shows that she's really quite reserved but affectionate.
Awesome. These are so good.
Yeah, these
And,
are turning out really well, and we still have one open slot left
you
before the end of
know,
our program.
there's not been a Talbaxi yet, which is the cat race in D&D 5th edition.
Ooh,
So
Tabaxi.
if anyone wants to use my probably copyrighted by Face Rig likeness for that, feel free. Yeah. Thank you so much, Andrew. This has been a great check-in. I'm excited to see more of these come out. But please, please, please look on Twitter. They've been posting these as we go. So if you want to get a bunch of info, it's all up there. We're not keeping this private. We're sharing with the world. I'm on the next panel. I got to go. Thank you, Andrew.
See you, John Cat.
Are you still a cat?
Was that a cat lawyer reference?
I'm sorry, I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat.
Uh, are you here live?
Yes, I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. I'm here live. Hello.
Hello. Oh my
Hello.
gosh, the beard.
Douglas, it's been so. I'm gonna just.
It has been
I'm
so
sorry,
long.
Randy. I'm sorry, Matt. It's been so long. I haven't seen you in it's been like 4 years, probably. This whole pandemic really.
I think enough time to make that beard. So
Yeah. I regret this beard, but enough about the beard.
Oh no, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, it's amazing from afar.
Okay, fair.
Hi, hello.
From Toronto,
everybody.
it looks amazing.
I appreciate it. Hi, hello, everybody. We are talking game jams today. I'm going to go around quick and introduce our amazing people on our panel. I'm going to start in my upper left here, which is Douglas. Please introduce yourself, Douglas.
All right, so I'm a game designer. Formerly at Ubisoft Toronto, I was working on Splinter Cell Blacklist, Starlink Battle for Atlas, and most recently Far Cry 6, which just came out this month. And currently I'm taking a little break from AAA development, going back to school, studying for a master's degree.
Awesome. Very cool. That sounds amazing. I always wanted to get more education, but I never got time to make it fit.
I've been enjoying it so far.
Yeah. Next on my screen, I see the glorious Mad B. Hello, Mad B.
Oh, my name is Mad B, and I'm currently a producer for BioWare, but beforehand I used to be a concept artist, a production artist, a UI artist, and then I went into QA, and now I'm a producer.
A little bit of everything there.
A
Amazing
little bit
stuff.
of everything.
Yeah, and sorry, last but not least, of course, we have Randy. And your last name is Ornstein, correct?
Ian, but very close.
Okay, apologies. Yeah.
No, not at all.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. Yep, my name is Randy. I am a independent game developer with no published titles, and I am also a teacher at Centennial College and Sheridan College in Toronto, where I teach game design and narrative and a few other fiddly things. Basically, everything that isn't programming, I've at least poked once or twice. And I've also run a bunch of game jams.
Yeah, what a weird coincidence that we have you on for this topic. I can't believe we managed to snag you for that. So what we're talking about a little here about is game jams, and I'm not going to read the Wikipedia definition of game jam. We're going to talk a little bit, but we want to talk about game jams in a sense like how it's useful to everybody at all development levels, whether you're a developing student, heck, even very young children with the 1 hour code projects like that. There's lots of out there, or AAA all the way to the top of the hundreds of millions of dollars, how game jams are still used at that level. So, Randy, you work with students, and that sounds really intimidating. How do you use game jams? What is your definition of games? Let's start with that.
Oh, well, okay, all right. Definition of a game jam: any production cycle where you have a limited amount of time and a limited amount of pressure, despite the time. Like, typically, the difference between a game jam and regular crunch at a studio is that you're not getting paid and you're doing it for fun. But no, the idea is creating something from scratch, whether that's a finished game or a tool or a piece of art or whatever you want to be doing during that jam. You have a fixed period of time. You are attempting to finish it within that time period. Sometimes there are themes, sometimes there are prizes, sometimes there are overnight movie nights, sometimes there's distributed communication and everybody's in their homes, and sometimes everybody's crammed together in one really sweaty room. Whatever on that spectrum is jamming.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, doing it with students is interesting. So there's different ways of I've had different experiences with students at different jams, right? I've got right now one of the programs that I teach for does a mandatory game jam every semester, which the students actually get grades on. And it's interesting the amount of pushback we get, especially from the upper year students, which I think has more to do with the scheduling of it than it does with the nature of the jam itself. And so my experiences with that have been perhaps slightly more gear grinding than they have been with a lot of the other jams I've organized, where students are certainly present, but they aren't, A, they're not forced to be there, and B, they're not the central focus. But yeah, I do definitely feel that jams have a very strong place educationally. I have debates about when during a semester they should be done, but that's a whole other thing.
Sure, sure. And for you, Doug, same kind of question about like what your definition of game jams and like what was your first game jam? Do you remember?
Sorry, you
Oh
asking me
no.
or Doug?
I asked Doug, but I think
Oh.
I'm seeing a frozen screen. Oh
Oh.
no.
Doug? Doug?
Uh-oh. Oh no. He's very good at staring cons. We'll toss to you, Matt. Um uh for your experience at game jams, Matt, you primarily have done art, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been one of the floaters, in fact.
Okay.
Sometimes in group game jams, especially the bigger ones, you'll have some artists being floaters, and will go between groups that are working on their games and be their kind of artist and help out with icons, because that stuff takes time.
Yeah. And what other kind of floaters do you tend to have at game jams?
Usually you'll have either UI or just general artists who can just do little icon type art real quick, usually pixel type art. Just things real quick that they can just quickly work with each group, shell it out, go to the next group, shell out a few icons for them, go to the next one. Or if you're like me and you prefer to just stick with one group and work on everything.
Gotcha. That must be fun to be able to sample everything and try everything. Um, so game jams have evolved a lot over the years. I mean, there's some dating back to, 10, 15 years, like Ludum Dare's been going on for a long time, and the Toronto Game Jam, they're probably in like 17 now or something like that, and those have been really big and long like that. How have they been changing and evolving to our work from home setting and a more online setup? Randy, you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I mean, like everything else, we've been trying to go with the distributed model, right? You obviously don't want to cram a whole bunch of people into physical proximity when we're all trying to keep distance and stay in our homes with buckets on our heads. I will be very honest, I haven't organized a jam during COVID. The Toronto Game Jam, or TO Jam, they're still doing their thing, and they did a distributed jam, but I haven't been. I was an organizer of TO Jam, but that was from TO Jam 5 to TO Jam 10. I haven't actually been helping with that particular jam in quite a while, so not too sure what they've done. I do know that they. I'm sorry.
I can speak to that if you like.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, Doug's back.
Rather than
Yeah, sorry.
speculating, I'll happily pass the mic.
Sorry about that. My Discord crashed just like as I started talking, I think.
Oh no.
But yeah, so I was very fortunate to participate in the last two TO jams that they did during COVID times, and Discord was really the hub of our jam. And they managed to set it up in a way that felt managed to maintain a lot of the camaraderie. A lot of the seeing each other's work, shared in the chat. Maintaining the movie night tradition. So there's a stream you could go to it's a TOGM tradition for anyone who's not familiar. That is it the Saturday night that we watch Hackers?
Yeah, Saturday at midnight. Mandatory viewing.
Before I lost
it's been really good.
Before we lost you, Doug, I was tossing to you with the question of your definition of game jams, and do you remember your first game jam?
So my first game jam was actually TO Jam. Back it was 2012, I think. Was that TO Jam the Sevening? trying to remember if that
That
was
sounds
the
about
year.
right.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think
something
yeah.
around there. And this was the theme that year was the world is not ending. So I remember making a little flash game about a flood, and you're like picking up detritus that was coming by in the flood and stacking it to make this kind of mountain to keep yourself above the waters. So yeah, that was good. But coming back to your question about the definition of jam, I think Randy covered it really well. I actually really liked the contrast you made between uh, uh, short time but also low pressure. That's really key. That it's not like this sort of like pressure cooker sort of environment where uh, you're under a lot of stress. Like, oh no, your paycheck is riding on this, and that's kind of really key. So, and also the idea of like having something completed in that time.
Yeah.
You want to have like something that uh, you didn't necessarily come in with much other than an idea, and you're going to leave at the end with something playable, which I think is just really kind of magical that you managed to make something kind of out of nothing in a short period of time.
Although I want to tack onto the end of that, trying to make something playable and ending up with an absolute pile of insanity that doesn't do anything at all except crash your computer is also a wonderful experience, and it also is very legitimately what jamming is, right? I think I can't remember how long it's been going on, but the Jam Glorious Train Wrecks kind of typifies this in my mind, where like they just made the title of it, like, trust me, we're not expecting you to finish, just do it.
For sure, for
Nice.
sure. One of the things that you touched on there, and also Doug, you mentioned was that game jams have a theme, and I wondered, Matt, if you could expand a little bit of like why the theme is like a critical element to a game jam. I mean,
Over. Well, I mean, that was for me. Hey, or
yeah,
was that for Randy?
That's why I
that was
actually
you.
couldn't remember who you threw it to. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was saying Mad B.
Oh,
How you doing?
oh, hello.
Let's talk themes. How do
All
themes
right.
make game jams more impactful? Having a theme on there.
Well, having an overarching theme will help guide anybody there towards an end goal. So, like, say we have summer vacation theme or something. So there's a lot you can do with that. But it's still a theme, so as long as everyone stays in that theme, it will help guide everyone to their end goal within whatever period of time that they've set. So most game jams tend to be 24 to 48 hours. So hopefully in 48 hours you're going to have a summer vacation game.
Right.
Doesn't always end up that way though. But it's a great way to start a game jam, and I love game jams that actually have overarching themes for all the participants.
It also adds an element where I love the first day of game jams. Usually, people like trying to figure out like how can I twist this one sentence into be what I want it to be, and we get such creative ideas. How they go like, well, this technically meets the criteria, and it just reminds me so much of actual game development, where it's like, all right, I need to get here. I have a target, and I need to try to figure out if I have an arrow or a javelin or what I can throw at it to actually get to that target, and I only have so much time for it.
For me, I find also the theme is really great for overcoming the terror of the blank white page.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That like if I've got something to seed my idea around, I had no concept of well, what am I going to make in 3 days or something like that. But if I've got like a word to build on,
Beginning template, and then you can start filling in all the blank spaces.
and it often leads me to stuff I wouldn't have come up with if I just like tried to go like, okay, what's a game I want to make?
Yeah.
Right, right.
Also, I want to throw on there, as someone who's probably done more organizing of jams than actual jamming, there's kind of a branding component where it's like everybody's games will have a shared theme. Everybody will know, oh, that must have come from that jam. And it gives sort of a nice like collection effect to the games and projects that come out of it, which is always nice.
There is definitely a little bit of a charm just to see like mount your friends or something and go like, I know where that goat came from. A little insider, little spoiler, a little Easter egg for that.
I remember the original X-rated version. That was fun.
It's pretty X-rated no matter what version you're playing. So I want to ask you a question, Doug, and I know the answer to it, but that's how I roll here. Do you have any professional experience of being game dev? How does this apply to like professional game development?
Okay, so where John's going with this is he and I worked together on a project at Ubisoft where just after we'd finished Splinter Cell, we had a mandate from head office to try to come up with some new IP, some new game concept. And it eventually developed into this. So we didn't know where we were going to go at first, and we decided, hey, you know what's a great way to generate ideas? Jamming. So we did a very jam-like brainstorming structure where we do a week of brainstorming and pitching each other ideas and developing them. Select out of that prototypes that we thought had legs that were worth exploring, and we did a week of prototyping it to actually like test out this idea, see how far we could get it, and at the end we'd see, okay, is that prototype heading in a good direction? You know, what do we like? What do we dislike? And the next week, blank slate again, brainstorm cycle. And so we did that for, gosh, I think like 2 to 3 months. And out
Yeah,
of
it
that,
was
we
about
actually
2
got,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it was 2 or 3 months, and I'm posting in chat right now a GDC talk by the producer for
Oh,
that
excellent.
project that goes through all this. That's Matthew Rose, great guy. I loved working with him. But he goes through the whole process, and the numbers are staggering. We made a lot of prototypes and a lot of stuff. But continue, Doug.
And just that by the end of it, we had not one but two ideas that actually managed to get a green light from our editorial team because it was just such a great process for generating all that creativity and taking us to places we never would have gone before. You know, the idea of like making toy plug together starships. I don't think we would have come up with any other way. Sorry, I just realized I'm gesturing up here because I've got my spaceship up here, but you can't see it.
Oh, right. Oh, there's such it was such a great thing, and if you watch that GDC video, I wish I could play it, but it's very long. You can see the prototypes, you can see that, and one of the big key things about game jams is discovering skills and talents that your staff may have that you didn't know beforehand. And one of the people that we called out there was a technical artist who actually is like, "Oh, I can acid etch circuitry in my I got that in my background." Like, you can bring some acid into the office and make circuits, cool. And they did, and it was really cool. Like, there's a lot of things where being able to put on different hats, try different roles, really impacts the growth of the staff there. Yeah, I'm also
And
going
it's
to
great
post
for
in.
like life satisfaction. Like it was my
Oh
probably
yeah.
the best couple months of my entire game development career was just
Aw.
you know, the sheer creativity, the getting to play with new ideas every single week. Yeah, loved it.
It was definitely, as Matt called it, an island of misfit toys, but I love being there.
Yes.
I'm also going to put a link into chat right now, which is the Go Poser Go video from Nuit Blanche, which was an art installation, which was a fantastic game that only existed for one day or one evening, really, which was also from the Tomcat group. Hey, Matt, it sounds really interesting that a game studio or would run internal game jams. Do you know any other studios that might run internal game jams? And I will, for no apparent reason, stand up also and show the shirt here.
I wonder what SideQuest is. What?
Yeah.
Oh, so SideQuest is BioWare's game jam. We have what is it? Once a year?
Third time this year. This is our third one this year. Yeah.
Is it our third one? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Everyone, it feels like a whole year passes by before the next one, but it isn't. So yeah, we do our own internal game jam, and I haven't had the chance to fully participate. I've only been able to partially participate because my job is very busy, unfortunately. So, but most of our devs tend to actually participate in some form. We usually tend to go by team, I believe, usually for side quest. I'm not 100% sure. John, you'll
Well, we
correct me.
have our project weeks, which are broken up by project teams. So there would be the team that I am currently would have one, and then teams that are also going on in the background are also doing one. So they have internal projects because they all have their own schedules and stuff like that. And then the last working week of December, all of Bioware is invited to do Austin, everywhere, remote, all that stuff. We're all invited to do one group jam. And last year, for N7 Day, and I'll post this link in chat, we did Omniblaze in the Dark. One of our great designers put together a rule set for tabletop RPG, and we had an amazing cast of people, including the voice actors of the Shepherds come on, and an amazing host, GM, Austin Walker, and ran it. It was really fun to see something in that project come to life, and put there. So we're really, really proud of what people are doing. And that answers the question for Class Hecky, which is, do we have internal game jams? Yes, we do. I want to jump over to you, Randy, real quick, or not real quick. You can take as much time as you want. I'm not, going to judge. How do game jams help students develop and evolve?
Honestly, I would say that they help students as much as they help any developer doing this. I would say that it'll vary perhaps in terms of the quantity of stuff crammed inside someone's head simply based on how much was there in the first place. But jams are a wonderful microcosm of the entire industry, or at least the entire development process, right? Where you go from like, for some jams, you don't even get the theme until the day of the jam itself. So you go from like ideation all the way to launch in even up to like 3 hours. I have run a series of 3 hour jams and we got finished games out of them. It was pretty interesting. And I think that if I had to limit it to a single lesson, I think that the biggest one that comes out of jams is scoping. There is it is a super critical skill in our industry, and it is also one of the hardest ones to develop and to make work. And so I don't know, like for first time jammers, I always basically say is whatever your idea is, choose one cool idea out of that idea's possible things, cut that in half, and it's still too big, but at least maybe you'll get somewhere. The scoping component of it really allows you to completely strip bare all of the you can, I don't know if we're allowed to swear on the stream, so I will refrain from doing so. But basically, you can leave behind the bull hockey in terms of like it's an excellent way to like learn to just let go of ego stuff, let go of this, out of the other thing, and just do what you can do in the time that you have. And you learn your own limits really fast, and you learn a ton from your other teammates. And one of the best things, especially about the in-person jams, although this can happen on the distributed jams, but it's a little less, slightly less organic, perhaps, is I've been in many jams where basically you're in a room full of developers, everyone's on their own teams, but you're like, I've just run into a wall. Can someone help me with blah blah blah? And who knows who's going to come over and help you. Almost every time I've seen this happen, somebody comes. But like, you can be a first year student trying your very first time, and you have a professional come over from Ubisoft or from Yukon or like basically any large studio in the city. Come over and say, "Oh, here's how we do it," and you know, those kinds of little nuggets of instruction can be worth their weight in gold. And that's especially at the jams that are mixed between not just students, but also like the development community within the city, which is how I always like to do my jams. I don't personally, I think that doing jams that are exclusively one particular demographic out of the industry, whether that's students or artists or whatever, you're cutting yourself short a little bit doing that.
You
It's
don't get the
better to
cross
sort of
pollination.
exactly like, you know, get the mixing pot and shake it and see what happens.
Because I think the pros get just as much out of it too. That, you know, like I can be working on, you know, like Far Cry for 3 years, and like day in day out, it's the same game, and I can go to a jam, and in a single day, I see 20 games. All in development, all at different stages, with completely different processes, different ideas going into them, and you know, very often it's like, oh, hey, that's a way of solving that problem I've never seen before, or hey, that's a process that, you know, maybe could I use that? Could I, you know, could that actually be part of my craft?
It's a great way to get out of writer's block. And speaking of, like, it's not, game jams are not just video games. Like, I know, Doug, you and I have done a board game jam in the past. It's National Bi-Monthly November Writing Month. I never get the acronym right. It's
NaNoWriMo.
Of course, that's the one. NaNoWriMo. That is a form of a game jam in essence, where you're trying to please something. They're a great way, that small little crucible is a great way to get out of writer's block or to try out new ideas. And you touched on something, Randy, and I'll toss to Doug with more of this, is that we're not competitive on the discipline level. You know, we'll let our product sell on the shelf, and that's what the competition takes. We'll let the marketing, you know, do that. But when it comes to us, like, Doug, you're like one of the highest rated people on Stack Exchange for like advice given, right? Like, I'm gonna make you blush. I know you're pretty humble about that, but your number is
only on the Game Dev Stack Exchange, which is tiny.
Oh yeah, big fish, small pond. Sure, modesty. But like, you help so many people that
I try.
are technically your competition. Like, did you get that from Game Jam? Like, what other aspects of that do we bring?
That is something I actually really like about the game development industry. Actually, there's a great tweet just last week or so that was talking about the same thing. That, you know, if you're making, say, racing games or something like that, and you're selling to players who like racing games, and somebody else is also making a racing game, cool, because the players are going to buy their racing game and they're going to buy yours a lot of the time. Like, even though we're technically competitors, we've got so much more we can learn from each other than that we have to fear from each other, I think.
For sure.
But yeah, game jams I think are really epitomize that sort of collaborative spirit. The idea that, hey, we're all in this thing together. It can be scary, it can be confusing, and it's that much less of both of those if we help each other.
Right, right.
To
Hey,
add to
Mad.
that,
Oh yeah.
I do have something to add to that. The cool thing about game jams also is since they're such a collaborative thing, and usually you'll meet other people from other game companies and whatnot, you usually end up meeting people who are going to become your future either
For sure.
employers or coworkers, or you're going to be managing them, or it's a great way to meet people and improve your networking skills because that is pinnacle. Like
I've
no one ever
I've
tells anybody.
I've
It's
worked with
very
say audio floaters at TOJam, and then gone on to like go back to that person with paid work later because like, hey, I
Mhm.
loved working with you. I'd love to get some more
It's also
music
yeah,
from you or something.
it's a fantastic way to show off your skills to people too. So like if you've applied to a bunch of game studios and everyone's ignoring you and you're like, "Hey, I know I can do it." Go to game jams. That's like the best way to do it. It's just like, "Here, show your skills off. This is
hmm
sell yourself. Come on now."
It's also a really good
Yeah.
way to generate portfolio pieces because like making a
Fantastic.
whole game solo can be very challenging, but if you can get a small team together, now together you can get a finished work made
Yeah,
that now stands out in
if
your
you
portfolio
finish
better than a single model or
exactly. If you finish
Yep.
that game too, you can put that on your resume and be like, "I did this game." And
For
then
sure.
if you happen to have it, the executable somewhere on your file, you can share it with your prospective employer. So
that
it's
reminds me of something I wanted to add to Randy's answer earlier about how game jamming can help students. There's a saying that your first 10 games are going to suck, so get through them really fast.
Right.
yes.
And so game jams are a great way to like cross off your 10. You
True.
get a quick progress because there's just so much you're going to learn from the end to end that you don't learn from practicing any one step. Or at least not quite as not quite as quickly. I almost said brutally.
I'll give a
It's
shout
pretty
out.
brutal.
I'll give a shout out to Mark Dara, who is now apparently a YouTube celebrity with old game dev device. He has a good episode on the parable of the pots, which talks about you make 10,000 pots, you're going to get a better pot at the end than trying to spend the same amount of time making one pot. Like you just keep churning that wheel. You don't churn pottery, I don't think so, but you know what I mean. Keep churning out pots, and that's how you get the real practice because you just got to get that time in and accept those mistakes.
That's
Um,
that's true for
yeah.
artists
Oh
too.
yeah.
It's just like sketching. It's just like you got to make a bunch of ugly babies before you make the pretty baby kind of
Well,
thing. So
game dev is a craft. We're all
Mhm.
creative. It's an industry. It's the big money. Some programmers might claim that they're technical as opposed to whatever, but really, we're all craftspeople and we're all creatives. And like, you don't get better at that by sitting in a bucket
Yeah.
quietly doing the same thing forever. You've got to exercise it. If one thing I just want to say, tacking on to what Mad was saying, um, specifically for the networking side of it, it is one of the best reasons to go floater
Right.
because depending on how the jam is organized, you could literally be getting a handheld introduction to 4 or 5 or 10 or however many different teams over the course of the weekend where the organizers are matching them up, or you might have to go and meet people yourself depending on how it's being handled. But it's a great way to sort of spread yourself out, put a few drops in a lot of different buckets, um, which can be quite valuable because you never know who's going to want a floater or what for. So I can't think of a discipline that really a floater couldn't do. Maybe something like narrative design would be a little trickier to find a team for, but I've seen programming floaters, sound floaters, art floaters, animation floaters, UI floaters, UX floaters, tester floaters, sometimes even. You'd be surprised how much can be valuable, especially
Right.
when you've got such a limited amount of time.
Yeah, one thing I'll pivot to slightly is that you mentioned there's like floaters and testers. Game jams can be very intimidating, especially for people who don't finish a product. Like it could be, it could be really rough to be like, I'm going to go to the showcase and my game boots or doesn't boot and it showed up. And we all have that stages. So like when we have new junior people being a floater, just going to the game jam and like playing all the games is really, really helpful. And we'll learn a lot just coming and playing. Now I know it's a little different being remote, but that still is an active thing. For new people who are interested in game jam, I'm going to put some links in chat for like indiegamejams.com because there's literally hundreds of game jams going on and also itch.io/jams. But Doug, why don't you start us off? What advice would you give people who want to start game jams or be part of the community for them?
Oh, good question. So when you say start game jams, like start running a game jam or start
Oh,
like participating?
let's
Okay.
start with participating. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I guess first thing is like if you've got a team you want to be going with, make sure you're talking to each other about your expectations. What you plan to make. Be very communicative. Draw. There is my first jam. I went to a like how do you jam sort of workshop to kind of get me warmed up for it. And one of the speakers there was talking about their experience in a jam. They'd been talking with their partner. They were going to be making this game together with they were going to make a 2D shooter. They'd been talking about it for a week, and we're all so excited about it. And like the day before the jam, they're like, "Oh, let's talk about what's the UI going to be like." And so they both kind of drew their ideas and showed them to each other. They'd been talking about two completely different games the entire week.
Yeah.
One of them was doing a side scroller. One of them was doing a kind of a top down. But somehow they just hadn't noticed because they hadn't put it on paper. They hadn't looked at their ideas. So that's a big thing. Like coordinate. Make sure you've got like the same idea of what you're making. Otherwise, you're going to be pulling in opposite directions.
Yeah, the paper prototypes, we use those constantly. It's so much cheaper to get a pencil out or a whiteboard and make your game there before you sit down and start writing code or making models. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, continue, Doug.
Figure out your tech. So if you're going to be, using an engine, or if you're working with multiple people, you need a version control system. Make sure you understand that deeply before you go in, because troubleshooting Git or something in the middle of a jam is just not going to be good for anybody's blood pressure.
For sure.
The other thing I would say is make the toy first. If you think about like everything in your game, just think about what's the one action I'm going to be doing all the time that has to be fun and interesting and just kind of like delightful to do, in absence of any challenge, any overarching structure, any goal. If you're making a platformer, make the jump really good.
Yeah.
If you're anything like that, and if you make a good toy, everything else gets easier. And you might, in the process of discovering that, of building that toy, discover stuff to do with it that is not what you thought you were going to make, but is easier or more compelling, or it's just like, oh shoot, we've got 2 hours left. Okay, let me put some bouncing balls in there. Cool, that's a game now.
Right, right.
Versus if you've got like a big progression system, but you don't have the toy working yet, it's not gonna sing. So.
Yeah, finding the fun is probably the hardest thing. Like projects can spend years trying to find the fun, find that X element that goes like, this is what people are going to remember, and being able to practice that in the game jams is a great way to do it. Matt, would you like to add on this topic of like advice for new jammers?
Be ready to test. Test your work. Test your work before you submit it. Test it afterwards. Test it even after you've already tested it. Keep testing your stuff and be ready to test your stuff, because it's gonna break no matter what. So be ready to test all of your work, someone else's work. Just be ready to jump in.
Oh, and if you're doing something in an engine like Unity that has like an in-engine test there a lot, but also test making a build periodically. I've gotten to the end of a jam and it works fine in editor, and then I make a build and it crashes instantly or does nothing or it just does the wrong thing.
Build a couple times. Yeah, make sure to build your game a few times. Just you got to test the whole thing. It takes a while, but trust me, it's worth the wait. So.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll let you wrap up with that topic there, Randy, on advice for new jammers.
Sure. Don't panic. Remember that even if you're in a jam that has prizes or something like that, it does not matter. It is not worth literally losing sleep over. It is not worth literally stressing yourself into illness over. This is for fun. Treat it as fun. Think about it as fun. And even if it ends up on fire at the end of the weekend, did you have fun making it? Or did you have a good experience? Then you jammed successfully. That is the biggest thing that matters. And I think that for first-time jammers especially, in as much as jams can be excellent networking opportunities and excellent ways to expand your portfolio potentially, if this is your very first jam, aim to have fun above and beyond anything else. Enjoy the experience. Don't worry if your game is going to work or not. Don't worry if you're going to be, getting to work with exactly the team that you want who has this executive or that executive on it or whatever. Just go there, have a good time, and help share and spread the good time to others who are in the jam. That is the best way you can network yourself anyway, because once you prove that you're, actually pleasant to be around, a lot of the rest of it is a downhill roll. And take it seriously, but not too seriously. And don't worry that if you give a wrong answer to a question, or you don't know something, or your game doesn't work, that somehow everybody's going to look at you and go, "Oh, you're not a real jammer. You shouldn't have been here." Nobody does that. No one is that.
I have to check now if there's a Pompous Jam on the schedule. Pompous Jam.
I mean, we
That's
could
great.
make one.
We could make a Pompous Jam. Yeah. We'll talk after. I've got a great question here from Combustible Dan. Can people who can't code still help at jams? I mean, the answer Matt already called out there is yes.
Absolutely yes.
There
I
is
can't program for beans, and I love jamming.
I can only
There's a-
program in Python, okay? So
It's still
otherwise I just draw
yeah.
for everyone.
There's a surprising small amount of programming in a lot of jams. Modern engines, have visual scripting, and as we said, like you're gonna be able to probably deliver on that one piece of fun that Doug talked about. So like you're not gonna write, a 40-hour game in 48 hours. Like that, the math just doesn't work. So you're gonna be able to get one thing done, and you can do that and not worry about it. Like you're not going to be pushing a 3080 for ray tracing most of the time. Like there are specific jams, but for your first time out, you just need to show up and have a good attitude. And if you end up with a paper prototype and go, "This is how it's working," you got a stick figure walking down the screen, people will be applauding and cheering if it's a really good idea there. And that sounds good for me too, because I don't code much anymore in my role. So like I'm losing that skill, but I'm glad I can still
no.
participate on my own. Yeah, look, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's a good
and
role, but
people are always willing to walk you through things too.
yeah.
Like rudimentary programming. Most of the programmers I've worked with at game jams have always been eager to show me how to program some simple lines, so that way I can take some of the burden off of them.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And as we
Yeah.
talked about earlier, a lot of jams will have like multiple roles. Like some will even have like a floater role where you can join and just do art for. So maybe I don't know how to code, but someone else knows how to code but doesn't know how to do art. Hey, we can help each other out and that be a really strong team together.
Yeah, it's a great way to find mentors and just say like, can I shadow you for this jam and just see how you work and do some stuff like there. I'll tag on to your note, have the roles and stuff. One big advice I have for teams is the same advice you have for like emergency response is point at someone and say, you do this, you call 911. If you're going to be on a team and say, we need art, and then walk away. No, you say like you're delivering art, you're delivering sound. Be that practice producer, be that practice development director, and say like these are the things we have to deliver. Have a plan, because it's so easy to just have a bunch of stuff on a cheat and on a sheet. I'm getting late here. On a cheat sheet, and then things fall off because you forgot to do it. So that organization and being able to point out and say this is your responsibility and go with it if you're working with a team that is. Yeah.
And art and sound floaters love it when you come prepared with an asset list where you can say like, "That's exactly what I need."
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Teams definitely. It is worth having, at the minimum, a team leader, even if you don't have somebody who's then subdividing whatever else. Somebody who has veto power is one of the most important things from a scoping standpoint. Somebody who can at the 11th hour say, "We just don't have time. Change what you're working on. We're doing this now," and it can be the difference between finishing and not. It can also be the difference between horrible, stressful, screaming fights with your teammates at 4 a.m. because you've all been working at cross purposes, and now that it's finally time to put everything together into one level, you realize that you were all working on the same system. And oopsie, it's nightmare time. Save yourself that trouble and that heartache. One thing, if I just want to sort of dial backwards for just a moment, one thing I wanted to say also for first-time jammers or for those who are worried about not being a programmer or not being whatever, unless the jam has very clearly, explicitly stated rules, and usually those jams are going to be the minority of jams out there, there is no such thing as the wrong tool. There is no such thing as an invalid way of creating your work. You want to work in puzzle script and do everything in like 4-bit art? Fantastic, make a great game. If you want to do everything on paper, fantastic, make a great game. There's no wrong. Like, unless you specifically enter the Unity Game Jam sponsored by Unity, and if you don't use Unity, you don't get the prize. Okay, fine. Maybe you have to use Unity instead of Unreal. But really, 99% of jams aren't like that. And it's just come build a thing, have fun. And don't ever worry that someone's going to walk by your program and say like, "Oh my God, you're using RPG Maker," and just walk away. You know,
I love RPG Maker.
please. It's
There's some good
you
stuff
can-
in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I love Red Pie.
yeah, seriously, or Twine or anything. Like there's no such thing as the bad wrong engine that people will look down on you for knowing. Like that's but it's the kind of thing that I know I've had students and other first timers sometimes be a little bit nervous about. It's like, oh, if I don't use this, are people not going to take me seriously or whatever? It's like, no. The ideas and the execution count so much more than the box they came in.
Right.
And it's something that it takes a long time to sort of, it's a perspective thing, right? You can't just get that quickly, but it's a valuable thing to sort of remind yourself of every once in a while.
Yeah, that's really great feedback. Thank you for that. The other thing I'll also add for roles and feedback is the feedback part of this. Being able to give and take feedback is a very challenging skill. And going to a game jam and seeing something that someone spent probably, 36 of the last 40 hours pouring themselves into, and it's like it doesn't quite work, and be able to give them meaningful, impactful feedback, understand what the level they're at. Like if we had a senior person go to a junior person and expect the same level of results, that's not good mentorship, that's not good guidance, so they wouldn't be able to give good feedback. So you want to go, you'll be getting feedback, giving feedback, and that's a skill also to learn, is meta to the event for sure.
If I can throw a thing on
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
just the biggest tip that I actually teach a professional practices class, which is specifically teaching students how to survive in a workplace for at least part of it, and part of that is about getting and giving feedback. And the thing that I really like is remember that criticism and critique are two different things.
Right.
Criticism is personal. You know, oh, I think that's stupid, and therefore the person who made it must be stupid. That's not good feedback ever to anyone for anything. I don't like this mechanic because of XYZ. That's critique. That's useful, actionable information. Like, if you want to give feedback to someone, try and give them a task list of things that are concrete to fix. Don't just sort of generally smear your hand all over the screen. And when it comes to taking feedback and receiving that and taking it in, biggest piece of advice, because it's something I see too many people do, don't argue. If someone is giving you their time and their headspace, it is a generous thing they are doing to give you feedback. Say thank you very much, and either throw their advice away in your brain or engrave it in marble, whichever, whether you think it's a good idea or not. But don't fight with them, or don't make excuses, because all that's doing is wasting both of your time.
Not going to change their mind. It's not going to.
No.
Yeah.
That's a huge life lesson, is that the goal is not, you'll never be able to change their mind. You just need to figure out, change how you handle that feedback.
Yeah.
I am sorry to report that we're almost out of time. This just flew by. I would love to keep chatting more about this, but Doug, this is way too brief. We'll have to catch up afterwards.
I'd love to.
Yeah, could you give us some closing thoughts? And if anybody wants to reach out to you on social media, or I guess Stack Exchange, how would they find you?
Oh gosh. Closing thoughts. Jam. Yes, I think you're gonna love it. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna learn some things. And worst case, you've lost a weekend. So like, I like
lost
the
weekend for worst. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a great way to just try something new at low risk. Yeah, I think my Twitter handle's up there. Oh, let me paste in the chat. I've got some of my jam games up on itch.io if you want to download them and play them.
The Domino one is really good. I love that
thank you.
one.
I appreciate that. And yeah, if folks want to find me online, or it's the Twitter handle up there, or I'm on gamedev.stackexchange is the game development help site that I help moderate. So if you're running into a challenge there, go search. You might find that your question's already answered, or that we can help you out.
That is one great thing about the internet, is finding answers. Hey, Mad B, another great thing about the internet. How about any closing thoughts, and if people want to find you on the internet?
Well, please, for the love of God, if you're interested in game jams, go to a game jam just once. It's a lot of fun, and it doesn't matter if your baby ends up being on fire and exploding. It's going to be hilarious no matter what. I'm one of those people who laughs when things break, so trust me, it's just fun and it's funny, and you're more likely going to meet like future friends or lifelong friends. So, You can follow me on Twitter. I believe my Twitter handle is under my name. I'm Angry Space Bee. You can also probably find me somewhere on ArtStation, I guess. But no one wants to see that, so probably don't. Just bother
Gotcha.
me on Twitter. And if you want a portfolio review, I do professional portfolio reviews for people. So
And you're also hiring someone for your team, but we'll move on from that real quick.
I am currently hiring for my team.
Yes. And Randy, final thoughts, closing contact if you wish.
Sure. Okay. As someone who's organized a lot of jams, and some of them I've sort of fabricated out of whole cloth, and some of them I've had whatever. If you want a local physical jam and there isn't one, create it.
Yeah.
Don't be scared of that. Like jams can take huge, ridiculous amounts of organization or almost none, depending on the scale of it and how you're going to host it. Talk to local schools about using their facilities. Most schools, especially if you're coming in as a developer and saying, hey, we want to host a professional event your students can participate in, would you be interested? They will like drool over themselves and give you money, let alone space. So do that. Also, if you are a first timer and you aren't confident, you aren't sure that you've got the skills or the chops or whatever, if you really don't want to do the jam itself, you can volunteer. Volunteer to help with running the jam. It was my first thing in the industry ever was going and volunteering at TO Jam 10, and it honestly opened up the pathway that has become my entire career because I met everyone in Toronto and suddenly had a billion friends that weren't just students. So do it. Find me on the Twitter, which is I think here. I don't know, Facebook maybe, but probably Twitter's best.
Twitter, yeah.
And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you all for your time today. It was a blast catching up and
Thanks for
talking
inviting
Game
us.
Jam. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm in the next panel, so I got to go there, but you probably have 30 seconds before the camera catches up. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
It's nice meeting
That's
you
good
guys,
fun.
by the way.
Trivia. It's trivia time. I don't have my cat ears on. What am I doing?
You fool! How are people gonna know what time it is?
You won't know what time it is without my cat ears on.
There we go.
I don't know which John we were gonna get.
I didn't have time to switch to face rig. All right, trivia's
Oh,
up on the screen.
I'm so grateful we didn't get that, John. That was scary. That was scary.
All right, we're behind on minutes. I went too long on my last segment because I love talking to people.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Trivia
Starting it
set
up.
2, cat difficulty. Here we go. Same rules as before. Oh, wait, hold on.
Whoa.
I'm waiting for the first question to show up.
It's going. It's going.
I don't see. Okay, fine. hey, Bolden, who's this kitty?
I don't know who this kitty is.
Is this kitty Maze, Cedric, Calamus, or Nico? This is a cute kitty.
This feels like another possible trick question here.
I have played this game and I enjoyed it. I recommend other people play this game. In fact, I'm pretty sure we talked about this in the last panel. This game was probably made in Game Maker. I'm 90% sure this was made in Game Maker. Yeah. I can't switch to John Cat in the middle of this. It takes a lot of work to transform into a cat. I apologize.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Oh, no.
And the answer is Nico from One Shot. Very, very cute, charming game. And our results came in and...
Oh, Maze, that caught a lot of people.
Oh, Maze did catch a lot of people.
Background.
The fake corn background, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Checks out.
Always thinking. But still, about half people got the right one, so that's really good. All right. I'm waiting. All right. We have contest 26. Glass Eye Tiger. Ooh, got a cat getting a cat. That's how that works. Patrick Weeks, yeah, on the board. Gooba Megazord. Okay, and BB Bluehead. All right. Next question. What is Cat's last name?
Not that cat. No.
Different. Her first name is Cat. What is Cat's first name? Is it Galhel, Karamuch, Zingano, or Jedretsky? I'm sorry. I'm real sorry with the names. I should have practiced these. What is Cat's last name? hint. I should. You know what? Had I known you on here, I would put your last name up there and put really throw people for a loop on that. This is a real person, thanks to Wikipedia. I found out
So
this is a real
obviously,
person.
yeah.
Yeah. This is.
Waiting. Boom.
Boom. This is Kat Zingano, who was featured in multiple UFC titles, and apparently is like. I looked on Google, and they said like one of the best fights ever was this person. So.
Very cool.
Yeah. All right. Oh, a lot of people got that. Well, it was a tie. It was pretty close, but a lot of people got it. All right. Leaderboards: Glass Eye Tiger, Googlebog, Patrick Weeks dropped a little bit. I'm sorry, Patrick, but BB Blue Head went up, and a new person, Forged Pixels, is on the bottom of the leaderboard at rank 5. All right, let's keep rolling.
I see you, Barrett.
Who's this kitty?
No
Is
context,
this
no nothing.
Who is this kitty? The context is the screenshot, Baldwin. Is this Specs, Spring, Shutter, or Naomi? Who is this kitty?
I like that this kitty has glasses. That's very
Yeah.
cute to me.
There's no arms to the glasses though, so
It
it's,
might
it's
be
kind of like
behind, you know,
It's
it might
probably
be
behind the frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a game that recently came out, very recently. In fact, I think in the last like 3 days this came out.
Oh wow.
Yeah. This kitty is Naomi from The Good Life. In this game, you play a reporter going to a small town who has the ability or curse to turn into a cat, or thanks to a Kickstarter stretch goal, a dog, to navigate and solve puzzles.
They all have the glasses.
They all have the glasses. That's how you tell us Naomi.
They have different powers if you're a dog or a cat.
Yes, the dog is more powerful and like a dig, and the cat is more stealthy. I didn't play the game. I just read the Wikipedia article. This is my
kinda neat,
repeating
though.
refrain.
Every time.
Yeah. Ooh, a lot of people want the glasses were a real good red herring there.
I apologize, everyone.
Yeah. Goo Goo Magazords at the top. Glass Eye Tiger, Be Blue Head, Contested 31. Get your name in if you want to win. And Stinkbug 94. Welcome to the leaderboard, Stinkbug. All right, we're rolling.
Oh, I don't know if I endorse this one.
How many farts? How many farts are in Fart Cat? 24, 32, 48, or 64? How many farts? I want you all to go to Google or Bing right now and type in fart cats and see how many farts you
How
get.
many
No,
cats?
I saw the names of the farts, and some of them are just disturbing.
That's
I didn't make this game. This is an older title. It's a game where you mix ingredients to get different types of farts, and there is a set number of farts in this game.
I really hate that. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thanks, I hate it.
There are 32 different farts in this game, including.
Okay.
I'm not gonna read any of these. I'm not gonna read any of these.
I was gonna say something, but you're right. It's better not to read these.
I'm not gonna read any of these. You're welcome to read them, chat. I can't control what your eyes are doing. Another split question on this. Hi, Kitty.
Cat with my laughter.
All right, well, we gotta keep these questions moving. All right, Glass Eye Tiger got that. Oh wait, Forest Pixel got a lot of points that one. Leaderboards are moving around. All positive though. People know they're farting cats. Not a single negative on the board there. All right, next question.
Who's this kitty?
Who's this kitty?
That's a cat?
Is this a cat? Is this Nico Basu, Bust the Cat, Morgan, or Morgana? Who's this kitty?
Is this a transformer?
I can't answer any more details. All the context is on there. Who's this kitty?
Everything you need
is there. This is a kitty. The only answer I know. This is a pretty popular kitty.
Please, no one say Bust the Cat. It's too much of a red herring.
Not Nico Batsu. Nico Batsu is the name of the cat from Totoro.
Oh.
That is Morgana.
Oh, from
Persona 5.
Persona, yeah.
Persona.
No. So do they transform into a bus? I had not played.
I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played it. Oh wow, really split the crowd on this one. Oh, is that spoilers? I mean, the game's like 5 years old. Like, I mean,
we did re-release a whole royal version at this point. That's how old it is.
It was in the trailer.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Another strong question for people. They were all from people who were not on the leaderboard already, so some movement there for sure. Contestant 23 jumping into second place. Question number 3. What game is this? Is this
super
9
retro.
Lives, Lucky Cat, House Cat, or Alley Cat? What game is this?
The first time I looked at this shot, I couldn't even see the cat.
If you are born in this century, you may not know what this game is.
Born in this millennia.
Sorry, this millennia or century, yes. Is this 9 Lives, Lucky Cat, House Cat, or Alley Cat? I really like this art here. This is really, really good. I like this one. This was Alley Cat. You can tell from the picture of the box art.
Hey, that looks like my real life cat.
Yeah. This is basically the same game. Like I can't tell the difference between the screenshot and the box art. This looks like the same game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's gotta be
Ooh.
Commodore, right?
Ooh, yeah. Or ColecoVision, I forget. I think it was ColecoVision.
Oh wow.
A lot of people went for 9 Lives, not avoiding the cat name. Max negative. Wow, Glass Eyed Tiger got that one. 21,000 points. They got that one. That's really impressive. I'm sure it wasn't a guess.
How did she know all these?
91,000. That's really good. All right, next question. We still got plenty of time. Who's this kitty? We're only halfway through. There's still twice as many points left. Who's this kitty? Is this Teacup, Lucifer, Ashworth, or Mitzi? Who is this kitty?
And this is a video game, kitty?
Yes, I like this game a lot, actually. I highly recommend it.
So like FMB or something? Like giving too much away?
No. This is a sprite. It's probably a photo sprite of a cat.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this game a lot. I was surprised to play it. It was one of those ones where you play for half an hour and you're like, wait, what? And then I really got hooked by it.
Cool.
This game is, the timer's gone. I'll go there. The Cat Lady. That is Teacup. High content warnings for this game. There's a lot of suicide and abuse in this game. So high content in
I
it.
was about to say this game looks dark, but I am interested now.
I did a whole Let's Play on my YouTube channel / John Reddish.
I'll have to check that out. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That was unauthorized pinging
It's
of your
super
own.
dark, super dark. Only one person. Wow. Okay. That was a miss for Glass Eyed Tiger, but a huge win for Patrick Weeks. Yeah, Patrick. You're back. You're coming back up, man. Or sir. I don't know if if Patrick's my boss or not. I don't know if they are. I bet Patrick could get me in trouble. Next question. Who has not voiced Big the Cat? John St. John, Kyle Herbert, Olivia Wemman, and Troy Baker. Who has not?
And who is Big
voiced
the Cat? John Rennish.
Oh, come on. Big the Cat is Big the Cat from the Sonic games. He goes after Froggy, and he doesn't walk very fast, so it's not a very fun character to play as much as Sonic if you want to go fast. He's fun if you want to go fishing, but he's not a fast game. All right, and the answer is Troy Baker has not. Troy Baker has voiced SBO the Chameleon, not Big the Cat.
A lot of people got that one.
Gotta go brisk is so funny.
Gotta go brisk. Are you trying to be in or not be in the positive, Patrick? I don't know.
They gotta change up their strategy now. They're going for both ends.
Both ends. Glass Eyed Tiger, BB Bluehead, Contestant 3, Stinkbug, and Contestant 61. If you want to win a prize, you gotta put your name in the pool here. All right, next question. Who's this kitty? Yes, that is incredibly blown up. Is this Coleco, Tom, Felix, or Crazy Cat? Who's this kitty? Is it Coleco, Tom, Crazy Cat, or Felix?
We're jumping through different tech generations very quickly, aren't we?
I dug deep to get some cats here.
I answered before the picture was visible. Oh, this is great. I'm really enjoying everyone in chat right now. Thank you.
All right. That is Crazy Cat from the game Ninja Hamster.
That's terrifying.
It is. I learned a lot from this 1987 game from the Commodore 64. Wow. split between Felix the Cat and Crazy Cat. That is definitely some ColecoVision art. And I just like this one because it just says, you can't see it. Oh, you can just barely see it. It just says John in the bottom left corner. That's cool. I like that.
That's
I'm
nice.
proud of mine. Just as John. Glass-Eyed Tigers holding in first. We've got contestant number 3, Paper Boa, Stinkbug, and a new person, Nerd Code Goa. I'm sorry, my
Geode.
screen is very small.
Geode.
Ninja Golf. I don't know. All right. What franchise is this cat from? Final Fantasy, Dragon Age, Kingdom Hearts, or Suikoden? Which I may be saying wrong. I'm trying my best here. Final Fantasy, Dragon Age, Suikoden, or Kingdom Hearts? Which franchise is this cat from? I could not find a larger or better. This is the I can only this. I'm sorry, it's a little pixelated. Is what I'm trying to say. I didn't have the forewithal to do all the effort to get this myself.
There were ones that were more pixelated than this, so
That's okay. The last one was very pixelated, but that was how it was designed.
that was
All
max
right.
resolution for the
That was max
time.
resolution. Enhance. I don't have the technology that Patrick has to do enhancements like that. This is from Dragon Age, actually. Heroes of Dragon Age. This is Sir Pounce-a-Lot.
0 people got it.
I can't believe this.
Wow.
I think it is done in such a different style than the other ones.
Yeah, it is. It was really a hard poll. So, that is no. I get one. Everybody missed. I'm doing my best here, but some people have lost less points than others. Let's be.
I kind of wonder if.
Oh, we're into live cats. These are real cats. Extra hard questions. What human clothes does August wear? This comes in from Jill, at Jillitha on Twitter, and this is one of the cutest cats. This cat has just got such a cute smile. It's such a good kitty. Sorry, is it socks, snuggie, hats, or scarves? What does human clothes August wear? Does August wear a snuggie, a hat, scarf, or a sock? Not in this photo. I wasn't going to give you that. August, the cat, this cute kitty here, wears socks around its neck. It likes to wear socks around. Yeah, this is not related at all. This is just what I typed in when I got cat socks. Socks the cat rocks the hill. This is a game where you play as Bill Clinton's cat. The 90s sure was a time. Copyrighted. They put a copyright on there, like someone's going to steal the Socks the Cat IP.
Don't you dare.
Don't you touch that cat. Copyright and trademark. They really were on that. I guess you're technically right. A sock would be a scarf for the cat, but I'm not. I'm sorry. I wrote these rules. Fine. Lore Master Patrick has told me that I have failed. I cannot adjust the scores though. I submit to punishment as appropriate. All right. Next. Let's keep moving. Only 2 left. What game dev tool is this cat named after? This comes off from Joe's. Oh crap! I forgot their actual name. It's fine. Is this cat? Yes, right. Sorry. Yes. Is this cat's name DirectX? Is this cat's name Maya? Is this cat's name ZBrush/ZBrush? Or is this cat named Frostbite? What dev tool is this cat named after?
How much do they like their cat?
For it to be up in a tree.
Because if I really wanted to get mad at my cat, I might name her after something I do not have as much fun deving with.
I'm gonna name my next cat DirectX. That sounds like that could be like a that could work.
Whoa!
This cat was wow, 14 people got that right.
Good job, gang.
That was a huge win for the Maya fans. By Autodesk, I wouldn't name my cat Autodesk. I would name my cat Maya, but I wouldn't name my cat Autodesk. All right, Patrick, I'm giving you a head start here. This question's for you, so be ready. Don't answer till you see the picture.
I'm clicking
Next question.
now.
Which of these cats thinks it's a dog? This came in from Karen Weeks, at Karen Weeks. Is it Farnsworth, Boo, Spots, or Smokey? Which of these cats, I'm not even going to tell you which cat's which of these cats thinks it's a dog? Farnsworth, Spots, Boo, or Smokey? Karen sent me 4 cats, and they're all amazing, but I was not going to make a 4-question cycle, a 4-question set of all the cats individually, so I wrapped them together. Which of these cats thinks it's a dog? All right, and the final answer of the trivia section is Smokey. Look how beautiful that picture is.
That's very good.
It's so beautiful. I love these, I guess, puppers. These are 2 puppers. I see 2 dogs. These pictures are the same.
We all agree.
Oh, Smokey got it. Good split, good split. That is the best little picture there. All right, on our winner are contestant 3. Sorry you do not win because we don't know who you are. Sorry. Glass Eye Tiger, B Bluehead. Oh, a new one. Irish Titan Bear and Stinkbug94. Please make sure that we can message you on Twitch and you reply, because otherwise we can't give you your prize, which is a $50, I believe, gift card. Mad will correct me if I'm wrong or make me pay for the difference if I'm wrong. That has been Cat Trivia Round 2. Not sorry for the difficulty. I had a lot of fun Googling cats. I hope you had as much fun as I did answering this trivia. Yeah. And I'm in the next panel, so I'm going to just go to the next panel. Bye.
And to think, I was thinking of getting Glass Eye Tiger to help moderate so that she couldn't take all of our prizes like she does.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello, John Cat?
Nope.
John?
A wizard turned me back to mostly normal. As normal as I get, let's say. I am super excited. I've been in panels for the last hour or so, I haven't seen any art updates. So I'm super excited to see how things are going.
Oh, we've got some in, but the train is slowing down because the train was running hot for most of the day today.
Oh, look, this is not a game jam where you got to deliver them in 48 hours or you get your donation back. Once we have your money, it's not us. Once the food banks have your money, it's theirs. So you'll get your art, people. We love you, but just give us a little time. It's also a weekend, like working on the weekend. Come on. So big shout out to. Do you want to go through all the people again, because this I think is our last check-in? Yeah.
For all the work in progress requests, or
your artists. Let's go through the artists because it's our last art check-in.
Sure.
Yep.
Yep. So big shout out to all of our wonderful artists this time around. I am very impressed with all the work that you all have done. So big shout out and thank you to Jen Forth, Elena Chizikov, Kyle Hack, Rudy Patterson, and Chelsea Wong. You can check them all out on Twitter.
Wonderful stuff. I do recommend the follows. We'll be retweeting these and of course putting them up there. So let's hit it. What's new what's new from the crew?
Oh, I got some exciting stuff to show you. So first up, we have Bayberry.
Is that our first centaur?
I think it's our first centaur. I don't know if we've had a centaur on the show before.
That's a great drawing. You don't see a lot of. I don't know how popular centaurs is. I'm not going to Google how popular centaurs is, but that's a good drawing.
Yeah, they are a centaur ranger, and let me find some more info. Bayberry is a fun-loving girl who drank her dwarf companion Sorgi under a table. A memorable quote. Oh, that's fine. A memorable quote of hers was, "Is that a lance in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" Which she said to a prim and proper, lawful good male elven paladin upon first being introduced to the rest of the party.
Very nice. Bayberry the Centaur Ranger. And who was the artist on that again?
This was done by Chelsea Wong.
Very, very nice.
Next up, we have
another bard.
Trello.
Yeah.
Another bard. This one was drawn by Kyle Hack. And draw. You're nearest. Okay. They are a half-elf College of Swords bard / Hexblade warlock.
Huh. I love how much I'm learning about D&D characters. There's such a wide, I mean, they may all be D&D characters, but learning about characters, such a wide variety of just people. You know, it's super cool. I'm a little worried about what they're standing on, but that might not be PG.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Sure, it's
So
fine.
their character description is that they are 100% punk. He loves the outcasts of society and actively fights against any norm that doesn't align with letting people be who they want to be and do what they want to do. They are quick to anger and even quicker to encourage others to fight against or alongside him. Very
Awesome.
nice. Then next up, we have Holden Molly, drawn by Genforth.
I'm sorry, I lost the window. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's like a halfling. Is that a bard, a rogue? I'm not sure. The hat
Ooh.
throws me.
You're so good at guessing, John. It is a halfling artificer alchemist / rogue multi-class.
Ah, I was both. They thought they could fool me. Oh, it's so nice. And the color, like that background half crescent. I think we've seen that artist flair before. Is that a common thing, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Just like having some simple shape design in the background really can lend something to the image,
Mhm.
especially if you're just gonna have like a blank background. It makes it pop. Stand out.
Right, yeah. I think the same artist did that same signature on multiple images. But
Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I think Jen does have a recurring theme going on.
it's nice. It really pops and it really makes you remember makes who it's from. Very nice. I like it. Just good the textures. The textures on the materials, the cloths are really good.
Hmm. Yeah, Jen does great work.
Yeah.
Next up here we have. Ooh, now we're getting into like the really like scratchy,
Oh,
rough territory. These
I
are
like
like
that
early
swashbuckler.
on in the works. So this is from Elena. This is Kylie DeMalthia. They are. If I can find it here, I wish I was better organized.
You're doing great.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I got it. I got it. They are. Do you want to guess first?
Oh, I thought the swashbuckler is what I went with.
Okay, they are a half-elf spell gunner.
I didn't know spell guns were a thing. They got me on this one.
They got you good. Kylie's personality is very energetic, exuberant, wide-eyed, and cheerful to the point of being very obnoxious. For those that don't like to be around rays of sunshine 24/7.
Very nice. The facial motion with the heart, I'm assuming that what that is on the blink is just
I think so,
really
yeah.
really stamps really hard on the personality.
And last but not least, up on the docket here today is Fizzgig Throat Punch.
Sorry. I that's the perfect name. Like you just look at it and go like, yeah. I mean, maybe throat stab, but like that definitely someone who's earned a throat punch as a name. For sure. It's either barbarian or a rogue. I'm gonna go barbarian.
Okay. Yep. And you are right, sir. It is a gnome barbarian.
I gotta say, it's really the artists that are nailing these characters to make it so easy to guess what they are. Like they really just you look at it and go like, you know what this is. And who was the artist for this one?
This is from Calhack.
Nice. I have been super impressed by the work that these people have done in such a short time. It's like they had their own little mini game jam today, and it's just impressive. So we sold all our slots, right? All 30.
Yep, we are full up.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Andrew, for organizing all of these great artists. Thank you for the great artists. Please do check them out on Twitter. They post great stuff like every day, and it'll fill your Twitter with less doom to scroll across. You'll see really cool characters instead, which is far better. And yeah, like when you get your drawing, please retweet it where you got it from and make sure that you shout them out because these are all really super duper great.
And thanks to all of our viewers and donors, I am in awe of your generosity and also your creativity. Like going through the list of all these characters has and is always been a blast for me. See.
Awesome. We have next is our final closing stuff from ESIO. Thank you,
See
Andrew.
you next
Thank you,
time.
artists. See ya.
was incredible. Absolutely amazing. I just want to say thank you everyone who donated today on behalf of ESIO. We're so happy that we could sponsor this event. It's absolutely one of the most fun events that we get to be a part of. So we're thrilled that we got to do it for the third time, which is so fun. I do want to share a little bit more information. So sometime in the new year, you do want to make sure to head to our website if you are a game dev or if you're in the film and TV, anything in the screen industries in the Edmonton metro region. So that's about 11 different counties all around Edmonton, because we will be opening up our early stage project grants as well as our industry support grants right again in the new year. We will also have the announcement of the results of the industry support grants right away here. So if you're waiting on those results, they'll be coming right away. We are also super excited because TELUS has a really cool program that they're trying to get set up right now with some indie devs. If you're interested in getting a little bit more coverage for your game, make sure to reach out to either myself or I can hook you up directly with the people at TELUS, and that way we can get a little bit more exposure. I know without having shows to go to these days, it is much more difficult to get eyes on your game. So 100% reach out. We would be more than happy to put you in touch with folks who can get you a little bit more coverage as well. So you can find us at Edmonton Screen everywhere or just edmontonscreen.com. We do have the info at edmontonscreen.com email as well, and she'll send you anywhere you need to go. There is also the Digital Alberta Ember Awards that are open for nominations. So if you want to nominate a studio, maybe there's one that you might have heard of today. A couple folks here maybe work there. You can definitely send them a nomination and give them the recognition that they deserve. We saw a lot of amazingly talented people today. They definitely deserve to be recognized. So I want to thank everybody for absolutely killing it today. We're so proud of this community and the amazing community that you folks have amassed across the country, beyond Canada, and even more. And all the folks who can do anything, even if you just show up today. It means so much to the community, and I'm so excited for just what happened today. It was absolutely magical. So we do have a little bit more about the food bank, and then there's going to be an amazing outro from our crazy amazing hosts. So definitely enjoy that. But I'm Madison Cote. Definitely make sure to reach out if you're interested in game dev at all in the city, and we'll see what we can do for you. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thank you again.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here once again in the closing segment of our stream. It's been a rainy day out in Edmonton today. The sky's been dripping all day, and I gotta say, you all made it rain when it came to the donations. We had a final goal of $5,424.69, which is a great total to have. We blew past our goals. Thank you so much to everybody who volunteered their time to participate and speak. I want to give special thanks out to our amazing camera crew. That's Rachel Hammond. Super special thanks to our supporting technical advisor, Tim Griffith. Without them, we would never be able to put this online. Things are super difficult working from home, and they are putting on an amazing show. So please, all the best love and thanks to them. Obviously, Madison and the ESIO, they sponsor this event. It's amazing to have them be able to support us, support the charity, and help us organize this great event. It's not possible without them. A place called BioWare, you may have heard of it. I want to shout out them. Madison mentioned Madison again, Madison Cote, Christian Daly, Gino Talents, Carrie Hale, Gary McKay, Yaron Jacobs, all people that helped us get this stuff organized and set up so we could do this safely and professionally. Well, as professionally as we got. I want to thank all of you for being chill and awesome in the chat, and the right amount of mayhem and shenanigans just dialed it in perfectly there. I want to thank to all of the real life cats who posed for our real life cat stuff. They were great. They didn't know what was going on, but they were great. And yeah, your questions, your donations made all this possible. We are once again blown away by the generosity and charity that you all presented for this. And it's just amazing, super magical. So I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. You have all helped a lot of people with their food scarcity and making a lot of people happy and a lot more people healthier. So it's just super amazing. Cheers. I'm gonna keep waving till the stream stops.